All right, guys, let's get right into it. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to get into this Trump bilateral meeting with the president of the Republic of Finland. And then we're also going to get into a media analysis because the Dems, once again, will refuse to open the government, even though we gave them the extension on the Obamacare subsidies, even though they got the 1-year extension. Now they're moving the goalpost and they want it permanent. So, I mean, here we go again. But all right, guys, let's get right into it.
And we have the Prime Minister of Finland, and that's I don't ever remember having a president and a Prime Minister, but that's a great honor, and thank you very much both for being here. And Alex, we've been friends for a long time, and I've heard wonderful things about your Prime Minister also, and we have a big order coming up. We're buying icebreakers. We're building them together for the most part. We're doing 4 over there and 7 over here. And we negotiated a pretty tough price, I think. But I assume you're going to do very well. But what you're doing is you're going to be teaching us about the icebreaker business very, very strong. We only have 1 icebreaker in all of that millions and millions of acres. We only have 1 icebreaker. And other countries have more than we do, and we're buying the finest icebreakers in the world, and Finland's known for making them. They sort of have almost a monopoly on icebreakers, if you think about it. Nobody makes them like Finland. I've heard that for a long time. So we're going to have
so the U.S.-Finland icebreaker Arctic security deal. The U.S. and Finland have struck a deal to build or supply up to 11 ice-breaking capable ships in a pact to pretty much, to enhance Arctic security and maritime. Arctic presence. So pretty much just to have dominance over Arctic, and once again to kind of do all of this Arctic drilling that they want to get into. So once again, it's about military dominance in the Arctic area, and once again also reaching for more energy.
Total of 11, and it's been really an honor working on it. It was very important. We were making them, but we didn't make them right. By the time we finish, we're going to make them maybe better than you, but at least as well. But probably not better, but at least as well. So I appreciate both of you being here. It's an honor to have both of you. Really tremendous reputations, and it's a great country. Thank you very much. Alex,
thank you, Mr. President. I mean, I remember our first conversation just after you had been elected in November. The first thing you mentioned was icebreakers. We need them, and then we've been working on this issue ever since. And we're happy to announce that we'll basically building 11 icebreakers together, 4 of them in Finland, in joint endeavors, and then 7 of them here. And I think the reason that we've landed in Finland is that 60% of the world's icebreakers are built in Finland. 80% are designed. We've been building them for over 100 years. And speaking of price and time, I think we're the country that can provide them half the price and half the time that others have it. And I think this is a huge strategic decision by the president as well, because we all know that the Arctic is important strategically, militarily, and in terms of the economy as well. And now we can work on this together. Finland is,
and that's because Russia also has their eye on the Arctic. Honestly, they also want dominance over the Arctic as well because of this whole Arctic drilling. Apparently, there's supposed to be a lot of energy potential that's coming out of the Arctic. I don't got too much of the Pacifics on it. I will look it up over this meeting, but yeah, it does seem like there is a huge struggle to fight for this Arctic position right here, to get this Arctic drilling on and other things as well. Because like I said, it is all about military dominance as well. And I do believe that the intercontinental ballistic missiles do got to go through the Arctic. So, I mean, that also helps as well.
It's a strange country in the sense that we are probably the only country in the world where all the ports are frozen in the winter. And that's why we built the know-how in icebreakers. Now we can work on this together. And I remember the first conversation we had, you mentioned the fact that Russia has 40. And you need to start ramping this up, and this is an indication that we're going to do it, and we're going to do it together. I also think that this strengthens our bilateral relations. I know I come from a small country, but for us to be able to work together with you is extremely important from a strategic perspective as well. So we appreciate the cooperation, and we're going to deliver the first one 2028.
Okay.
Good. Just a little bit before a big event.
Yeah.
All right, and just to give you the whole strategic and military importance of the Arctic, it's a geopolitical crossroad. The Arctic connects North America, Europe, and Asia, making it a critical zone for global security and rapid military movement. And of course, Russia's Arctic buildup. Russia has, reactivated dozens of Soviet area bases, deployed hypersonic missiles, and maintains the world's largest fleet of nuclear powered icebreakers. Ooh, okay, yeah, that's another reason you want to get over there. And of course, NATO's new frontier, because with Finland joining NATO, the alliance now shares a direct border with the Arctic Circle. So, yeah, like I said, there's huge importance in the Arctic. Very important.
That's great. And actually, it's true. I came here and they were building an icebreaker. They had no idea what they were doing. They had no idea how much it was going to cost. They knew nothing. And we have our Secretary of the Navy right over here. We're working on a lot more than icebreakers. We're working on some very, very big and important ships. But they had no idea what they were doing. And I was with you, and I ended up meeting you and knowing you. And I heard about Finland and their icebreakers. And I said, do me a favor. Would you have your people take a look at what these people...
Oh, yeah. And fun fact, the U.S. currently only has 2 operational icebreakers. Yeah, Russia got like 40 of them. 40.
They're doing, and it came out that just as I thought, they had no idea what they were doing. And we got involved, and we ended up, we need these ships very badly because we have a lot of territory, more than anybody. And so I'm very honored to have this deal, and thank you very much. It's going to be great. It's going to be a great partnership. And it's a great honor to have you, Mr. Prime Minister. Would you like to say something, please?
First, Mr. President, thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here today. And as a Prime Minister of Finland...
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
I want to say that this deal it's very important to Finland and our economy, because our economy is suffering a lot because of Russian aggression in Ukraine. And this deal, it means investments, it means jobs, and jobs means hope. And that's why this is so important. And I want to thank your leadership on this deal and this issue. Thank you.
So you've been affected very badly by the war going on, the ridiculous war going on, right?
Yes, because we have to close the border with Russia. We have 1,300 kilometers common border with them, and it affects the atmosphere in Finland, in investments, and that's why we need good news. Our people need hope.
Right. So your border is closed.
It's closed.
And that's because you have so many Russians trying to get in?
Yes, they started to push illegal migrants to our border. That's why we were forced to close it.
And people also that don't want to go into the military, I guess, trying to come through.
Yeah, some of them are escaping. Fortunately, on our side, we don't have that problem. In Finland,
No, you have a great military.
we have compulsory military service, and as I always say, we have 900,000 men and women who've done it, including myself and the Prime Minister. We have 200.
And you've been fighting Russia for a long time. So how many years have you been indirectly fighting Russia?
Well, put it this way, we have managed our relationship since the 1300s with about 30 skirmishes, but it's been very peaceful at our border after World War II. Yeah, but it's been peaceful at our border since the Winter War and the War of Continuation. But I mean, a lot of it is because we actually have a very large military. It's the biggest in Europe, together with Turkey, Ukraine, and Poland. We have over 60 F-18s. We just bought 64 F-35s. We'll roll out the first one in Texas in December. We have the biggest artillery in Europe, together with Poland. And as I always say, we don't have it because we're worried about Stockholm.
And the reason why he's talking about all these new military, purchases, is because he is a bit weary about Russia's advancement and their recklessness in entering, Finland and other, border countries' airspace. Yeah, I know. And Russia, they're claiming it, but, they're giving you the weakest excuses for it. But it does seem like they're trying to exert dominance or try to stop any military support to Ukraine. So it trust me, this adds up why Finland is also boosting up their military purchases, because they want to be prepared to combat Russia just in case. Not saying that Russia's going to go into Finland, but just in case. You can never be too careful.
Well, you really have proportionately, I think, the largest military in the world, proportionately.
It's quite big, yes, I have to admit. But, we have it for defense purposes and also to build a deterrence. And it's worked. And I think that's one of the reasons that our relationship is so good as well. We have the Defense Cooperation Agreement with you. Right. We're new allies in NATO. Our defense expenditure is going north of 3%. We work very closely with you and the rest of our allies. And when you push the ceiling of defense expenditure in NATO to 5%, you can imagine that a country like Finland was quite pleased with that, because that means that all of the allies have to bring up their defense expenditure, and you basically increased our security just with that decision in The Hague. And I have to admit that, having been to my first NATO summit in the summer of 2024, if someone would have told me that you will move from 2% to 5% after Trump enters, I would have said, go see a doctor. But
well, you did it, and you were great about it. Spain has not been. Spain is the one that didn't do it.
Let's be honest. Everybody was doubting Trump could even move NATO any bit, not one bit. But he came over there and got them not just to catch up on their 2% in military spending, but to increase it to 5%. And while they're increasing their military spending to 5%, they'll be buying their weapons from the U.S. It just works out in our favor.
And so I think you people are going to have to start speaking to Spain. The only one that didn't do it, the only NATO country that didn't do it, is Spain. And you'll figure what that's all about, right?
Yeah, we'll work, and I think with the leadership also, Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO, I think, there are a lot of commitments that have to take place, and this, of course, is going to also increase industrial defense exchanges. I think we buy 4 times more military material here from the U.S., and I think it's an essential part of our whole military setup in Europe. And it's good to be working on this together. But there's one thing that I wanted to mention also. I want to congratulate you for what we have seen in the past 24 hours in Gaza.
Thank you.
I think it's a historic deal. I went through the 20 points. It's almost like the best of record. You really see all the key elements. And if someone would have said a few weeks back that you and your team are able to push us to a position where there will be a ceasefire, an exchange of prisoners, hostages, and then a pullback,
and shout out Jeff for sending in the 10 jewels. Appreciate the support.
Would not have believed it, but it's this is what diplomacy is at its best, and I think it's a potentially huge deal. So congratulations to you and your team.
Peace in the Middle East. That's
peace in the Middle East, yeah.
And every country came together. Every single country came together.
Praying for peace in the Middle East. Now Hamas has accepted the first phase of the deal, which means that they're going to go ahead and give up all 48 hostages, dead and alive, and the Palestinians will get back, or Hamas gets back, about 6,000 Palestinians, or as Palestinian prisoners, or as like Israelites to call them, terrorists. So you can take your pick at that one. All right, back to it.
People are shocked by it, but it's an amazing situation. Nobody thought it was going to happen. Thank you very much, and you've been of help too. You help always, but we are really working more closely together, having to do with Russia.
Hey, and shout out to Luna for starting us off on the super chats. Appreciate the support, sis. Hey, shout out Luna for sending in some love.
Ukraine. Yeah. And I would have thought that would have been easier, because that would be number 8 for me, number 8. And I would have thought the Russia deal maybe would have been one of the easier ones. And unfortunately, last week they had over 7,000 soldiers die unnecessarily. So it's a terrible thing, but I think we'll be getting there hopefully soon.
Yeah, probably we'll go, I mean, or you will be going piece by piece. I mean, there are only so many agreements that you can get done, and I think this one will be the next big one. Of course, this one needs to stick, and I'm sure it will, because the incentives are all there, and then we'll continue to work. I mean, the last time I was here in the Oval Office was with the other European leaders in
Oh, and shout out Hellbat for sending in 6 joules.
August, and I think we did a lot of good advancement there on security arrangements. I think you pushed us Europeans hard not to buy oil and gas from Russia, which I think is a very correct decision. Europe just put down its 19th sanction package. I think Russia is actually right now, both economically and militarily, not in a very strong place. And I think it's because of the commitments that we've made to Ukraine. So, you know, day by day on this one.
We're going to get it worked out. Questions?
I mean, no, that's true. Economically, they're really not in a good place. Military-wise, I mean, trust me, their military strength has been pretty much drained throughout this war. Doesn't mean they're going to lose, though. I mean, I'll be quite honest with you. Doesn't mean they're going to lose. I'll tell you that right now. It's like, I wish they was going to lose because of that, but no. Trust me, Ukraine is not that strong of a military force to even beat Russia, well, during times like these.
Question for
On their worst day,
you have time and again said that one should not underestimate Mr. Trump's negotiating ability. Do you personally believe that Mr. Trump deserves to win the Nobel Peace Prize tomorrow?
Well, I think that's probably a decision that comes from the Nobel Committee. And my take is that there are 2 key pieces that have to be solved in the big picture. One is in the Middle East, and we're seeing the results of that. And then the other one is between Russia and Ukraine. And once those are solved, I don't see any impediments to it.
Will you nominate Mr. Trump next year if he doesn't win?
This year? I think probably the best nomination would be...
Hey, shout out to my man Dr. Luke for the baller alert. Appreciate the support, my man. He says, be bold, be brave, and give some love. Support this channel. Hey, shout out to that one.
My man.
Hey, shout out to my man Luke.
Be coming from Zelensky and then the King of Jordan. Those would be 2 that would come. But I think you have to, I mean, my experience with the Nobel Peace Prize comes from Martti Ahtisaari, the former president of Finland. He got it in 2008, and he got it because he negotiated 3 peace agreements on 3 different continents. Namibia in Africa, Kosovo, Serbia in Europe, and then Aceh in Indonesia.
No, and speaking of the Nobel Peace Prize, I mean, they completely ruined the reputation of it. They completely bastardized it. They nominated, I don't know who nominated this lady, but somebody nominated the lady that's participating in right now what you would call ethnic cleansing in the West Bank. Like, yes, some Israeli lady, like, will look crazy as hell, is literally was literally nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize for ethnic cleansing, basically. I was like, bro, come on now, don't do that. Don't do that to the Nobel Peace Prize.
Indonesia. And his message was always that when you do a peace agreement, the key is that it looks like an equal match, that the big guy doesn't win over the small guy, and vice versa. But I have to say that the track record of the President of the United States in the past 7 months, 8 months is rather impressive.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. First of all, thank you, all of you, in behalf of the State of Israel, for everything that you're doing for my country. I want to know, how do you see the Middle East in a year from now under your leadership? And if you see maybe option for normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia?
I think it's going to be great. I think it's the hostages will be coming back Monday or Tuesday. I'll probably be there. I hope to be there, and we're planning on leaving sometime Sunday, and I look forward to it. And everybody I see is celebrating in Israel, but they're celebrating in many other countries too. A lot of the Muslim and Arab countries, they celebrate. Everybody's
I mean, everybody's celebrating low key, and I mean, except for Mark Levin, and we're gonna get into Mark Levin. I mean, this is like the only guy that's not happy. Mark Levin, Laura Loomer, You look, your favorite pro-Israel personality is pissed about this for some strange reason. We'll get into it. But yeah, everybody's happy about this except for those I've mentioned.
Celebrating. Everybody loves the deal. So it's a great honor to have been working on it. And as you know, it's all finalized and done. We've had a lot of terrifically talented people. We've had tremendous support from UAE, Saudi Arabia. Qatar has been unbelievable.
We still have them.
Egypt, as you know, and Jordan. Indonesia. I mean, I don't want to leave anybody out. Just so many different countries. It's been incredible. Nobody's seen anything like it. So I think in a year from now, it's going to be great. I think it's going to be great.
Mr. President, how do you rate your chances of winning the Nobel Peace Prize tomorrow?
Well, I don't know. Look, I made 7 deals, and now it's 8. Solved the wars, one going 31 years, one going 34 years, one going 35 years, one going 10 years. I made 7 deals. This would be number 8. The one I thought that I was going to make, and I think we will probably, is because it's a ridiculous war. It's a horrible war. The worst since World War II. If you look at the people doing is Russia, Ukraine. I think we'll do that too. We've a lot of reasons for them to do it, and I think they'll be coming to the table pretty soon. But
so funny. A lot of people don't like Trump's tariff plan, but let's be honest. I mean, it's one of the reasons why Trump was able to solve a lot of these conflicts was through trade and tariffs, was through threatening trade relations and pretty much saying, all right, cool, I'll just tariff the country. A lot of countries was like, all right, cool, yeah, we'll go ahead and stop the violence and we'll just go ahead and concede and we'll just like try to make peace now. We'll sign a peace deal. We'll cut the bullshit. And that's pretty much what Pakistan and India did. I think that, that's also what the Congo and Rwanda did. Because if you look at the Congo Rwanda peace deal, it actually has a trade deal sold in there as well. Well, a rare earth minerals deal. So not only are we bringing peace to these nations, but we're also working out a business relationship.
this is the biggest of them all. This is a big one. Although I think India and Pakistan is very big. 2 nuclear nations. I did that based on trade and because of the tariffs. If we didn't have tariffs, you wouldn't have been able to do it. But I said, if you guys are going to fight, I'm putting 100% tariffs on each of you. And they immediately stopped fighting. And that was going to go nuclear. That was back and forth. So I know one thing. I don't know what they're going to do, really. But
Trump pretty much said, all right, look, y'all can keep fighting, or I can just decimate your whole economy. And then you're not even going to have no money to fight. So how do you guys want to do this? Both of them sat there and just said, okay. We'll stop. You got it. We're going to go ahead and dead the situation.
That
over.
Nobody in history has solved 8 wars in a period of 9 months. And I've stopped 8 wars. So that's never happened before. But they'll have to do what they do. Whatever they do is fine. I know this. I didn't do it for that. I did it because I saved a lot of lives. And that's the thing that bothers me so much about the Russia-Ukraine. 7,000 people are dying a week. Young soldiers. They're almost all soldiers of Ukraine and Russia. So in theory, it doesn't affect us, no, but it's a terrible thing. And we'll get that solved too. But nobody has ever done 8 wars. Nobody's done 8 wars in 30 years, let alone 9 months.
I'll be honest with you. Yeah, if Russia does take Ukraine, it really doesn't affect us. All it does is just make Russia stronger. And we really don't want that. So there you go. That's the red flag right there. Russia gets stronger and they have a bigger territory, and now they have all of that rare earth mineral to take advantage of 90% of the grain in Ukraine. Oh, yeah. Come on now. It's not like we want these guys to win, but it might be inevitable, sadly. But yes, this is one of the main reasons that we don't want Ukraine to win. It's not about how it affects us. Honestly, it's really how it might affect the global economy, to be quite honest, and maybe military strategy as well.
Are you going to step up the pressure? Are you going to step up the pressure for a Ukraine deal?
Yeah, we are stepping up the pressure. We're stepping it up together. We're all stepping it up. NATO's been great. The leader of NATO, as you know, Mark, has been fantastic, I think, and he's a fantastic guy. And they are stepping it up. And we're selling a lot of weapons to NATO, and that's going, I guess, to Ukraine for the most part. That's up to them. But they're buying weapons from the U.S. We make the greatest weapons in the world. You buy our planes and a lot of our equipment. And you have a big force, actually. You have a tremendous force of equipment.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys.
So I think we'll get that one done too. Yeah.
President Obama got it for way less.
I want to finish meeting.
Mr. President, Mr. I'm from Finland. Mr. President, I'm from Finland. Am I okay?
He's all right.
You're from you look great. Go ahead.
President, you're buying icebreakers from Finland.
Yeah.
But what if Russia and Vladimir Putin attacks Finland? Would you defend Finland?
I would. Yes, I would. They're a member of NATO. I would. They're great people, but I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think he's going to do that. I think the chances of that are very, very small. But it's very interesting because you have a very big military relative to your size. You have a very powerful military, one of the best.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. Putin would be the dumbest man in history to try to take on, any other country at this point. And look, if he does win Ukraine, I highly doubt he's just going to jump into the next conflict. Like all the money, like the economy that he's going through, the bad economy that Russia's going through right now. Hundreds of thousands of lives lost, over 1 million most likely. So yeah, they're not going to be too pressed just to go into the next war with the border country. It just doesn't make logical sense, to be quite honest with you. And unless you're going to go with the idea of, oh, he's a madman, then all right, go ahead, go with that.
And but certainly we will be there to help.
Thank you.
Okay, please.
Mr. President, thank you. We have a bit order, as our president said. How would you exactly defend Finland? And thank you.
Say what?
How would you defend Finland?
Vigorously.
Can I just add?
Shoot, I'd have hit him with the what? Man, did you just hear, bro? Finland said they can defend themselves. They got the money too, and the manpower. They got it.
Can I just add on that? We're very pleased with the fact that
we'll help though.
We have so much training going on with American soldiers right now, so they're getting experience from Arctic conditions, and we're integrating our militaries together, working not only through the DCA agreement but other ways as well. We see that day to day in the work that we do, and it's working well.
Okay. Yeah. Please.
Yeah, thank you.
Where are you from?
I'm from Finland too.
Only Finns here.
You have a lot of.
Yeah, a lot of Finns.
It's
no?
very impressive.
So, Mr. President,
I like them better than our reporters.
So, how do you see the situation in the Arctic developing? Are there going to be any mutual plans for Finland and U.S.?
Well, we will. I mean, we have a lot of relationships together. I mean, mostly buying our military equipment. They buy a lot of it. They have an order, I guess, 60 planes, 64 F-35s, and many other things too. It's a big order. Big countries don't order that many planes. You know, it's
10 billion.
You have a lot of aircraft, a lot of great military. We make the best military equipment. They buy a lot from us, so it's very good. We're going to work together very closely with Finland and with NATO. We have a very good relationship. As you know, I requested that they pay 5%, not 2%, and most people thought that was not going to happen, and it happened virtually unanimously. We had one laggard. It was Spain. Spain. You have to call them and find why are they a laggard, and they're doing well too. You know, the funny thing, because of a lot of the things we've done, they're doing fine. They have no excuse not to do this, but that's all right. Maybe you should throw them out of NATO, frankly. Please, go ahead.
What are you planning to do with that?
Honestly, we are in a better position with this whole Ukrainian war because, look, now before Trump was in office, we were just giving them, weapons and money, cash, well, not really cash payment, but monetary payments and military assistance, which why Trump always says about $350 billion we done sent to Ukraine. Now, if you add up, cash and military spending, yeah, you get that number. But I would say the main problem right now, is that a lot of countries don't like us because we're making other countries pay to support Ukraine. It's like we've taken our hands off. We say, look, we're not just going to give weapons and monetary assistance to Ukraine. You guys are going to buy it for yourselves, and you can send it to Ukraine if you want to, but we're pretty much taking our hands off. And a lot of people around the world didn't really take too kind to that action. They say, oh, you're turning your back on Ukraine for monetary gain. I mean, well, we were losing money. I mean, and we don't have no way of getting it back. This is our way of getting it back through military purchases through NATO countries to help Ukraine. This is how we're going to get our $350 billion back.
A nice tall gentleman guy with a yellow shirt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to change gears just really quickly and ask you, you're going to Walter Reed tomorrow? What are you having done, and how are you feeling?
I'm meeting with the troops, and I'm also going to do a sort of semi-annual physical, which I do, and I think I'm in great shape, but I'll let you know. But I have no difficulty thus far. Is there wood around here? I'm not going to. No difficulty. Physically, I feel very good. Mentally, I feel very good. You know, I did about 6-7 months ago. I do physicals. I like to, when I'm around, I like to check always early, always be early. It's a lesson for a lot of people. But I also did a cognitive exam, which is always very risky because if I didn't do well, you'd be the first to be blaring it. And I had a perfect score. And one of the doctors said he's almost never seen a perfect score. I had a perfect score. I got the highest score. And that made me feel good. When they asked, would I like to do one? I said, yeah. I said, did Obama do it? No. Did Bush do it? No. Did Biden do it? I definitely did. Biden wouldn't have gotten the first 3 questions right. No, Biden didn't do it. Biden should have done it. I'm actually a person that believes that if you're president, you should do a cognitive exam. But last time I took a cognitive exam, and it was a perfect score. The doctors announced it. And by the way, not the easiest test. The first few questions are pretty easy. Once you get into the middle, it gets a little trickier. And there aren't a lot of people in this room that would get every single question right, I can guarantee
You're putting me in a difficult spot now. Next question.
Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize for way less than you did, and President Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize for way less.
For doing nothing.
Exactly.
Obama got a prize. He didn't even know what he got. He got elected, and they gave it to Obama for doing absolutely nothing but destroying our country. No, he was not a good president. The worst president was Sleepy Joe Biden, but Obama was not a good president.
Are you going to do something with the Hezbollah?
They gave him a prize. How many months after he won the election, then they gave him the Peace Prize, right?
It was right after he was elected.
Mm-hmm. My election was a much more important election.
Sorry, being petty. Okay.
Now that you're fixing the situation between Hamas and Israel, are you going to be taking care of the Hezbollah or the Lebanese armed forces to take care of the Hezbollah?
Yeah, we'll be able to do that. That will be. It's a smaller part of the puzzle, but very important part. They have a great new ambassador that I appointed, Michelle. Great new ambassador. So yeah, please.
Yeah, but I mean, here's the problem with what's going on in Lebanon is that, well, Hezbollah is not refusing to demilitarize. Israel wants that. Israel already bombed Lebanon this year. Actually, I think it was like a couple months back while dealing with close to dealing with Iran. Before they got into it with Iran, they was low-key bombing Lebanon underground military bunkers that Hezbollah was rebuilding. And the people of Lebanon, I guess they don't want Hezbollah to dearm. They don't want them to demilitarize. And this is what I've been hearing on the global streets. Places like Al Jazeera and other, global outlets. But, hey, we'll see where that goes.
Released on Monday or Tuesday. What's your strict deadline? When do they have to get released?
Well,
and how do you make sure each party abides by it?
It's going to be around that time.
Why
yeah.
on?
They're working on it very hard. They're in very diverse parts of the earth. Okay, they're very, very diverse. Actually, it's I think they're gonna come through. I'd be surprised if they didn't. I think it'll happen.
Thank you, sir. The 19th point of the 20-point plan said that in the future there could be conditions in which the Palestinians might eventually get a state. Under what conditions do you think the Palestinians
Well, we'll look at it at the time. We're going to see how it all goes. And, there's a point at which we may do something that would be a little bit different and may be very positive for everybody. But we'll be looking at that at the time.
Mr. President.
And I think we'll get to that. I think we'll get to that period too. Yeah, please.
Mr. President.
Yeah, please, Glasses.
Thank you. Mr. President, the United States has previously said that that Europe would have to take more responsibility for its own security. Are you or the U.S. planning to withdraw some of the U.S. forces from the European soil?
No, but we may move some around a little bit. I'd ask you that question, Pete. Go ahead.
I think that's right, Mr. President. We're very much heartened by your leadership to get NATO to rise up to 5%, which means they can take primary responsibility for defense of the continent. But that doesn't mean America is abandoning NATO in Europe. But we could look at where our troops are postured, what makes the most sense for America and our NATO allies.
We have a lot of troops in Europe, as you know, a lot. And we can move them around a little bit. But no, basically we'll be pretty much set. Go ahead, what's the second?
My second question would be, are you planning to impose more sanctions on Russia at this point?
I might, yeah, I might.
Mr. President, your 20-point plan says we will encourage people to stay. Can you confirm that as Gaza is rebuilt, that no one will be forced to leave?
Yeah, nobody's going to be forced to leave. No, it's just the opposite. This is a great plan. This is a great piece.
I mean, look, we'll see, because this is the ultimate tester, right? A lot of people said that Israel did not really care about the hostages, and we're about to see, because all Israel said is, look, they give up the hostages, we'll stop the war, we'll stop the bombardment, and everything's going to be good. All right, cool. Israel's about to get their hostages, and if Israel does not stop going into Gaza, I mean, that's just going to prove, all right, cool, y'all just wanted the land, and y'all just want to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians from Gaza so you can take it over. And that's always been the objective. So, I mean, hey, this is the ultimate teller right here. Is Bibi going to just settle down and, I mean, go beef with another Middle East country? Or is he just going to say, F it, we're going for greater Israel, we're just going to take Gaza and the West Bank, which they're already starting, actually been starting.
This plan is a plan that was supported by everybody. I mean, as I said, they're dancing in the streets of many, many countries right now. It's amazing. I've never seen anything like it. No, we're not looking to do that at all.
Mr. President, do you think that we can see a full withdrawal?
Mr. President, could you cut through the politics on the shutdown? We had another failed vote today. Can you speak to our viewers from Orlando to Sacramento? What's your message to some of these families tonight facing missed paychecks, potential layoffs, and missed benefits due to the shutdown?
Yeah, I blame the Democrats. They ought to call their local Democrat representative, whether it's a senator or a congressman, and it's their fault. I mean, they admit it, it's their fault. They campaigned on the fact that they'd never shut down the country, but they wanted to shut it down. And, you know, we have the greatest economy. We're the hottest country in the world right now. I think you'd admit that. The hottest country. We went from a dead country a year ago to the hottest country in the world. So I think...
And let's be... Man, over the CR bill, things are getting a bit crazy. Like, there was like literally a cat fight in Congress over the CR bill. It actually, you know what? We could take a quick little detour into it, because this was absolutely hilarious. And shout out to the Young Turks, because this was actually a pretty important video to release, and it kind of let you know what's really going on with these guys, because I just don't get the Dems. Like, check this out. Check this out, guys.
Did your boss Donald Trump
easily extend? We got a 1-year extension. Why don't we sign on right now?
That's your question. Did you get permission from your boss?
He said, I got a 1-year extension. Why don't you sign on right now? 1-year extension on these Obamacare subsidies that you're doomsdaying people about so healthcare premiums don't go up. Sign it right now. And you know what Hakeem Jeffrey did besides do this pathetic rant? The man went on to CNN and changed the goalpost. Now they're talking about, well, we don't want just an extension. We want it to be permanent. I'm like, bro, the enhanced healthcare subsidies that was put on during COVID, I mean, you want to make them permanent. So you want to maintain above spending. You want to maintain COVID level spending. Like, and here's the thing, I'm all for the healthcare subsidies to be signed, but they're already giving ground. They're like, bro, we'll give you that 1 year. But you're like, no. Now I want it to be permanent. Crazy. And shout out to my man, Dr. Luke the GOAT. He says, remember, Trump is the most prosecuted president. If he is so dumb, why can't he be defeated so easily? Stop crying. I mean, facts. I mean, y'all want to cry about Trump all day, talking about he's this, that, and the third, but he is your president and the leader of the strongest country in the world for my global watchers. So, you know, you can sit there and kind of, you know, take that with a nice little hit to the chin. Remember, strongest country in the world, biggest economy. If we stop buying into y'all economy, some of y'all would sink overnight, but it is what it is.
We got a 1-year extension. Why don't we sign on right now?
That's your question. Did you get permission from your boss?
Why don't we sign on right now?
Did your boss Donald Trump?
You can easily extend the ACA
Did your
right
boss
now.
Donald Trump
He's
give
not
you
my
permission?
boss.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not. And by the way,
so let me ask you a
why
question.
did you vote to shut the government down? Why did you vote to shut it down?
Let me ask you a question.
For years.
You see how Hakeem low-key dodged the question? He's like, bro, we got a 1-year extension. Why don't you sign it right now? He had nothing to say. He's like, did you get that approved from your boss? Does it effing matter? You guys said y'all wanted the extension. You're getting the extension. Now you're talking about, oh, did you get it from your boss? Like, what does that got to do with anything? Who cares? Just sign it.
You always lectured about how we need to keep the government open.
You're making a show of this to
No,
make
it's
yourself
sad.
relevant.
It's sad. You could easily sign on to
You're
this.
embarrassing yourself
You could
right
sign
now.
on to this. The only
You're
embarrassment
chasing
here is
clout.
you.
You're an
He
embarrassing.
did make a show out of it.
Saw it right there. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries and Republican Congressman Mike Lawler got into it yesterday over the ongoing.
Yeah, that is. It was hilarious. Like, let's be quite honest. Like, politics is turning into quite the. Man, it's turning into quite the sport at this point. It's damn near a sport. Nah, it's not a sport, honestly, but let's be real. The way these guys are getting in each other's face, you would think they're arguing over their favorite team.
They probably don't like that, but we're doing great. I mean, we're doing great. I would say my message is call your local representative, congressman or senator, and tell them to get on the ball. The Democrats have caused this problem.
Can I ask one more Congressman
Yeah,
Randy
please.
Fine.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Where are you from?
I'm from Finland.
It's so nice. Uh-oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Here
So-
we go with a killer question.
I would like to circle back to the icebreaker deal. So Finland and the U.S. are strengthening their economic partnership through the deal. What other areas of cooperation with Finland do you see as possible at this
Great
moment?
question. We're going to be talking about that in a little while. We're going into the next door room, commonly known as the cabinet room, beautiful room, and we're going to be discussing that. But we'll be doing other things. It's a wonderful country with wonderful people. We've had a
Peaceful
long-term
country.
relationship, but it's never been as close as it is now. We'll be doing other things. Go ahead.
I mean, we've been talking about a lot with the president, with the two specific fields where I think Finland has strength. One is quantum and quantum computing, and we know that that is basically what gives food for thought for artificial intelligence. That's very important. The second one is actually networks. And you know that there are two sort of safe and trustworthy Western networks right now. One of them is Nokia. And the other one is Ericsson. And actually 70% of all broadband in the United States is Nokia. So one of the things that we could work on together is creating the 6G space through networks. And we actually, Nokia has 7,000 people working here in the United States and an American CEO.
Okay, anybody else?
Mr. President.
What is the international stabilization force that's going to deploy to Gaza? What is that going to look like?
To be determined, really, I think there's going to be a large group of people determining what it will be, and a group of people funding it that are very rich countries are going to be funding it. People want to see this work. It's going to work. It's absolutely going to work. And it starts, it's already started. We've signed, as you know. Everybody's agreed. I think Monday is going to be a very big day, Monday, Tuesday, but it's going to be, depending on where you are, it's going to be a very big day. I think it's going to be a day of great celebration. I've never seen anything like it. The streets of so many countries right now, they're just roaring with love and with praise for the people that did this. And these are countries that did this. The whole.
Oh, and shout out to my man Jay says, get your American-made buckets for the TDS tiers. I mean, yes, guys, we're offering a deal, 50% off on the buckets for TDS tiers. Just type in TDS for your promo code, and get you that deal. Now, of course, I'm just playing. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into the right side of media and let's see what they got to say about this whole Gaza deal and people's reaction to it. And then, of course, we're going to get to what CNN has to say. Hey, we like to listen to both sides around here. But all right, guys, let's get right into it.
Remember the whisper that changed the world? Bush heard war. Trump heard peace. And the world celebrating.
I mean, man, look, man, you got the Jewish people, man, you got the Muslim, all celebrating Trump right now, and the Dems are just sitting here upset because, well, one, Biden couldn't do it, and two, well, because they just hate Trump. Like, let's be honest. Like I said, the man can literally cure cancer, and they'd be talking about how much jobs he done put out because he cured cancer.
Trump decided to get in on the party too. He gave Israel a ring and said, "Your families are coming home."
Mr. President, we believe in you. We know you've done so much for us over the past, since you became a president.
God bless you, Mr. President. God bless America.
Thank you very much. You just take care of yourselves. The hostages will come back. They're all coming back on Monday.
Donald Trump spent all night in the Oval Office, putting the finishing touches on the Israeli-Palestinian peace deal. He walked into his quarterly cabinet meeting, and it was all love.
I don't know if one day perhaps the entire story will be told about the events of yesterday, but suffice it to say, it's not an exaggeration that none of it would have been possible without the President of the United States being involved.
Next week, the last remaining hostages will return to Israel and be reunited with their families.
At some point very soon, we are going to see 20 living human beings emerge from the darkness into the light for the first time in 2 years. I think it will go down as a historic moment in the history of our country, and something our country should be very proud of, that we have a president that's committed to not just peace, but to the human aspect of reuniting these families.
The front page of the Jerusalem Post, he's bringing them home. Lives will always be more important than land. You can get land back, but you can't get lives back. And guess what day tomorrow is? Nobel Peace Prize Day. And Trump hasn't been thinking about it at all.
I know this, that nobody in history has solved 8 wars in a period of 9 months. And I've stopped 8 wars. So that's never happened before. But they'll have to do what they do. Whatever they do is fine. I know this. I didn't do it for that. I did it because I saved a lot of lives.
Trump's not.
You know, it's so funny. A lot of people are going like, "Oh, he's only doing this for his ego. It's all about vanity." You know what I say, bro? It's just like, who cares? Who cares what vector he goes through to bring peace into the Middle East, to bring peace in Africa, to attempt to bring peace to Ukraine? All right, it doesn't matter if it's an ego trip. All that matters is that he wants it done, that there is a mission to get it done. The fact that y'all want to sit here and be petty and talk about an ego trip, which, hey, I'm not even gonna lie, it ain't outside the realm of possibility. It's Trump. But the fact that y'all want to sit there and get mad about that, then instead of realizing the fact that he is stopping people from dying, is hilarious and pathetic.
Selfish if he can't get the
cry
Nobel,
more.
he'll settle for a one-way ticket to heaven.
But somewhere else.
But that Nobel would look nice next to his multiple club championships at Mar-a-Lago. Or in the Oval, the gold matches the trim. Trump's not the only one who thinks he deserves it. Israel says, stop the count.
A grateful nation thanks President Trump for the return of the hostages, for the peace he has brought to the region. I call on the Nobel Committee to award President Trump the Nobel Peace Prize.
The Jewish farmers like that idea too. In the fields, they carved Nobel for Trump. Even Democrats are saying it's too big to rig.
I think the whole point of having a Nobel Peace Prize is for ending wars and promoting peace. And if he brings the Ukrainian war to its end, I'll be the Democrat leading the committee.
Every Democrat should be celebrating, right? Rashida Tlaib used to spend weekends banging pots and pans outside of the Capitol, screaming, "Free Gaza." Well, Trump just freed Gaza. And what did Tlaib say? Nothing. Not a tweet, not a press release.
In a way, I mean, let's be real with you. Trump done freed about the 48 Israeli hostages, but about 6,000 Palestinian hostages. So, yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. Trump done free more of the Palestinians than, I mean, damn near, I ain't gonna lie. He free more Palestinians than Lord knows Biden did and probably Obama. So let's be real. I mean, he's been a pretty good net positive to the Palestinians so far. And if we can get the rest of the peace deal worked out, then I'm gonna be honest with you, this could be a roadmap to a 2-state solution to where Palestine can be able to govern itself, which should be allowed. And shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, now if Dems could just stop supporting crime, that'd be amazing. I mean, oh man, it'd be a wonderful day, man, if they just stop supporting crime only. But you know them, man. You know them. They just can't help themselves. Actually, you tell them about their crime and they hit you with this.
No, it was a huge movie. It was the lead. No.
Man.
Makes you wonder if she really wanted to free Gaza at all. Maybe she was more into the Intifada. Even the media is saying Trump pulled off the deal of the century.
Make no mistake, it looks like President Trump has actually pulled off something here that many presidents before him have failed to do.
If he can get the whole deal worked out, I think everybody's jumping too far to conclusions. Because remember, only phase one. And I'm be real with you, a lot of presidents couldn't even get phase one done. So we had to give it to Trump on that one. But phase one is the hostages. Phase two, we can demilitarize Hamas. Phase three is the Board of Peace, chaired by Trump and other Muslim countries to govern Gaza while it establishes itself. So if we can get all those three stages implicated, I mean, deal of the century for sure. But yes, he's pretty much doing what Jimmy Carter failed to do, Bill Clinton failed to do, Bush, chickened out on doing. Obama tried his hardest, but hey, it is what it is. And now here we are at Trump, progressing.
Is a remarkable achievement, and President Trump most certainly deserves credit for his role. He has done this through diplomacy, pressure, and the sheer force of his personality and persistence.
There's no way that I can see that this would have been done without Trump's pressure in the final hours.
Biden couldn't pull this off because he had a nasty relationship with the Saudi prince. And after October 7th, didn't give Netanyahu enough room for revenge. Trump's first visit this term was to the Arab states, announcing a bonanza of billion-dollar deals. Then Trump joined Israel's attack on Iran, bunker busters. And then he said, all right, you two, knock it off, but still let Bibi have a free hand in Gaza. And then the prime minister miscalculated. He launched airstrikes against Hamas negotiators in Qatar. Qatar's an ally, a business partner. We have base,
which was a terrible idea. And I'm not gonna lie, it was a terrible thing for Qatar to do. Like I said, I was mad at Mike Levin or anybody for even trying to justify bombing Doha because it made no sense. Like I said, the Qatars have been good to us. And we trusted them with the responsibility of mediating these negotiations. So the fact that we are bombing them just for harboring the peace negotiators or Hamas leadership, that's what we asked them to do. That's actually the best thing they could do to help solve the conflict, and we let Israel bomb them for it. Like I said, anybody who was defending that was out of their mind.
Is there. The Arab world was humiliated, and Trump was shocked. He summoned Netanyahu into the Oval, handed him a phone, and made him call Qatar and apologize.
Which is hilarious.
Cameras.
Which is hilarious. He said, bro, look, man, you about to call my Saudi guy. You about to call my Muslim homie. You about to tell him you're sorry. Tell him you're sorry right now for bombing Doha. Go ahead and apologize for one of their guys that you killed. And tell them that you'll never do it again. Okay, Bibi? Okay. And we'll go ahead and give you more military funding. Okay, I'm just playing about the last part, but seems accurate.
Said it looked like a hostage video. Afterwards, Trump put out a 20-point peace plan and told Bibi, sign it or American support for Israel's done. When the Israelis were still trying to nitpick parts of the deal, Trump said, stop looking for loopholes.
Yeah.
Netanyahu countered.
Nah, bro, there was a heated exchange between Trump and Netanyahu. That's why when they came out there, things did look a little tense. But he did tell Netanyahu, like, bro, you're always trying to be negative about a peace deal. Like, what's going on? And he was telling Trump, oh, this will never work. This will never work. He's like, you're being too negative. We're going to get this done and you're going to like it. And hey, that's where we're at.
How do we know Hamas isn't just bluffing? Trump said, why are you being so effing negative? And he told Hamas, sign it or I'm letting Netanyahu off the leash. That means 72 virgins by New Year's.
Boy.
Historians are saying Bush, the elder, thought this was impossible.
I said, this is a man who spent decades dealing with this. I said, Mr. President, do you think this ever gets resolved? And he said, God, I don't know. That's what one of the most experienced diplomatic presidents in American history thought, is that it was an unknowable thing.
Why couldn't career diplomats get this done? Kerry, Hillary, Blinken. We were told Biden was a force.
Yeah, shout out Jed. Like, hey, man, that doesn't sound like BB is in control of Trump. Like, honestly, facts. This is facts. Honestly, just sound like Trump was listening to his, Zionist cabinet. He was just listening to his advisors until he finally took the steering wheel. Was like, all right, look, y'all ain't getting nowhere with him. Let me talk to him. And now we're finally getting somewhere. It's kind of funny how when Trump finally takes control of the situation and he stopped using the delegates, things get solved. or he starts making certain threats. Because let's be real, that's the last thing Hamas wanted was Bibi to get the green light to go all the way into Gaza. Well, you trust me, that's the last thing they wanted. Hey, shout out to my man Hellbat. But the Jewish mind control. Yes, but the Jews. I know, right? Everybody's trying to say, but they'll sabotage it, Set. You don't know what you're talking about. They're always sabotage it. And I'm like, bro, stop being so fucking negative. I'm going to have to phrase Trump at this point. Let's wait till it happens. Let's pray. And let's hope this works out. Okay. Like we haven't seen this progress in since Bill Clinton, okay, since the Oslo Accords. Let's see how this works out.
Foreign policy savant, and now Democrats are asking, what happened?
Why do you think that this was not doable when President Biden was in office?
I think the biggest problem that the President Biden had is there was no pressure from Qatar, from Turkey, from Egypt.
But I think by saying that, it's sort of an acknowledgement Trump has changed that dynamic.
The Middle East didn't respect Biden. It's never a good idea to tell the Arabs you're swearing off oil and going green, and then come calling back to the kingdom begging for more oil from a guy you called a killer.
Once your gas prices done skyrocketed out of control, you're like, oh, well, can we get some more to bring down stuff? It's like, bro, you just told us F us. And then you said, hey, we're sexist. I mean, yeah, let's be honest. Biden was one of the main ones that were trying to put Western ideals on these Arab countries. And I'm like, bro, that only ends in failure every single time. Like, it just doesn't make sense to do anymore. That's why when Trump pulled up, he said, no longer are we going to sit here and try to enforce Western values just for cooperation. I mean, hey, that was a winning speech.
Leaving Afghanistan didn't help very much either.
Phenomenal speech.
Trump was a lot different.
Obviously, the President of the United States, a New York real estate billionaire, one of the most famous New Yorkers in the world, has a lot of interaction with a lot of people who are very pro-Israel. I think that was an important set of experiences and life experiences that he brought to the table. He also, of course, knew one of the most famous Palestinians in the world, Chuck Schumer, and I think without that background...
With the help of Marco Rubio, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and of course Donald Trump, all New York real estate developers put pressure on both sides and got them to sign on the dotted line.
Damn.
Personal diplomacy, business investments, and deterrence, a.k.a. Operation Midnight Hammer, convinced all the parties to listen and follow 47's lead because they trusted him.
And the fact that BB's upset about this, it just leads me to believe that, yeah, your plan was Greater Israel, wasn't it? You were hoping that we wouldn't get to this so you can go ahead and run into Gaza and take it all over and then annex the West Bank, or my bad, but take over the West Bank. And then, of course, you're going to move to whatever Muslim country of your choice. I mean, man. Glad it stops here, but who knows? Like I said, once this problem gets solved, he might just pop it off with Iran again.
And most importantly, they respected him. When Biden said don't, everyone did. But with Donald Trump, when he says don't, then you don't. And now that's the rule even for Israel. The world was used to the Obama-Biden way of doing things. They just throw money at the problem. And when they didn't get results, they just throw more money. Trump's always been about making money, not giving it away.
Gaza is going to be slowly redone. You have tremendous wealth in that part of the world by certain countries, and just a small part of that, what they make will do wonders for Gaza.
With the hostages freed and when the fighting stops, fingers crossed, an alliance between Israel and Saudi Arabia can finally gel, and the Abraham Accords can spread. The crippling of the Iranian nuclear program made that possible. That means we can pivot to the Pacific.
I don't disagree.
And back into the Western Hemisphere if the Middle East can make money, not war.
Hold on. What are you talking about? Hold on.
The Iranian nuclear program made that possible.
Okay.
That means we can pivot to the Pacific and back into the Western Hemisphere.
I thought you were talking about Obama's deal with Iran with the nuclear deal. And I was like, nah, that was probably the best thing we had. That's one thing I would disagree with Trump. Ripping that, what was it? I forgot it. JPA. No. Well, look, the deal that Obama set up with Iran to only do 60% or enrichment and to have their nukes inspected, that was like the best deal we had with them. So that's one thing I'll always disagree with Trump on, is ripping that up.
If the Middle East can make money, not war.
And then the fact that the neocons celebrated it should have let you know something was up.
Spend our money on America, not light it on fire policing a troubled desert. And who knows? Maybe we'll build a Trump Tower in Gaza overlooking the Mediterranean. The views are astonishing.
I am not going to Gaza for no type of vacation. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm kind of standing with Candace on her opinion on this. Yo, if you go to Gaza after about, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of women and children were killed, I mean, you don't expect a Hamas ghost to appear in your resort room. I mean, bro, that's on you. That's on you. That, and I don't know, that's just bad energy. That's like, what do they say? That's bad juju. I mean, I could not do it. Bad, like low vibration. I cannot do it. You're not gonna get me to go in a resort that was built on top of the graves of, well, Palestinian children and women and actually Palestinian citizens. I'm good. I can't do it. My conscience won't let me. Maybe you, but not me.
Not a bad place to hang the Nobel.
So I wish I'd give it to him so we could stop talking about it, because it is so obnoxious that he thinks he should get it.
Why can't we talk about the Nobel?
Man.
Obama got one.
All right, though, let's go to CNN and their criticism about, Trump's Gaza plan. I mean, man, I cannot imagine. Can you imagine hearing Allah Akbar while you're just chilling in your Gaza resort and it's coming out the bathroom and it's a nice little holler, Allah Akbar. Like, heck, nah, I don't know. I don't want to deal with those problems. Muslim ghosts, that's what y'all want. Y'all want those problems. But, okay, guys, enough joking. All right, let's get over to CNN. Let's see what they got to say about it.
President Trump announced that Israel and Hamas have signed off on the first phase of a peace plan. President Trump announced that Israel and Hamas have signed off on the first phase of a peace plan that will release all the hostages held by Hamas and lead to Israel withdrawing its troops to an agreed-upon line in Gaza. Part of the first steps toward what he calls a strong, durable, and everlasting peace. A source in Israel now says the hostages are expected to be released on Saturday or Sunday. Others have said perhaps Monday, although that could be sped up. I want to talk about these extraordinary developments with Fareed Zakaria, host of Fareed Zakaria GPS. Now, Fareed, there's obviously still a lot we don't know about the contours of this deal, but how important a day is this?
Oh, I think it's a very important day, and you're right that we don't know enough about the contours of the deal. The most important part, as Brett McGurk pointed out, is that Hamas seems to have agreed to release all the hostages in the first phase. They had never been willing to do that before. And that is a game changer, because Hamas loses all its leverage once the hostages are released. That is the only leverage they have. Israel is vastly superior to them in every military capacity. The one thing that...
And shout out to my man Vladstein. He says Trump deserves the Nobel Peace Prize. Yeah, he does. He does at this point. I mean, if the whole plan goes through, it is undeniable. And then if he can also solve the Ukrainian war without the complete taking over Ukraine, I mean, come on, man. You might as well just give it to the man for 2 years in a row at that point. But all right, though. Shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, I'll go just to see all the lives Trump saved. But hey, some are glass half full, others are glass half empty. Besides, ghosts are chill. I mean, hey man, hey bro, if that's what you want to do, go ahead, dog. I just can't do it. I can't do it, bro. I'm sorry. That's just I just can't. It's just not. I don't know, bro. I just can't do it. I'm not even gonna go too deep into it because I don't want to offend nobody, but spiritually, it just don't sit right with me.
they had was the hostages. And the fact that they're willing to give up the hostages means they recognize this is the end for them.
What do you make of President Trump highlighting former British Prime Minister Tony Blair as someone who could have a key role in post-war Gaza?
Well, look, I think Blair has worked very hard to earn the trust of almost all the players in the region. He's a very smart guy. I mean, he won 3 elections and was a very successful prime minister in Britain. So I suspect that that might well happen, and it would be a very good idea if it did. Look, Gaza is going to need all the help it can get. It's going to need tens of billions of dollars from the Gulf states. It's going to need help from the European Union. It's going to need help from the United States. How many figures are there in the world who are trusted and respected by all the people, all the groups I mentioned? Blair's in some ways unique in that respect. He's been working it for 10 years. So I think it's a very good idea to enlist him.
What about the future of Hamas? I mean, it's an organization which has, spent a lot of money building tunnels for years, not bomb shelters for people there, for its citizens. They took power from the Palestinian Authority. Do you believe they go away?
Still need to see the tunnels.
Look, I think Hamas is basically destroyed. Think about this has been 2 years of just massive, massive destruction of their military capacity, of their leadership. The last effort the Israelis made to bomb.
Oh, and shout out to my man Hellbait. He says S.E.T has a phobia of ghosts. Boo. I mean, look, man. Hey, if I can avoid it, why not? I mean, I just feel like you're walking into one of those haunted hotel situations, going to a resort in Gaza. That's all I'm saying. You're walking into the haunted hotel willingly at that point. And I will not feel bad for you if something crazy happens or you get possessed. I will not feel bad for you. I'll pray for you, but I will not feel that bad for you.
Hamas, quote unquote, leadership in Doha, it seems like they basically killed a bunch of admin people because there's nobody left. So when people talk about Hamas, look, there's always going to be some part of the Palestinian population that believes in armed resistance to Israel's occupation. There will be people, there will be small militias, small bands. They might call themselves Hamas. But Hamas, in the sense of the entity that ruled the Gaza Strip, that has been a full-formed militia with all the tunnels, with all the training, I think that's gone. There will be remnants of it scattered around, but I don't think there's much of that left anymore.
What do you see?
I mean, yeah, all the major leaders have been assassinated. I mean, all of them.
Structure for Gaza, I don't know if it would extend to the Palestinian, Palestinian Authority territory.
That's the million-dollar question, Anderson, and that might be a stumbling block because, look, the Israelis have been willing to agree to this idea of.
And don't get it twisted, guys. The Gazans were living in an open-air concentration camp. I mean, who leaves and go into Gaza was controlled by Israel. I mean, their airspace controlled by Israel, infrastructure, Israel. So, I mean, a lot of people want to bring up, well, they left in 05, 06, and I'm just like, not really. I mean, if you control all that over a certain territory, did you really leave? I mean, especially if you could control who goes in and outside of Gaza. Like, people were trying to flown out of Gaza and were denied. Like, they're literally controlling where they go. So, yeah, it's hard to really sit there and say that they're not occupied.
Palestinian technocrats, as long as they're not affiliated with Hamas, and they're not affiliated with the Palestinian Authority, because that gets to a problem in the Israeli coalition, which is Netanyahu cannot allow the Palestinian Authority to have more sway and more authority, because that suggests an entity that might then become a Palestinian state, and that would, of course, mean the extreme right-wing members of his government would have huge problems with that.
That's true. I mean, no, he's not wrong. The Likud party, which is the right-wing party in Israel, has an extreme problem with a two-state solution. I mean, they don't want a two-state solution because they want to take the land away from the Palestinians because they believe it's religiously theirs. And I mean, they don't want a one-state solution, or else they'll lose that whole title of the Jewish state, because they'll become the Palestinian state, because there'd be more Palestinians over time. Like, they would lose that minority, and I mean, the Palestinians would probably outgrow them within like 5 to 10 years. So that's why they won't do the one-state solution, and they don't definitely want to do the two-state. So yes, the Likud party, they don't want the Palestinians to have no type of sovereignty at all. I mean, to be quite honest with you, Bibi Netanyahu's walking with his tails between his legs, walking back to those two, about to get chewed out by, well, his finance minister and his, what was the other guy? I know there's Smotrich and then Ben-Gvir. I think that's the guy. Can't pronounce the name, but
it has to be non-Hamas, non-Palestinian Authority, Palestinian technocrats.
Ben-Gvir.
Now, good luck finding those people who are completely unaffiliated, have had no prior association with Hamas or the Palestinian Authority. I'm sure some exist, and they'll be working hard, and my guess is they won't apply the litmus test too strongly. I mean, if somebody once had some role in the PA, for example, I would hope that would not disqualify him or her.
Now, here's the thing, though. It's not really fair to have this judgment of the Palestinian Authority as bad, or, I mean, all the way, or another terrorist group, because, one, The reason why Hamas was honestly propped up like this is because of Israel. Is because of Bibi Netanyahu specifically sent money to Qatar and told them to fund Hamas with it. Yes, Bibi Netanyahu sent money to Qatar and told them to fund Hamas through it. And that's one of the main reasons why they gained political power in Gaza, because they didn't want the Palestinian authorities, which was the less radical group, to take over, because they knew they wouldn't be able to get into conflicts with them like they would be able to get into with Hamas. So they literally supported their enemies.
That is going to be the challenge, because the Arab states are willing to support a Palestinian technocracy. They're not willing to go and govern Gaza themselves. They don't want to be in the business of shooting Palestinians who are rebelling or jailing Palestinians. So it is essential that there be Palestinians governing. And who those people are is going to be a bit of a stumbling.
Yeah, it's better that they govern their own. It's just not a good look. It's almost like how people feel like, black cops should, police black communities. Because just in case, it just looks way better if okay, never mind. I don't think I would have said that out loud, but you know what? F it, I'm going to say it. It just looks better on paper if a Palestinian shoots another Palestinian, just like it looks better on paper that a black cop shoots a black person or a white cop shoots a white person. It just looks better on paper. It's not right, but it's best that people police themselves, or if a black person will be a police officer, they should go ahead and police the black community. All black officers sent into the black community. Why not? It's a great idea. I mean, it makes sense, just like how we want Palestinians to go ahead and police themselves. Why? Because if any other country does it, it's going to look like racism, it's going to look like terrorism, it's going to look bad on paper.
Yeah, Fareed Zakaria, thanks very
So I'll
much.
give him that one. I'll give him that one. All right, but let me go ahead and get over here too. Let's see here. Let's go back in over to the right side of media. I think this is Ingram right here. Actually, no, wait. Never mind. My man, Sean Hannity. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it. All right, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen.
Welcome to Hannity, and we begin tonight with a Fox News alert. New York Attorney General and devout Trump hater Letitia James once proudly stated, quote, "No individual, organization, entity, or elected official is above the law, period." Today, those words finally rang true. Just hours ago, New York's top law enforcement official was in fact indicted by a grand jury in Virginia on bank fraud charges. Now, remember, she ran on a platform. She's going to get Trump, go after one man, one family, one organization. And then once elected, she cooked up a wild civil case against the president, asking a New York judge to penalize Trump for supposedly, interestingly enough, overvaluing his Florida mansion, Mar-a-Lago, on a fully paid off bank loan. Everyone got paid back. And by the way, she went with an $18 million valuation, and it's.
I know they try to say he defrauded a bank when the bank is like, what you mean? We don't feel defrauded. He paid us back with interest on time. So it's funny because they were trying to call the bank a victim when the bank is going like, no, Trump did good business with us. What are you guys talking about? That's why that case was dropped and Trump got his $400 million back.
To $1 billion, but according to federal prosecutors, it was James who was committing mortgage fraud herself in 23.
Which
in
is
order
hilarious.
to secure a better loan and better loan terms on a second property. We're going to give you all the details coming up. Greg Jarrett, Jonathan Turley, they will break all this down tonight, but we begin.
And in this moment, you really just got to look at him like,
That shit is hard. Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
it's like you were just you were trying to lock the president up for years over mortgage fraud, and then you go out there and do it yourself, allegedly, is hilarious. It's like, I'll be real with you. It's like, are you serious? Like, projection much?
With peace in the Middle East, all thanks to a groundbreaking peace deal from the White House. Now, this deal is so major, so historic, that even the left-wing legacy media mob, they are even praising President Trump tonight. According to MSDNC, Democrats, well, they could not have even dreamed of accomplishing this under Joe Biden. Take a look.
The deal that President Trump is announcing played a key part in negotiating, is a significant change. This war was blocked for 2 years. President Biden, who preceded him, was unable to find a way to stop it. President Trump found...
I'm sorry, bro. I got to kill your logic right there. Like, everyone think like you. No one would take a vacation in any other countries. Like, Japan wouldn't come to the U.S. I mean, bro, if there was a Japanese guy who built a base right on Pearl Harbor, it would be pretty damn distasteful, would it not? Built right on Pearl Harbor, and then he left a sign out saying, "My ancestors did well." It's like, bro, what? That'd be pretty distasteful. So we're talking about a Pacific piece of land, which would be the Gaza territory that got completely decimated. Yes, I would have a problem vacationing there, especially since American-made weaponry was dropped on these people, made in my country, supported by my tax dollars. Yes, I would have a problem. Not even gonna lie to you. Shoot.
Found that way by being tough on both sides. And
U.S. citizens to Germany? I mean, like, bro. Like, come on, dog. I mean, would you go set up a crib over there on where an ex-concentration or an old concentration camp used to be? Would you go live in Auschwitz? I mean, like, I'm just saying, just to really lean into your point here. So, I mean, you can go ahead. I mean, would you really want to do that? Because we're talking about a Pacific part of that land where atrocities happened. So let's make sure to stick to that point, please, and don't bastardize my argument.
You'll take a victory lap for sure over the next few days, but it's deserved. There's no way that I can see that this would have been done without Trump's pressure in the final hours.
Now think of that. That was on MSDNC, a network dedicated to smearing, slandering Trump for an entire decade, peddling lies and conspiracy theories one after another. That's not all. So-called journalist Martha Raddatz, who literally wept on air when Donald Trump won. Even now, she is singing his praises on ABC Disney. Take a look.
There's no question that if this goes as planned, if we see those remaining hostages freed and Israel begin its withdrawal, it is a remarkable achievement, and President Trump most certainly deserves credit for his role. He has done this through diplomacy, pressure, and the sheer force of his personality and persistence. He dispatched diplomats again and again, made threats just in the last few days to Hamas, saying again if they did not sign the deal, all hell would break loose. And they had the bombing of Iran as an example of that. But perhaps most importantly, he pushed Benjamin Netanyahu in ways his predecessor and others have not.
All right, let's be very clear tonight. We're not cherry-picking clips. On every single network, there was wall-to-wall praise for President Trump. Take a look.
Yeah, I just need to underscore what an enormous moment this is for so many people in this region, for the people of Gaza who have endured 2 years of war, for the families of these 48 remaining hostages who have endured 2 years of absolute agony. This is a watershed moment. President Trump announcing that the first phase of this plan will indeed move forward.
And it's a momentous day. There's not much good news in the world. This is great news. I am trying to hold it together, honestly.
Make no mistake, it looks like President Trump has actually pulled off something here that many presidents before him have failed to do.
We've heard it again and again from a number of people today, really giving credit to President Trump for getting this deal over the finish line. What are you hearing from your sources with regard to President Trump's role in getting both parties to sign off on at least the first phase of this peace plan?
Well, certainly this is an enormous moment for the world, but also for this administration.
I think this is news to celebrate. This is a huge accomplishment by the Trump administration.
This is a major breakthrough.
Remember, this has been, Jimmy Carter attempted this, and everybody's attempted what Trump has been trying to do, what Trump is doing. Everybody's attempted it, and low-key failed or fallen short. Like, Bill Clinton was probably the closest, and look how that ended out. So the fact that Trump was able to get these guys just to agree to phase one is a huge accomplishment. But like I said, though, it ain't over yet. If he can get to phase 2 and 3, I mean, then we'll really see peace in the Middle East, or we'll see peace in that region.
And a huge accomplishment for the president. After months of deadlock, the hostages set to finally come home.
Let's see how long it takes for them to get back to, let's see, racist, fascist, Nazi, democracy in peril. Now, at the beginning of his second term, President Trump vowed that success would be his greatest revenge. He was telling the truth. Now, the peace deal will go down in history as a turning point in the entire Middle East, and it was President Trump. He did make it happen through the sheer force of his will. And now take a look at your screen. He's bringing them home. all the hostages will be returned. And meanwhile, U.S. personnel already stationed at Central Command will monitor the peace agreement in coordination with other international forces that are on the ground. It's amazing news that even, well, fake news CNN forced Trump-hating Congressman Dan Goldman to actually credit the president. Nice to see. Take a look.
Why do you think that this was not doable when President Biden was in office?
I think the biggest problem that the President Biden had is there was no pressure from Qatar, from Turkey, from Egypt. They were actually facilitating in many ways what was going on. And that is really ultimately how it all came together.
So, I mean, but I think by saying that, it's sort of an acknowledgement Trump has changed that dynamic.
Yeah, because Biden wasn't addressing the argument of a hostage exchange, two, a two-state solution, and three, Palestinians trying to govern themselves or trying to work towards Palestinians policing and governing themselves. Like the Biden administration didn't even try to do that. Didn't even try to look at what the Arab nations were preaching for. Because if you actually read out Trump's plan, and when he sent it to the Arab leaders, they specifically agreed with the progression of Palestinians being able to govern and police themselves. That's the only reason they signed on to this. Actually, I mean, the Arab country really don't even care about the hostages. They care more about Palestinian sovereignty.
Yeah, no, I think that.
I mean, he's clearly.
I don't know how he.
Or the Palestinian sovereignty.
I think there's a lot that remains to learn about what prompted that change, but I do agree. Yes, somehow, some way that changed.
I don't think Biden can have a conversation longer than 5 seconds. Anyway, unfortunately, most Democrats still don't have the courage to give Trump any credit. Obama, Schumer, others released disjointed statements praising the peace and the deal without mentioning President Trump. As if what? It appeared out of thin air? Also, shocking silence from so many squad members who have been loudly screaming of late the war needed to stop. You would think they'd be happy today. And tonight, on another front, congressional Democrats, they're continuing to play petty politics with no end in sight, shutting down our government to appease their radical base. Schumer declaring that during the shutdown, quote, every day gets better for us. Well, I wonder if Americans in our military not getting their paychecks feel the exact same way, Chuck. Now, of course, no one is buying the Democrats' terrible messaging. This morning, Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries called out to his face on CNBC. Take a look.
Well, actually, there is a Republican who did fall for it, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and bless her heart, I still like her and all that good stuff, but she definitely did fall for the propaganda of the left. I was like, oh, they got you. She's over there going like, well, my constituents and their healthcare premiums and all that good stuff. I'm just like, Marjorie, you know damn well, actually, I don't think she does know. I'm gonna give her that. I don't think she does know that these Obamacare subsidies don't end until December 31st. So they could have passed a CR bill, and guess what? Still have another opportunity to revise it again or to do another CR bill to get the Obama healthcare subsidies pushed through. But now there's really no excuse because the Republicans are offering a 1-year extension and the Dems are saying, no, now we want something permanent. First, they asked for an extension and now they want it to be permanent. It's like, you see how they move the goalposts? And this is why I say they're the reason why the government shut down, because they're the demanding party.
It was an election, and the Republicans were put in a position where they were able to pass the big, beautiful bill, or you call it the big, ugly bill, to then say, we don't like any of that, so we're going to shut down the government until you take back all the things that you duly passed through legislation. If Republicans had tried to do that to the Inflation Reduction Act or the any of the acts that Biden and that administration have passed, if they said, we're going to shut down the government because we don't like any of those things you did, we're going to not pay our military, we're going to, not allow the government to reopen until you do what we want. After an election where the American people put Democrats in power, you'd be going crazy.
Take a look at the contrast. Democrats, they're busy blocking.
I mean, no, that is true, though, because like the shoe on the other foot, they would be absolutely going mad if the Republicans were the demanding party. But because I'm gonna be real with you, look, man, the Democrats are low-key lucky they got such an oblivious base, and I'm not all of them, so I'm apologizing to you guys who can see through the bullshit. But They got such an oblivious, but like they're so blinded by TDS, it's so easy to push BS past them. Like, yeah, let's talk about healthcare premiums while we shut down the government, so we can sit here and say that Republicans are holding up your healthcare when they're not, and they're trying to take away Obamacare health subsidies when they're not, and they don't. And we still got them. So, and guess what? Even though enrollment is in November, you would still have your Obamacare healthcare subsidies because they don't end until December 31st. And the Republicans are even offering a 1-year extension. So where's the excuse? But thing is, the Dems don't need to hear this. Well, actually, they don't want to hear this because they just want to believe that Trump is bad, the GOP is at fault. When here's the thing, they're not even being consistent. And this is why they're not being consistent, because I always bring up when Trump shut the government down, which I disagreed with, over the wall, he was the demanding party. The GOP was the demanding party. So now that the Democrats are, you guys don't hold that same consistency, but you guys are ready to blame Trump for the wall, which you rightfully did. But now you're not ready to hold that same consistency for the Democrats, who are the demanding party, who want $1.5 trillion in Medicaid spending, plus the Obamacare subsidies extended. No, we gave them the extension, but they don't want that. Now they want it permanent. So we really don't know what to do with the Dems at this point.
Clean continuing resolution that would simply fund the government at current levels in order to fight for free health care for illegals and refund PBS, NPR. At the same time, Donald Trump has been very busy putting together an unprecedented peace deal that will save countless lives and hopefully alter the course of human history in that region and around the world.
But all right, man, let's get into the poll. What was it? That statistician Eaton? Yeah, Eaton on CNN, who be giving these poll analysis. He's probably one of my favorite guys on CNN. Just because he does pretty good explanation with the polls. I'm be real. He does a pretty good breakdown.
The major breaking news out of the Middle East this morning. We are standing by for the Israeli cabinet to approve the ceasefire deal. It could have all Israeli hostages released within days. The Hamas terror attacks on Israel were 2 years ago now, almost exactly. As we sit here at what could be...
Like, bro, are you stupid? Like, Roland, come on, bro. Did you really think that through? My ancestors wanted me to be an educated black man who has all the opportunity that a white man has. And ta-da! Here I am, an educated black man with all the opportunity in the world. I mean, mission accomplished, G. Mission accomplished. Just because I don't agree with you doesn't mean I failed my ancestors. And my ancestors were mostly conservative. So I'm just in alignment with the ancestors. I don't know about yours, but I know about mine.
Be an historic moment. The question is, how have public opinions changed? CNN chief data analyst Harry Etten is here. 2 years, we are on the precipice of this big moment. Yes. So where does public opinion stand?
Yeah, this war caused a historic shift in public opinion on how Americans view the Middle East conflict. What are we talking about here? Who voters sympathize more with the Israelis or the Palestinians? Back in October of 2023, it was the Israelis by 48 points. Look at this shift. Now we're talking about the Palestinians by a point. I looked back at every single poll that I could possibly find since this question was first asked in the 1980s. This is the first time ever in which the Palestinians had any sort of lead on this particular question.
Wow.
It's very clear that this war caused a historic shift.
I mean, let's be honest. At the beginning, everybody was on board. Like, yo, F Hamas. They killed 1,200 of y'all people. Go in there and F them up. I mean, go ahead. But then when it got to 20,000, everybody was like, ugh. I mean, all right, it's bad, but it's not that bad. 40, 50,000. Then we're like, okay, what's the plan here? Then we had 63,000. Now we're just like, all right, come on now. Like, what's really the goal here? Is the plan really to take out Hamas because you decimated the leadership, you leveled 70% of Gaza, and you're still trying to do more? Like, at this point, and now it's looking like collective punishment. And we said F Hamas, not F the Palestinian people as a whole. Now, some people done went for the propaganda and then turned it in from F Hamas to F the Palestinian people as a whole. But I'll tell you guys right now, it started off with F Hamas, and somehow it's turned into this F the entire Palestinian people, which makes no sense, and which is collective punishment.
Away from the Israeli position in the Middle East conflict and towards the Palestinians when it comes to who Americans and voters sympathize with. This, of course, was led by Democrats, because what are we talking about? We went from Democrats favoring the Israelis by 26 points to the Palestinians by 46 points. That is a shift, John, quick math in my head, of over 70 percentage points. But overall, the first time ever in which more Americans sympathize with the Palestinians over the Israelis. Truly a historic shift.
It's a big shift overall, a big shift within the Democratic Party. What about Republicans?
Yeah, it's not just Democrats, though, in which we have seen a real shift of opinion. Even within the Republican ranks, this war has caused real division. What are we talking about? Well, we often talk about by age within the Democratic Party, but what about by age within the Republican ranks? Who Republicans sympathize more with? You see a massive, huge age divide. Those 50 and over, what we see amongst Republicans is they sympathize more with the Israelis by 66 points. But look at the voters under the age of 50. They do sympathize with the Israelis, but just by 25 points. We're talking about a 40-point difference with the youngest.
Yeah, a lot of conservatives still do support Israel in every way, shape, and form. But I mean, trust me, the younger you are, it does seem like the less support for Israel you have, because once you really look through the entire history, I don't know, you have a bit of a different perspective than the older generation. And I mean, the older generation is not dumb. They know the same thing as you do. It's just that they, you know, choose to stick to the Israeli side. And no shame on them. We just disagree on, well, who's the cause of most of the problems in the Middle East, or who's the main oppressor in this Palestinian and Israeli conflict. Is, you know, we just have different we came to different conclusions with the history we've been given.
Republicans being far more sympathetic to the Palestinian position than older Republicans are.
That's a huge gap right there. Let's just say that.
That is a huge gap, and I think it's going to be very interesting to see how the Republican Party adjusts going forward.
All right, the news of the ceasefire deal, the possible return of all Israeli hostages, what's likely to be the reaction to that?
Yeah, I think Americans are really going to like it. And why do I say that? Because just look at the polling. A permanent Israeli-Hamas ceasefire, that is negotiating one. Highly important, that is extremely or very important, 51% of Americans. And then you see somewhat important, 31%. Over 80% of Americans said the idea of negotiating a ceasefire, a permanent one, was at least somewhat important. So the bottom line is I think a lot of Americans are really going to like this.
They want this over. Harry, and really interesting numbers this morning. Thank you very much.
And as the president is celebrating this breakthrough in Gaza, he is set to convene his cabinet for a meeting this morning. He has also said that he may travel to the Middle East in the coming days. CNN's Elaine Treen live at the White House this morning. It seems there's going to be a lot going on there today. What are you hearing?
No, absolutely. And look, I mean, people in the building behind me, Kate, of course, are celebrating this. The president himself speaking with a lot of reporters last night, eager to get this news out. One of the things that he told Sean Hannity with Fox News, he said that there was, quote, no dark clouds around all of this. And he also laid out what could come next, because as Nick laid out, really the agreement that they struck in Egypt is about the first part of this plan, about releasing the hostages. And there are so many more points to that 20-point plan that still need to be worked out, of course. One of the biggest ones.
Oh, yeah. First phase appears to address 4 issues in President Trump's 20-point plan. So immediate. All right, let's see here. Immediate cessation of hostility. Yeah, immediate cease of hostilities. IDF withdrawals to agreed upon line, which I doubt they'll do. But that security bunk around Gaza, we'll see if the Palestinians or the Hamas wants to agree to that one. But Hamas releases all hostages within 72 hours of Israel publicly accepting the agreement. Israel then releases 250 Palestinian prisoners and 1,700 Gazans detained since October 7, 2023. Aid immediately sent to Gaza. I mean, who's going to be paying for this aid, though? Because, I mean, honestly, I think Israel should be paying for it, not us. But then again, it might turn into us. I don't know. Maybe the European countries will pitch in. Who knows? But I mean, let's be honest. I mean, Gaza ain't gonna give aid to themselves, so somebody's gonna give it to them.
Being the disarmament of Hamas and figuring out, who's going to be governing Gaza, particularly since one of the key parts of that plan is that Hamas will no longer be running Gaza. And the president addressed that in that interview with Sean Hannity, essentially saying that he believes they're going to set up what he's calling a council of peace. Listen.
I think you're going to see people getting along, and you'll see Gaza being rebuilt. We're forming a council that the Council of Peace, we think it's going to be called, and it's going to be very powerful.
No, I agree, though. They should.
So we have to look at what that's going to look like as well. And as you mentioned, Kate, the president has made clear that he wants to travel to the Middle East in the coming days, particularly around the release of hostages. He said last night that he's expecting the hostages to be released on Monday. One senior White House official told us, though, that that clock could actually start sooner, because once the Israeli cabinet votes on this first part of this agreement, it's going to be 72 hours that the hostages are going to need to be released. The president said that he's looking at traveling to Israel and also perhaps Egypt. But I do think big picture here, this is a remarkable accomplishment for this president and for this administration, something they've been working for since the beginning of his second term. They've hit a lot of speed bumps, of course, and different obstacles in a lot of these negotiations. So this is a huge deal. Of course, we have to see whether or not the rest of this 20-point plan can get negotiated, what that is going to look like, and really the long-term governance of Gaza moving forward.
Yes, but all sides seeming to take this moment as a win across the board. It's good to see.
All right, man. Let me go ahead and get on past this topic, because here comes the Muslim intolerance. I'm not going to call it Islamophobe, because y'all ain't scared of Muslims. No, y'all ain't scared of them. Y'all just intolerant of them, which it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Like, come on now. Hey, at least y'all full-blooded Americans. Y'all care about American more than Middle East countries. So we can kumbaya over that. All right, guys, let's get into the Ingram angle. Sure, I care more about your love of America than your hatred for Muslims. I'll be real.
Shutting down government over a policy difference is self-defeating. It accomplishes nothing but pain and suffering for the country and the American people. That's a lesson we all must bear in mind. The shutdown is not a political game. Shutdown means real pain for American families.
Yeah, so why is Chuck Schumer using the government shutdown now as some type of revenge play? Americans are struggling.
And I will tell you why Chuck Schumer did it, because he got a lot of heat for passing the CR bill the first time. I mean, AOC, Jasmine Crockett, and others on the radical left was just, slandering this man's name, calling him weak, pathetic, how he should step down immediately, because the radical left wanted to close the government the first time. And Schumer didn't bend the knee. Now he bent the knee to a bunch of women at that. So that just makes it 10 times worse. I'm just like, and I mean, like, no offense, women, but come on, man. Who respects a guy that bends the knee to women? Like Schumer, and you're the leader. And you're letting 2 women bully you into closing the government because what? You don't want to get primaried? Like, I just don't get it. I just draw like an error.
Roughly 750,000 federal employees, that's a lot of employees, are not working. Even our military members' paychecks are threatened. But Schumer, willing to let Americans suffer, believing it's all worth it as long as he sticks it to the Republicans and makes AOC happy. So a lot of bravado. Schumer told Punchbowl News that every day gets better for us. And he reiterated the same sentiment on the Senate floor this morning.
Our case to fix health care and end the shutdown gets better and better, stronger and stronger, because families are opening their letters, showing how high their premiums will climb.
But it gets better for the Democrats. Here to discuss, Matt Towery, pollster and political analyst. Also with us, Lisa Booth, Fox News contributor. All right, Matt, this is, interesting. There are different polls that show different iterations of where people are on this shutdown. But his comment there that it's good for the Democrats. What do you make of that?
Oh, I don't think it's good, but I have a great idea, Laura. I sat all afternoon and went through some statistics I want to share with you. 93% of Trump's win came from rural counties. 70% of the nation are rural counties. We've lost 300 rural hospitals. There are 38 Democrats in the House that represent primarily rural areas. North Carolina, 85% rural. Georgia, 120 of 159 counties are rural. You get where I'm going with this? There's a crisis in health care, but the biggest crisis is among the rural areas, the places that voted for Donald Trump. So I say to Schumer, how about this? How about we address that rural crisis right now? And then after everybody gets the government going again, we'll turn and deal with his area in New York and Los Angeles and all the other places he cares about. I think there's a way to get this thing done and take the health care issue and hang it right around their neck.
Well, Lisa, Obamacare really dropped a bomb on the health care for so many Americans. So they're dangling the prospect, oh, this is going to go on forever. But of course, eventually you have to pay the piper. Plus, we got 30 million illegals using the emergency room as their primary health care. Hospitals under huge pressure because of bills underfunded, under-reimbursed. And the Democrats are blaming us. I thought Affordable Care Act was affordable.
Well, I think that's probably why we're fighting for these beefed up premiums as hard as they are, because otherwise it's an admission that Obamacare failed. It failed us. It failed the country.
I mean, let's be honest, though, because what they are fighting for is the enhanced subsidies for Obamacare. So, yeah, it's not like the subsidies would disappear at 31st, but the enhanced subsidies for Obamacare will go away. And they was enacted because of COVID in 2021. So, I'm not going to sit here and tell y'all that health care and premiums won't rise because they would. But like I said, Republicans already made an offer to extend it for 1 year, and they will now want it permanent. So, hey, we'll see where this goes.
But I think more broadly, if you look at Republicans right now, look, you win political fights, you win government shutdowns when you have the easier argument to make. And Republicans can say, we've given you multiple opportunities to keep the government open at the same spending levels that you previously supported just a few months ago. Why can't you do it again? You did it 13 times.
And like I told you, because the radical left was against Schumer when he did it in, I think it was February or March. I mean, now they're telling him you better not do it again or we're going to primary you. And Schumer does feel like he's going to lose his seat. He's already lost influence in his own party. So I guess this is a way of holding on to power, or I guess going along with the crowd. So like I said, we'll see how this works out for the Dems. But yes, you guys are the ones to blame for the shutdown since you guys are the demanding party. You guys blamed Trump back in 2018 for shutting down the government over his wall, right? Right. All right, cool. Now that the Dems are demanding something, keep that same argument with them.
During the previous administration. But, right now, I think this fight is still a beltway battle, but it's going to continue to spill out, particularly when you look at impacts to air travel. And if you remember going back to the 2019 shutdown, that 35-day shutdown, there were ground stops on January 25th, 2019 at LaGuardia that then had this cascading effect on the rest of the country. You had something like 3,000 flights delayed, 650 flights canceled. And then what happened that same day? President Trump and Congress got together and hammered out a 3-week, short-term deal to get the government reopened. So, I think until we start seeing a little bit more of that, there might not be room for negotiation, unfortunately.
Yeah, but paychecks aren't coming now, Matt, right? People aren't going to get paid. When people don't get paid, they can't make their bills, and then they can't get health care that they need because they can't afford the premiums.
Well, you remember, Laura, when our friend Newt Gingrich shut the government down back in the 1994 and 95, he was called the Grinch who stole Christmas, right? It was all his fault.
And it's funny, like they actually did make a good joke though, because it's like, so what are you saying, that Obamacare low-key failed? I mean, so you guys are fighting for these enhancements. I mean, what was wrong with the original Obamacare? So yeah, they are kind of admitting that Obamacare did need some screws put to it. I mean, hey, Lord knows it wasn't perfect, but it could be modified and be made better. I mean, Trump took off that individual mandate and that helped out a lot. Let's see if other things can be tweaked as well. But right now, trust me, I would also say they do need to extend the Obamacare subsidies. But like I said, they're around to the 31st. So really, it doesn't make sense for them to bring it up now.
Now it's the vote that is needed by the Democrats that we're not getting. So I think political pressure, increased political pressure, and perhaps a little advertising in some key districts, and maybe a little creative approach to this health care they're so concerned about, and we'll get this country back on its feet and moving again.
Have you seen many commercials on this?
I know. Isn't it crazy how Dems will complain about healthcare prices knowing that we're under Obamacare? Like, isn't that hilarious how they complain about that?
Matt, I've seen almost none in the D.C. area.
No, and
that's
there
shocking,
need to be
is it not?
Yeah. I think the Republicans ought to be running commercials right now saying, why is your representative, why is your senator not voting to open the government and get people back to work? I'm always shocked when that doesn't happen.
Chuck Schumer just wrote the ad for them, too, by saying every day it gets better for them that the government's shut down. So to Matt's point, like if you're going to write the ad, he just wrote it for you,
Yeah,
and also, Laura, think about how small Democrats look right now. President Trump is working on negotiating world or peace in the Middle East, while they pick, these silly battles where you have Hakeem Jeffries in this fight with Mike Lawler, just looking silly in that interaction.
Yeah,
They just look so small and petty right now, comparatively speaking.
So are you
Trump's
dumb?
taking on the big challenges, but
See, James, people like you are low-key dumb. Well, or extremely misinformed. No, I'm going to be nice. I'm going to say you're extremely misinformed, James, even though you're not so nice to me. But it is what it is. Now, he says everything is going up in a few months. I did say that, the Obamacare health subsidies don't end until December 31st. If they get those extended, then no healthcare cost goes up. Like, yes, the healthcare premium scare is avoided. But this is the problem, though. Why are you bringing it up now when you could have just did a temporary funding CR bill, and then you guys could have discussed that in like 7 weeks, and then you guys could have pushed through the healthcare subsidies? Y'all could have debated if you wanted to extend it to a year, to make it permanent, all that good stuff. But it did not have to be now, and they didn't have to shut the government over it. So honestly, it's really a straw man. I said my bad, but a red herring. It really has nothing to do with what the Dems really want. What the Dems really want is 1.5 trillion in health and Medicaid spending, which, to be quite honest, goes against Trump's big beautiful bill. And I know y'all love that, and that's fine, but they're the ones holding up the government over 1.5 trillion in Medicaid spending. So you can't really put this on Trump. And bro, healthcare plans won't go up if they sign to the 1-year extension agreement that was offered to them. So maybe you should talk to your, Democratic Congresswoman guy or whatever, and tell them the word of like, hey, they want a 1-year extension. What's the holdup? Because shoot, maybe you got a better connection to them than me.
this government's got to open up. It's got to happen. Matt and Lisa, thank you both.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to.
I'm sorry. Every now and then, you got to pick out somebody who's a little bit, on the low IQ side in the chat, because sometimes they just don't. Well, I'm gonna be real with you. The TDS done blinded them, and they just say stupid stuff out of it. I mean, if y'all would lose the TDS, you would see a little bit more clearly, and honestly, you would have some reasonable criticisms about Trump. Like, there are liberals who have some reasonable criticism, but you guys, I mean, y'all just hate everything that man does, or you find a way to hate everything that man does, and that's just like irrational. Like, let's be honest.
The government remains shut down, and chances of a solution do not seem to be rising, but temperatures certainly are. Republican Congressman Mike Lawler confronted Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries after a news conference.
You're not going to talk to me. You're not going to talk to me and talk over me because you don't want to hear what I
Hey, I love how they cut out the first part. You want to know why they cut out that first part, guys? Let me show you why they cut out that first part. Because they started it at a very convenient spot, and they didn't start it at the spot where they should have. So shout out to the Young Turks for actually catching the entire video, because this is what they didn't want to show you.
We got a 1-year extension. Why don't we sign on right now?
We got a 1-year extension. Why don't you sign on right now? Let's go back to what he said.
We got a 1-year extension. Why don't we sign on right now?
Ask your question. Did you get permission from your boss?
Why don't we sign on right now?
Did you get permission from your boss? It's like, what does that have to do with anything? You guys said you wanted to extend the Obamacare subsidies. Here's a 1-year extension. But it's funny how, where CNN stops it all for you.
For a news conference.
You're not going to talk. You're not going to talk to me. You're not going to talk to me and talk over me because you don't want to hear what I have to say.
Oh, I'm listening.
So why don't you just keep your mouth shut?
Oh,
because you showed up.
Is that the way to talk?
You showed up.
Yeah.
And so you voted for this one big ugly bill.
I'm here on my behalf of my constituents
because
you shut the government down. And my constituents are suffering as a result of your ridiculous ploy because you're so afraid of Zohran Mamdani. By the way, when are you endorsing him?
By the way,
you endorse him for mayor?
First of all, are
you going to endorse him for mayor?
Listen, you're a complete and total embarrassment right now.
With us now.
But you see what I showed you, how CNN tried to cut out the main part where the man literally walked up and said, yo, what the F is this? We're trying to give you a 1-year extension on what you guys been preaching about all through the media. All through the media, you guys been preaching about this 1-year extension. Why aren't you signing it?
Is the House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Leader Jeffries, thank you so much for being with us. We'll get to you and your friend Mike Lawler in just a second. But first, I do want your reaction to the word that all the Israeli hostages could be home within days. Your reaction to that and what you think President Trump's role was in brokering this deal.
Well, good morning. Great to be with you. It's a very, very positive step in the right direction. We're all hopeful that this agreement will be finalized, that the hostages will be released in a matter of days and returned home to their loved ones. Of course, that we can surge humanitarian assistance into Gaza to alleviate the pain and suffering that Palestinian civilians have been experiencing in a theater of war for the last 2 years, and that we can achieve not just a ceasefire, but a pathway toward a just and lasting peace for both Israel and the Palestinian people.
So, Leader Jeffries, let me ask you about the status of the shutdown and that confrontation with New York Congressman Mike Lawler. Among the many things that were exchanged back and forth there, he was asking you about the possibility of a 1-year extension on the expiring Obamacare subsidies.
Oh, so they do mention it. You know what? Shout out him. I ain't gonna lie. Shout out to this guy right here, because I didn't even think he was gonna mention it because he cut the full clip off. But you know what? I gotta give props to bro. I ain't gonna lie, you're a real one for bringing that up, because we've conceded to a 1-year extension of Obamacare subsidies. Now, what's your argument? What's your argument now? Now it's undeniable that the Dems are shutting down the government because they told you it was about Obamacare subsidy. We're like, okay, cool, we'll extend them. All right, what now? Why didn't they sign it? Why isn't the government open today? If it ain't open by tomorrow, that should be evidence enough that that whole healthcare premiums going up was BS. And I'm not talking about, if they canceled healthcare premiums will go up. No, that's real. What I'm saying is the argument of that, they're saying that Republicans didn't want to extend them or wanted to let your healthcare premiums go up, and that's a lie. Because right there, the Republicans just offered a 1-year extension, and they're still holding out.
Specifically, what is your opposition to that?
Well, MAGA Mike Lawler is an irrelevant individual. He doesn't even have the support of the House Republican leadership, who have refused to address the issue of extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits. The Democratic position has been clear. We will sit down with anyone, anytime, any place, one, to reopen the government, negotiate a bipartisan agreement that has to actually make...
You really think that guy came to you with just a plan by himself? You think he was just that sole person that agreed to a 1-year extension? No, he got that from a bunch of other Republicans and said, all right, look, I'm gonna go shoot it to them. Let's see what they say. When y'all shot it down, they were like, bro, are you serious? Like, bro, we're giving you the extension you guys asked for. Now you're trying to move the goalposts. It's like, and it's like I said, they have the most, literally, bro, the Dems literally have the most ignorant following or the most blind following. The fact that this could happen in y'all face and y'all will still sit there and say that, Trump's shutting down the government. Like, they literally just admitted in y'all face that, yeah, we're holding the government hostage, even when the Republicans give us what we want.
Make life better for the American people, not hurt everyday Americans. And a meaningful part of that is to address the Republican health care crisis, which includes, but is not limited to, the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, the failure of Republicans to address the Affordable Care Act tax credits that are expiring, hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health clinics closing.
And shout out Hellbays, like that guy took a payout for saying the truth. I mean, Shay, it is what it is. It is what it is. But like I said, it's so irritating that, like I said, they'll sit here in front of their people. Des will sit there and just be like, yo, we're fighting for healthcare premiums that won't go up. The Republicans come to you and be like, all right, cool. We'll go ahead and solve that 1-year extension. And then they're going like, no, now we want it permanent. We want permanent Obamacare subsidy enhancements. I'm like, so that's not what y'all argued. That's not what y'all told the American people. Y'all said y'all wanted an extension. Now y'all talking about y'all want permanent? Like, come on now. Like, yeah, y'all not being rational.
All across America, including in rural parts of the country, because of the one big ugly bill. These are real issues affecting everyday Americans, working class Americans. And our view is that we need a meaningful response to addressing the Republican health care crisis, not simply a Band-Aid solution that Republican leadership in the House and the Senate don't even support right now.
Take Lawler out of it, Congressman Lawler out of it for a
Jason,
second.
that is a thing, bro. You know what? Actually, you need to change Republicans to Democrats, because the bigger budget that we have in healthcare, who you think we're paying? We're paying these pharmaceutical corporations, healthcare corporations, equipment, and all that good stuff. And there you're able to overprice us because we have such a bloated budget. Now, try to defeat this argument right here. Now, in 2019, we had $615 billion in Medicaid, and we were covering 71.5 million people. Tell me why in today that we only have 70 million people on Medicaid. Why do we need, I'm gonna be real with you, 1.5 trillion in Medicaid spending? Make that make sense and tell me how that's not being used to stuff corporate pockets. Like, please, which one makes more sense? Well, like, who sounds like the bigger villain? The guys who's trying to add $1.5 trillion so these healthcare and pharmaceutical companies can further tax us or higher price us, or the guys who are trying to cut down the spending so we can somewhat balance the budget and we can get these corporations to stop taking advantage of us, because now we don't have such a bloated budget. And we still do, in a way. We got $855 billion in Medicaid funding, and we're serving less people. Like, how does that work?
I don't think you guys will be having a beer anytime soon. But are you suggesting that when it comes to Obamacare subsidies, you are for permanence or broke? If they're not made permanent, you won't change your position on the shutdown?
See?
No, what I'm suggesting is that we need to have a meaningful bipartisan discussion, that our position as articulated in the legislation that we've introduced is a permanent extension of the Affordable Care Act tax credits. But we're open to having a conversation in good faith to try to address this Republican healthcare crisis. It's ironic, however, that Republicans just a few months ago passed their one big ugly bill, which included permanent tax breaks for their billionaire donors, the wealthiest and the most well-off people.
And there were tax breaks for the American people as well. But y'all don't want to talk about that. Of course, there's no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security. I mean, no tax on overtime. And people making between 30 to 80K has a 15% reduction in taxes taken from them. So why don't you talk about that? And let's be real. I mean, these billionaires, what do they do with their tax breaks? They get bonuses. They create factories, offices, all types of stuff that they reinvest into their company to go ahead and give American people jobs. So, I mean, the more rich people keep their money, the more advances we see, or I'm sorry, but the more bonuses we see, the more jobs that are created, and the better and more money is flowing through the economy, because instead of just being given to the government. So, like I said, a lot of y'all are like, honestly, y'all really is misinformed with how these billionaires use their money. And then you guys like to say they hold it at the top, and I'm like, obviously you don't know the plan of reinvestment. I mean, these companies' their growth proves that they reinvest in the company. The fact that there's multiple jobs popping up for tech, data center, and all that wild stuff proves that they reinvest. And trust me, I mean, banking companies do it. I mean, shoot, staple companies, all that good stuff, they all reinvest into their companies. And trust me, the reason why you got a job and the reason why you got and you probably get paid more is because a millionaire or billionaire got a tax cut. You know that? The reason why a factory is being built in your area is because the millionaire or billionaire got a tax cut. So be thankful for that. Should be thankful for your tax cuts as well.
In the United States of America. And so the question becomes, isn't it reasonable for working class Americans?
I mean, man, shoot. We give them tax cuts to give you guys jobs. I mean, shoot. Honestly, yeah, we give the billionaires tax cuts to give jobs and opportunity. I mean, y'all get tax jobs. Honestly, the people get tax cuts to increase their personal income. So, hey, it works out for us. And shout out to my man Jay, said, can't negotiate without the sombrero Hakeem. Shake my head. Oh, man. Y'all maybe want to play that one video, but I feel like I might have played it out.
For middle-class Americans, for everyday Americans who are facing the possibility of dramatically increased premiums, copays, and deductibles, we're talking about thousands of dollars per year in additional health care costs. Isn't it reasonable for them to have a similar level of certainty in their lives? And that's what Democrats are fighting hard to achieve.
One of the things that has not happened in Congress is the swearing in of Representative-elect Adelita Grijalva from Arizona. What do you think the holdup is there?
Well, it's been weeks since Representative-elect Adelita Grijalva has been decisively elected. And so it's very strange to us that House Republicans continue to delay her swearing in. It could have happened last week. It could have happened this week. It's not been scheduled for next week. And it does appear to many of us that part of the issue is that she will clearly become the 218th signature on the discharge petition that will trigger an up or down vote on the release of the Epstein files. Because we know that House Republicans and Senate Republicans and the Trump administration have been hiding the Epstein files from the American people for months now, even over the wishes of the brave survivors who want full transparency so there can be full accountability. And that's what we support.
I do want to go back to 1 second on the idea of the extension of Obamacare subsidies. You've said the idea of a one-year extension is a non-starter. Punchbowl wrote up this morning in their morning note that they'd been talking to Leader Schumer over in the Senate, and he hadn't drawn similar red lines to you, saying that a one-year extension is a non-starter. And the quote from Punchbowl is, when we pointed out to Schumer that he hasn't drawn similar red lines, Schumer responded, "I don't negotiate in public." To what extent are you and Senator Schumer on the same page on this?
Wild.
The interesting thing is that for weeks we've seen House and Senate Democrats on the same page, and we continue to be on the same page as it relates to defending the health care of the
a lot of people don't understand that. You know, a lot of MAGA is for pre-COVID spending on, healthcare services. Because like I said, we do understand that there was honestly an exorbitant amount of spending put into Medicaid and Medicare. And like I said, and a lot of people want to get back to pre-COVID spending. So a lot of people will say, oh, they want to make it permanent for the middle class. The plan is to make it permanent for the middle class. Dog, MAGA is all about cutting, not complete cutting off of Medicare and Medicaid, but cutting their budget. Because we do understand that it's bloated because, I'll be honest with you, a lot of fraudulent stuff goes on and we get overpriced on a lot of things. So, yeah, we need to go ahead and cut that budget because it's unnecessary. It's really unnecessary spending. But a lot of people don't want to admit that. But all right, shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, do it. Plus, meant pay cut. Earlier, my bad. Okay, so that was your earlier one. He said, fuck autocorrect. Oh, that's what you meant. That's what you meant. Okay. He said he said, this guy took a pay cut for saying the truth. He probably did lose like 10K. He's like, man, look, you weren't supposed to tell them about how that man proposed the one-year extension. You wasn't supposed to tell the Dems that. Now only the radical of them is going to go along with the BS. The ones who's always going to move the goalposts for us, not the sensible Dems.
American people, and demanding a bipartisan negotiation between House Republicans, House Democrats, Senate Republicans, Senate Democrats, and the administration so we can enact a spending agreement that actually makes life better for the American people, addresses the cost of living crisis that Donald Trump is inflicting on everyday Americans, healthcare premiums about to skyrocket, housing costs totally out of control, electricity bills have been skyrocketing, grocery prices remain high. We just need to sit down and have a bipartisan negotiation in order to make life better for the American people and address the Republican healthcare crisis that is devastating people. Working class America, rural America.
There is no Republican healthcare crisis. All 70 million Medicaid individuals are covered under the current budget. You guys are the one that want to add 1.5 trillion. We actually want to, and honestly, we want to put back spending. So really, you want to add about 93, maybe more than that, because not only do you guys want to reverse the $900 billion cut that Trump did to Medicaid, but you also want to add another 1.5 billion on top. About 100 billion on top of that. Do y'all hear yourselves? Come on now, Dems. Do you really think that was a good faith negotiating to try to go back on Trump's big, beautiful bill and call it a healthcare crisis? And then here's the thing. Like I said, we were taking care of more people with less money. And here's the thing, though. We still kind of need to get back to that. I would love to get back to $600 billion in Medicaid spending because we were covering more people with that amount of money. And we got less people on it now, but all of a sudden we need a $1.5 trillion budget? That makes no sense. No sense at all.
Urban America, small town America, the heartland of America, and black and brown communities throughout America. This is an all-hands-on-deck moment. And House and Senate Democrats have been completely aligned, and Senate Democrats continue to hold the line in a strong and principled way on behalf of the American people.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries from New York, we appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
But all right, though, let's get to this a funny Hakeem clip because, man, this is hilarious. All right, funny clip of the night. Let's get right to it.
You're gonna have to learn to respect me! I'm sorry! You can stuff your sorries in a pinata, bitch! Where's the tough guy at, huh? Yeah, where's the tough guy at? The big bad wolf from the house floor? Talking all that smack on national TV? You ain't talking now, are you, bitch? I'm sorry! If Trump got something to say it to my face. Ain't that what you said? Yes, I'm sorry! Let me tag in, boss! Well, here I am. You little sombrero-wearing pinata-faced fuck! Yeah, you pinata-faced fuck! Face to face with a little bitch motherfucker! Yeah, you little bitch motherfucker! Not so tough now, are you? I'm sorry! Trump was what? Trump was right about everything. I can't hear you! Trump was right about everything! Everything! Look at you! Crying like a little baby. Stand up straight when he's talking to you! Mr. President, I'm sorry! Oh, now I'm Mr. President? Where's the tough guy at? Yeah, where's the tough guy at? Obama told me to say that. You hear that, JD? I heard it, boss. Dollar Store Obama is getting orders from Pig Mike's husband. Lace curtain motherfucker! Are you gonna open up the government? Yes, I'll do anything. No more shutdowns, no more filibusters, no more nothing! You wanna stop acting like a wannabe tough guy on TV? Yes, I promise! Next time, I'm gonna dunk your fucking head in a bowl of salsa! A bowl of fucking salsa! Now, who's the little bitch? I am. I can't hear you! I am! I don't wanna talk about this again.
I mean, come on, that is pretty damn funny. Oh, man. It gets me every time. I swear to God. But all right, though, let's get right back to it. It isn't funny how I made my argument, and all they was to say was nope, no comeback, with no facts, no nothing, no data, just said, no, you're wrong, you don't understand, with no facts brought up or anything. So no arguments. I love it. Flawless victory. I love it. All right, guys, let's get right back to it. All right, let's get over to CNN, a panel debate. Growing fury as Trump's ICE tactics intensify on the streets.
The way these lawsuits, and we've seen now at least 4 of them, right? California, Oregon, Illinois will be heard tomorrow, D.C. They are going to be decided based on the real realities on the ground. And essentially, if I can sort of boil down what the various decisions have been, is that we, the federal courts, are going to give the president deference. In fact, great deference. We're going to give him the benefit of the doubt about if he says there's an emergency necessitating National Guard or other military. However, he can't just make it up. He can't just send military or other troops into a situation where there is no genuine threat to federal assets, federal resources. And the reason we're getting different results, I mean, California, he was allowed to deploy. So far, he's been blocked in Oregon. We'll learn tomorrow probably about Illinois, is because you have different facts on the street. So analysis of the kind of video we just looked at, testimony from people on the streets, that's what's going to be make or break in these lawsuits.
And so, Congressman, I'm going to play, this is an interview with the border chief, Greg Bovino. He was talking to our colleague, Priscilla Alvarez, about when they decide to stop people. And here's what he said.
Perhaps you look panicked when you see a Border Patrol agent. Perhaps you look scared.
Wrong. Actually, the big beautiful bill cut Medicaid. The big beautiful bill, which you're right. So yes, the big beautiful bill slashed Medicaid by $900 billion to really about $930 billion over the next 10 years, not $1 trillion over the next 10 years. So no, you're actually wrong about that, which equals out to about what, $90 to $93 million in cuts each year for Medicaid. So no, it's not 1 trillion. I mean, bro, 1 billion less, my friend, 1 billion less. So please.
Perhaps your demeanor.
I mean, bro, if you're going to say fact, I mean, at least be right about the number. If you're going to say fact, point blank out, at least be right about the number, bro. The big beautiful bill, it did have cuts to Medicaid. Yes, about $930 billion over the next 10 years, not 1 trillion. So you're about $70 to $100 billion off.
Changes. Perhaps you're gripping the steering wheel so
fact.
tightly that I can see the whites of your knuckles. There's a myriad of factors that we would look at to develop articulable facts for reasonable suspicion.
So if you're scared, apparently that is, according to him, reason for them to arrest, detain, whatever. I mean, what do you think when you hear that?
Well, you have to add in the fact that many of these ICE agents are masked, they're plainclothes, they're unidentified, and they're violent. So yes, people are going to be scared because
Billion. Did
you
I say
have
million?
these unidentified.
Well, hold on. Did I say million instead of billion, guys? My bad. Yeah, I meant 900 to 930 billion dollars over the next 10 years, which, like I said, yeah, it does cut out to about 90 to 93 billion dollars cut from Medicaid a year. You know, if we follow the big beautiful bill spending.
Masked agents who are screaming and violent and causing using excessive force a lot. So naturally, you're going to be scared. And we're seeing it all over the country, seeing it here in New York, where an ICE agent shoved a woman to the ground who was lamenting the fact that her husband had been taken. By the way, both of them were here with an asylum application ongoing. So that is a lawful pathway to get here. He was originally suspended and then was reinstated for some undetermined reason. This is going on all over the country. It is excessive. And the American people recognize that we can have a robust immigration enforcement system without this kind of violence.
That's absolute
and
crap.
without this.
I'm going to
this
jump in on
secret
that and say
police,
that's absolutely not true.
mafioso.
You just criminalized the law enforcement.
Crazy.
You just pretended there for a moment that for some reason the law enforcement is the only one who's masked and violent and do it. The protesters are showing up and blocking ICE vehicles and raining bricks down on their roof.
I mean, bro, there's people trying to take pictures of their faces so they can harass them and their family members. There's a reason why they're wearing masks, because for some reason the radical leftists want to sit there and harass them and their families. So no, sadly, we're not going to trust you guys. We're not going to trust the radical left and not sit there and be crazies and try to dox these officers or these law enforcement. Like, ICE is just doing their job and you guys just don't like it. Actually, you're downright radical about it. They're just really cleaning up on immigration, following immigration law, upholding immigration law and policies. And you guys are just upset to the point where you want to commit violence against these people. And it's funny, it's the same people that were crying about, Capitol Police on January 6th. I mean, same people.
And wearing masks themselves and being thugs to the media for that case. I mean, why aren't we caring about the media who are being attacked? The reality is, the boots on the ground, the troops, the boots on the ground, the troops, the law enforcement, they are the ones who deserve deference in this, not the protesters. And I think what the American people are really sick of is the idea that Antifa and thugs and people who want to protest the police and paid agitators who come from out of state, they can show up and do whatever they want, and that people will go on the air and say, the law enforcement really needs to calm down. No, how about this? Protesters stop showing up with masks on. Protesters stopped showing up.
We just saw a video where they were doing nothing.
Do protesters need to not be masked, but ICE agents can be masked?
Well, ICE agents have to be masked because they're being
ICE
docked.
agents do not have to be masked.
Yeah. Yes, they have to be masked because they're being targeted. I mean, and let's be real, the fact that they're trying to trap them, in places and all that wild stuff, the fact that there was a kid in Dallas who tried to take a shot at one and end up killing an illegal instead, is like, yeah, ICE, for some reason, ICE has been, radicalized in the eyes of the left to be like, a terrorist group or some type of secret police that kidnaps people in the night. No, they're immigration enforcement. So I'm not really sure why the radical left is taking this position. Well, actually, I do know why. It's because they want to low-key go against immigration laws, and they want to keep their, as Hellbat says, they just want to keep their slaves. They want to keep their corporate and farm slaves, so we should just let them do it. Let them create ICE-free zones in America, which is crazy, pretty much saying that illegals have a place to go and evade our laws, which is absolutely insane. And then there's people who you literally try to say, but the 10th Amendment. Like, really, dog? So you're really pretty much, if we take that argument to the extreme, then there's some states that can downright uphold segregation again, and there's nothing we can do about it. Do you know, right? Even during the 10th Amendment, the National Guard or really troops were sent in under presidents to uphold federal law. Even JFK did it to uphold desegregation. He sent troops. And it got violent. Actually, he sent way more troops than Trump did. And that's what JFK did. And there's been multiple times throughout history where presidents have sent in National Guard or troops to uphold federal law. So maybe y'all need to read up on history because it's common. If you guys want to go against federal law, then the troops are going to get sent in. I mean, read a history book. You'll find out that this is what happens every single time.
There are apps
to protect
that
their
document.
safety. Hold on a second. There are ICE agents. I watch a lot of these videos, okay? There are some that are masked and some that are not. So clearly, even within the same group of ICE agents that are conducting the same operation, some choose to go masked and some don't. They don't have to be masked.
Oh.
But my question is a lot simpler. Is it okay for protesters to be masked if ICE agents are?
Oh, yeah. And then just to remind you, yes, in short answer, about $900 billion over 10 years was cut from Medicaid in the big beautiful bill. Not 1 trillion. Okay, not 1 trillion. But okay. I mean, bro, are you serious? Are y'all not really that upset that I just had to hit y'all with the facts of history? Because y'all literally crying over what past presidents have done. Like I said, to uphold federal law, Trump's allowed to bring in the National Guard at that point. Like, especially if the state's neglecting federal law and it puts the citizens in danger. Like with segregation. I mean, yeah, that was good. If they didn't bring in the law or bring in the troops, it was going to get crazy out there. So presidents have done this before, and you guys are just crying about it because it's Trump. Like, let's be honest. And that's not a shit argument. It's just, this is an argument you can't beat. Sorry. So shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, how dare you? Got to say it right. No, Trump, don't take my slaves away. Not the slaves. Man. Who gonna pick the fruits? Who gonna fix the roofs? Man.
Masked. Is it?
Is it okay for protesters to be masked? If they want to wear a mask, it's fine, but why are we complaining about the police? That's my point.
Well, you were complaining about them.
I mean, the protesters can hide their identity so nobody docks them. I mean, why can't ICE do so? Especially when you guys are calling them terrorists. And then when they've been doxxed, you guys pretty much harass their family members and even try to attack them. And you send death threats to them. So, yeah, I mean, we could play it fair on both sides. Say fair is fair. Yeah, both sides can wear masks if they want to.
My point is, if there are apps that are being created, Abby, and that's the thing, there are apps that are being created that are the sole purpose is to dox ICE agents. And there are people showing up at their houses, and there are families being threatened. Why would we not?
I think all of that is terrible.
Do you know this for a fact? Because
I do know this for a fact. I
have not seen ICE.
And you're ignoring the facts.
About 1,000% upswing and all this stuff. I haven't seen examples.
We just had shootings in Dallas and Alvarado, Texas at ICE facilities. You remember that, right?
And
it was actually people died.
I was very quick to condemn that. That's unacceptable, and those people.
That's a clear example of what we're talking about.
Right, bro. It's cool that you condemn it, but that's the problem, though. You guys have radicalized people to take action, violent action against ICE. You called them the Gestapo. You called them terrorists. You called them unlawful. I mean, yeah, y'all got to take accountability for that, and you got to stop it. Like, you got to stop sitting there and calling ICE terrorists when they're just doing their job. And y'all know it. Y'all just don't want these people to be deported. And y'all really just need to tell the American people that instead of lying to them.
Attacks on ICE facilities. It's important to note that. But I mean, what we were talking about before we got to this point was about their interaction in these stops, right? And the question actually to Bovino was about whether they were profiling people, whether they were just looking at people and saying, oh, you look Mexican, I'm going to stop. You look Mexican and you're scared. I'm going to stop you. And I think that's the question that a lot of people are wondering right now, is that where we are as a country, where you can just stop, not only stop people, but detain them, take away their liberty for any period of time just because of the way that they look?
No, we have enough evidence, though, brother, that there has been racial profiling, especially for precious Latino brothers and sisters who are legal citizens. That's the kind of terror that's unwarranted, and we've got to be concerned about the arbitrary use of power, especially from it when it's above. Now, we're not talking about demonizing any police or demonizing ICE. Now, I ran for president and I was trying to abolish.
No, I'm be honest with you. ICE have not been unlawful. They're just doing their job. And sadly, look, when there's a big mess, sometimes cleaning up the mess don't look so good. Okay, guys, it is what it is. Y'all look, my man Biden let in 10 to possibly maxed out to 20 mil. Illegals in here. And about 1 million is most likely, or honestly being confirmed as criminals. So sorry that we have to use such drastic measures to clean the streets up. And here's the thing, we're hitting everybody. I mean, we're hitting workplaces, parking lots, farms, everywhere. I mean, look, at least we're being fair. You guys just don't like to see it because it just don't look good. I mean, it is what it is. You guys are going to see places get raided. You're going to see Hispanics, black people get walked out in hand ties, and you'll never see them again because they're deported, because they're going to go back to their country. And you should feel happy for them.
ICE, because I thought, in fact, that we ought to be able to relate to each other in such a way that we could talk about the rights and liberties of law enforcement, rights and liberties of citizens, because that's the only way you're going to have some mechanisms of accountability to keep what's left of the democracy alive.
Oh, my Lord. See, look, bro, when it comes to ICE...
Stop whining. Your kids are soft.
Like, literally.
If we're dismissing arbitrary power from one camp and the other camp is only concerned about their camp, then you're not going to have any public life whatsoever.
Can you talk to us, Ellie,
so
about some of these cases that are coming up?
I mean, and it's crazy how people say ICE is going to come for you next. Are y'all guys dumb? They go after illegals or guys who overstayed their visa. Like, please, in what world does ICE go after an American citizen unless they're obstructing an investigation or trying to stop an investigation? That's the only time ICE or I mean, maybe HSI is going to step out and grab you at that point because they work with ICE. But like, that's the only time you're going to have any problems with ICE. ICE is never going to go after an American citizen. That's a whole nother department. But maybe if you're in a house full of illegals, you might get caught up with it in an ICE raid. But that's the only reason I could see an American citizen getting caught up. Or like that one security guard did at that farm that was hiring illegals and all that wild stuff. I mean, you can get caught up like that as well.
Where these judges are going to be deciding some of these issues, the use of force, who they're stopping, the arbitrary nature of it. I mean, there's a case where some families were literally picked up in a park in Chicago, a public park in Chicago.
To Dr. West's point,
Hey,
there
it
was a
happens.
Supreme Court opinion.
I mean, the family's illegal. It happens. Like I said, it is what it is. A lot of people not liking how this looks, but it is what it is. They picked up a family. Well, what's the status of that family, man? Are they supposed to be here? It's crazy how you kind of leave that out. Why don't you say, oh, well, they picked up a U.S. family. It's verified that they're citizens. Okay, cool. We can look into that. But you were just saying they picked up some family in a park. I mean, it is what it is. Maybe I'm cold-hearted about it, but I know what I voted for. And I voted for deportation. And I don't care how cold it looks. Get it done.
3-4 weeks ago, where the Supreme Court essentially said it's okay to profile, right? ICE agents in California were stopping people, not disputed, explicitly on the basis of whether they appeared to be from another country based on their skin color, if they were speaking another language, where they were.
I'm sorry, that took me out the game. That was funny. I ain't gonna lie, that was actually funny. I mean, he called me a groiper. I mean, that's hilarious. I'm not even gonna lie. That one, you know what? I'm not even gonna grill you too hard, Dan. I'm not even gonna grill you too hard, Danny. You just have a good night, brother. Just have a good night. Oh man, just because y'all disagree. I mean, like I said, no arguments whatsoever to my points. Just you're wrong, and I don't gotta refute it at all. Just say that you're wrong, and I feel like I'm right. I mean, bro, what a blessing must be to be a Dem.
So that kind of thing. I thought
no real argument, just say that you're wrong.
And the Supreme Court, it was the usual 6-3 split, said that's okay, that's permissible, at least for the time being. I mean,
that's where the court is wrong.
Well, I was right, but I mean,
in
a criminal context, you could never do that. You know, in immigration, there's broader leeway, but that's where we are. That's the law.
If I remember correctly, Justice Kavanaugh in that in his writings on that case basically said, well, you know, when American citizens are detained, it's briefly just to question them. Yep. We know for a fact that that's not how it's gone for many American citizens.
Actually, that's how it's gone for. Hold on. Don't lie now. Don't lie. Not bring up an example, because I hate when they lie and they have no example to give y'all, and they'll just let you run off with this false premise. No, every American that's been detained by ICE has been released within 72 hours. Every single time. Especially if they were caught up in some crazy raid. I mean, of course, like, you might be part of this. You might be in on the whole thing. You might be the reason they're here for all we know. So, of course, you're going to get detained in question for probably about 72 hours. And if they can't bring no charges against you, you get released. There you go. So, and if she can't bring up a name, then she's honestly like misleading people. And that's like wild to sit there and say, oh, well, they locked me up for more than what? 3 days? Is that what you're saying? Like, because that's not outside of the law.
He said, well, when American citizens are detained, it's briefly just to question them. We know for a fact that that's not how it's gone for many American citizens, including some who have sued.
Yeah, look, we take any.
That's what I'm saying. Like, hey, I ain't hear about no lawsuits, and I've not heard about any American citizen that spent more than 72 hours detained by ICE. And if you want to sue over 72 hours being detained by ICE, then I mean, that's just a failed lawsuit. I mean, you're just gonna walk into court and just get lectured on how the law works. And if that's what you want to waste money on, I mean, hey man, that's up to you. But like I said, hey man, if you can give me a story, I'll be happy to look into it. I'll be happy to. But no, every time I've seen these U.S. citizens get caught up, it's usually because it was a raid and they were just caught up. They were trying to leave the raid and the police told them no, and ICE told them no, but they tried to leave anyway and got locked up. So under suspicion of being a part of it. Those are really the only times that Americans really get caught up in this. Any other, there's really no Americans who've been jailed for months on end because they got detained off by ICE. That's just not true. And they can't give you no examples, and they won't. But all right, next one. All right, fuel to the fire. Judge holds Trump deployment to Chicago. And you know what? It's going to get overturned in my belief, and this is why. Because if Chicago is serious, if Brandon Johnson is serious about an ICE-free zone, then yeah, Trump has and Chicago police not to help ICE. Trump has every right to bring in a National Guard at that point.
Breaking news, a major blow to Trump's crackdown on American cities. A judge just blocking Trump's deployment of National Guard troops to Chicago for at least 2 weeks.
Yes, if I was caught up in an ICE raid, let me give you the story. Let's go ahead and break it down for you, my man Link. If I was caught up in an ICE raid, right? And they lock me up and I'm just like, hey, yo, I ain't got nothing to do with this. I'm like, all right, well, cool. We're just going to ask you some questions and let you go. And for 72 hours, by law, I would have to be okay with that. By law, it's I would have to be okay with that. And then trust me, if I'm around an area with a whole bunch of illegals and all this good stuff, that's reasonable suspicion. I mean, they had the right to ask me questions, grill me, and see what I know. And I would be mad if they didn't. I would actually be pretty upset. I'm like, what type of investigation work is this? You see all these people working here with these illegals. You don't ask nobody if they're complicit. What type of investigation work is that? That's what my tax dollars pay for. Send me in there for 72 hours and question my black ass. Okay. Okay. Now, of course, I'm just joking. But to be quite honest with you, yes, I would have to be okay with that because it's part of their investigation. And by law, they can do so. Now, on that fourth day, then I'll be highly upset. Then I'll give you that argument Link. But shout out Jet. Everyone's hostile until proven otherwise in a raid. Exactly. And they don't understand that part.
Warning that it will only, quote, add fuel to the fire. The judge also calling the use of chemical agents against protesters, quote, arbitrary and indiscriminate. And in just a moment, I'm going to be speaking with the Chicago pastor who was shot in the head with pepper balls while praying in front of that ICE facility outside Chicago. We told you about him last night. Today, he was granted a restraining order by a judge against the federal government over its use of force against protesters. And he is joining us for his first television interview since the incident in just a moment. But first, I want to go to Omar Jimenez. He's live outside that ICE facility near Chicago, the center of all of this. And Omar, this is a major ruling coming right now.
It's a major ruling and a major moment that a lot of people had been waiting on here. The judge granting this temporary restraining order, blocking President Trump's deployment of National Guard troops in Illinois on the same day that we got our first glimpses of Texas National Guard troops just behind me here in Broadview outside Chicago. Now, I want to take you through a little bit of what the judge considered here as part of her oral ruling, which she described as a high-level summary today. One of the things she talked about was describing what rebellion was. She described it as deliberate, organized resistance openly opposing the government as a whole. And she said, I have seen no credible evidence that there has been rebellion in the state of Illinois. And that's critical because, again, the government had been arguing that the protests that we have seen threatened this state of rebellion. She also talked about the protests that we've seen here, that there were at one point 200 protesters, but 100 state and local law enforcement were on scene and were able to maintain control. Ultimately, it seems, she said this came down to the court having to make a, quote, credibility determination, and she calls the assessments made by DHS as unreliable. As you can imagine, Governor J.B. Pritzker very happy with this decision, saying Donald Trump is not a king and his administration is not of the law. He had been pushing in that regard for a while, and of course,
I mean, you don't got to be king to uphold immigration law. But I mean, let's be real with you. It is pretty wild for a mayor to pretty much draw out a ICE-free zone in the city in America. I mean, like, think about what you're saying. You're pretty much saying, all right, all illegals can come into this area right here and you'll be safe from ICE. Yeah, you can't do that. So, I mean, let's be real. Like, that seems like a king thing to do as well. That seems pretty authoritarian, but hey, it is what it is. I mean, yeah, I don't care.
Lawsuit that began this court process. And I just got reaction in from Mayor Brandon Johnson of the city of Chicago. It said Judge Perry echoed many of the points we have made repeatedly. Trump's deployment is illegal, unconstitutional, dangerous, and unnecessary. We will see what appeal efforts may come up as well. But obviously, a very big moment and day here in the Chicago area today, Aaron.
Bro, what?
Absolutely. And Omar, thank you very much.
Hey, but no, I'm done. Hold on. Somebody in here is a huge liar. Somebody here is a huge lie. You, behavior. Yeah, behavior bender. Yeah, you're out of here, dog, for this lie. Because you try to bring up Francisco Aaron Garcia as if this was and this is how, I don't know why all you left this lie like this, but y'all definitely, y'all have a way of doing it. So he brought up Francisco Aaron Garcia, a U.S. born in Dallas, Texas, right? And in 2019, not in 2025, but in 2019, he was pulled over by ICE and detained for weeks. Now, in 2019, not 2025, not while Trump was in office. Well, honestly, not this current Trump administration, because back then, let's be real, that was Trump's administration. So you're talking about something that happened 6 years ago and not today with ICE. So you pretty much made my point for me that today with ICE, you can't find one citizen that's been locked up past that 72 hours. You literally have to go all the way back to 2019 and try to mislead people thinking that you actually had somebody. Now, if your argument was that, oh, has ICE ever effed up like that? Has ICE ever made that mistake? I would sit there and be like, most likely. I mean, police made that mistake before. But you're saying that, oh, the Trump administration, ICE under Kristi Noem. Yes, we're talking about that one, my friend. We're talking about that. So, yeah, you don't gotta lie, bro. But that's crazy. That's absolutely wild. So, yes, he brought up Francisco Aaron Garcia, a U.S. citizen born in Dallas who was locked up by ICE for weeks, about 3 weeks. And guess what? That was in 2019. 2019. But this guy here brought it up as if it happened this year. Okay, like I said, be misleading as hell.
That facility just outside Chicago in Broadview, Illinois, that's been at the center of this. And I want to go now, as promised, to Reverend David Black. He was also at that facility. He's the minister of the First Presbyterian Church of Chicago. And I know, Pastor, this is your first television interview since the moment that we're showing here where you were shot 7 times with pepper balls by ICE agents while praying.
Behavior. I said under Trump administration, I was like, nobody has been abused under ICE in Trump's administration to that degree. You went all the way back to 2019. I'm talking about 2025 under Trump, under this new ICE initiative that you're calling them terrorists, all that under this. Y'all wasn't calling ICE terrorists in 2019. Y'all wasn't attacking ICE like this in 2019. Y'all's doing this today. And then y'all making these claims about them as if it was today. Bro, when you made that claim, if you told me in 2019, cool, we can get it. Cool. I would give that to you. But you said it as if it was today. You wrote it in the chat, and that's going to mislead people in the chat to think, oh, well, this happened. This must have happened this year. But it didn't. It happened over 6 years ago.
Outside that Broadview ICE facility where Omar is standing tonight. And Reverend, I really appreciate your being willing to speak with us about this because we had shown people this video last night. I know you sued the Trump administration after this happened. And today, a federal judge granted you a victory, ordering federal agents from, quote, using riot control weapons against protesters, religious practitioners, and journalists unless they have probable cause of a crime. Obviously a significant victory, Reverend. What's your reaction to that?
It's a victory that belongs to everyone who lives in the United States of America.
That's also true.
And particularly to the brave protesters and demonstrators who've been showing up. And I am so grateful for the work of the ACLU and Lovi, who argued this case so well and brought it to this conclusion.
So we were showing, right, those agents on the top of the roof, right, you were shot by pepper balls. You were obviously, brought down to the ground, and a top Department of Homeland Security official is defending what they did to you. And what they're saying, Reverend, is, quote, what this clip video doesn't show is that these agitators were blocking an ICE vehicle from leaving the federal facility.
Which they do all the time.
Operations. Over and over again, law enforcement ordered the.
I mean, yeah, when you stand in front of a nice car and you're refusing to move, officers are going to have to come out there and get a little frisky with you. They might have to pull you away, might have to slam you to the ground, discombobulate you so you don't get up too fast and so the car can get through. Y'all do it to yourselves. Like, what do you think is going to happen? Well, they're just going to stop, turn around, and go in for the day like, hey, boss, the people out there in the street, the protesters, yeah, I mean, hey, man, human line, I guess they're going to act as a human shield for the immigrants. I guess they're Hamasing out with this one. But, hey, man, we just turned it around. We didn't feel like running them over. It's like, no, they're going to tell you, like, no, go back out there, get you like about 10 other dudes and start tearing them people away from the line and go out there and do your job. And that's what happens.
These agitators to move off of federal property so the vehicle could move. Law enforcement verbally warned these agitators that they would use force if they did not move and stop impeding operations. They did not comply. She then accused you of giving ICE agents the middle finger. I wanted to read all of that so that you would have a chance to respond to it.
Thank you, Aaron. It's categorically false. There were no ICE vehicles attempting to leave the facility, and I was standing to the side in a gesture of prayer and praying verbally for the ICE officers and those detained inside. I find it interesting that this individual believes I flipped them the bird because theologically, as I've been praying for all of these people, I have been hoping that the Holy Spirit will descend upon them and convert their hearts and minds. And to the extent that the Holy Spirit appears as a bird, perhaps there is spiritual truth to her claim.
Okay, I get what they probably did.
Okay, so you're saying that what they are alleging there is not true. I want to show another moment, Reverend, where a large group of ICE agents are walking towards you.
All right, now that guy I somewhat feel bad for.
They're walking
like, back
towards you, they're
y'all
shoving you. I just want everyone to get a chance, so now they can
see
you. They know who you are there. You're obviously you've got your clerical collar on.
Get away from the ICE facility. Are y'all not learning y'all lessons? Like, do you understand where this kind of goes outside of peacefully protesting? Like, when you guys try to impede ICE, this is what happens. And I don't even know why you guys are playing with these guys like this, but hey, man.
See, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Time.
So here they are. They're walking towards you. They're shoving you. I just want everyone to get a chance, so now they can see you. They know who you are there. You're obviously you've got your clerical collar on.
And shout out to my man Hellbag, said, don't believe your lying eyes. I know, right? Now, this guy, I ain't gonna lie, this pastor right here, I'm not sure. I don't think that he really flung the bird at him. I ain't gonna do him like that. But, yo, if you get too close to the ICE facility, you and that angry mob, you got an angry mob behind you, bro. You're not there all praying and all that good stuff. I mean, if you were all sitting there reading the gospel and reading the teachings of Jesus in unison, okay, cool. But you're just there with a raging mob behind you, bro. Like, trust me, they're not hearing the word of God. They're hearing the raging mob call them fascists. Like, I wish they was hearing the word of Jesus that you were preaching, bro. But no, sorry. But the people screaming fascists were louder than you.
They are spraying what appears to be pepper spray at that time directly into your face. This, I've been, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe is after you had been hit with the pepper balls in the head. Do you know why they did this to you?
No, there was no warning for any of these things. After they shot me in my head and my face and multiple times in my torso, arms, and legs, I was shielded by the bodies of others who were there, who rushed in to support me and took many more hits that were intended for me. I was then guided away to a place where street medics helped to wash out my eyes and try to keep me safe. But I was completely disabled at that point. And Within 2 minutes, quite a number of ICE officers, maybe 15, maybe 20, rushed out of the gate and began to shove us down. And I was already disabled on the ground, but attempted to get away. And they continued to shove us.
Well, hold on. You guys just said that. Hey, nah, the cap. But they just said that, hey, nah, there was no ICE vehicles coming out. Come on now. They were trying to come out, but you guys were standing in the way. You wanted to continue to stand in the way, and they popped you with a pepper ball. Like, y'all do it to yourselves. And then y'all gonna sit here and lie to the media. Like, bro, you're a pastor. Like, really, bro? This is what you gonna do? You gonna lie on national television as a pastor?
But attempted to get away. And they continued to shove us in a kettling maneuver towards a place where we would not be able to escape as they brandished their weapons. And you can see in that video, ICE officers shoving protesters who were standing and speaking and chanting and singing peacefully and praying peacefully, shoving us down and then dispensing a huge amount.
Nah, Link, you ain't see that car that came out the background? Nah, you ain't see this car right here. The one that just slipped through right past there. Just slipped right through them. The car that they was trying to get through this whole time. So that's why they had to send these guys out there to back them up. Yes, the car that's coming out right there through the right there out the facility. That car right there is the car they were talking about, guys. For some reason, some of y'all ain't see it, but hey, there it is. Sliding right past them. Dang. Well, in the past, there was no car trying to come out. And you know what? I can see why. You know, I'm gonna give him some grace. I'm gonna give him grace. I can see why, because he did say, I ain't gonna lie, I was low-key knocked out. They hit me with that pepper ball. He was a bit dazed, so he might have not have seen that car actually come out. He might have already been trying to get medical attention by the time that car came out and drove, so he didn't see the car trying to come out. So I'll give him some grace on that.
Brandish their weapons, and you can see in that video. ICE officers shoving protesters who were standing and speaking and chanting and singing peacefully and praying peacefully, shoving us down and then
was not
dispensing a...
Bro, don't lie to us, bro. You were probably the only person there praying peacefully. Like, don't lie to us. You were literally probably the only person, actually not even the only person. I would say you maybe like 12 people max. Everybody else is yelling fascist and calling them the Gestapo and trying to impede on them or trying to stop them from doing what they need to do. So you may be there with good intentions to preach the word of Jesus and understanding and all that lovely stuff, but other people are agitators. Like, so yeah, I don't know why I got to give this dude grace because he's a pastor, and I don't want to sit here and be like, oh, this pastor's a freaking liar. I don't want to do him like that. So I want to give him grace and be like, you know what? You got hit with the paintball. It kind of dazed you, and you didn't see that car you didn't see that ICE van that was trying to get out.
Huge amount of chemical weapons onto us. I was drenched from the crown of my head to the socks in my shoes. It was indiscriminate and it was vicious.
I know you said that they were laughing. There were some of the agents laughing after this happened. Can you tell me more about that, what they did, and at that moment, what you...
Bro, wait, Link, what did I make up? I didn't make up anything. The video is right there. The vehicle is literally seen leaving the facility right in the background. It's right there. Right in the background where the fence is. You see the ICE van coming right out. Right there. I'm not making anything up. Actually, that's literally what they said when they made the statement. They were saying, no, an ICE van was trying to leave and these people were in the way. So therefore, that force was applied and they ended up shooting this man with a pepper ball. Now, do I like the fact that he shot this man with a pepper ball? Of course not. But he walked himself into it.
In the head. Do you know why they did this to you?
No, there was no warning for any of these things. After they shot me in my head and my face and multiple times in my torso, arms, and legs, I was shielded by the bodies of others who were there, who rushed in to support me and took many more hits that were intended for me. I was then guided away to a place where street medics helped to...
Shout out to my man Hellbat. He said, look, say you a good person because you wouldn't, but I would. He pro-illegal? Fuck him. I'm like, well, hey, I'll give you this. I'll give you this. I'll give you that one.
Wash out my eyes and try to keep me safe, but I was completely disabled at that point. And within 2 minutes, quite a number of ICE officers, maybe 15, maybe 20, rushed out of the gate and began to shove us.
It's right there,
out,
though.
and I was
It's
already
right there in the
disorderly ground, and
background.
we
Like,
couldn't get
what?
away. They continued to
Leaving.
shove us in a
The gate was
maneuver
open,
towards a place where we
too.
would not be able to
It's like,
escape as they brandished their weapons. And you can see in that video,
but he said there was no ICE van. I didn't see no ICE van trying to leave. I know, because you got hit with the pepper ball and it probably dazed you. And you're getting medical attention, so you didn't see the ICE van leave.
Officers shoving protesters who were standing and speaking and chanting and singing peacefully and praying peacefully, shoving us down and then dispensing a huge amount of chemical weapons onto us. I was drenched from the crown of my head to the socks in my shoes. It was indiscriminate and it was vicious.
I know you said that they were laughing. There were some of the agents laughing after this happened. Can you tell me more about that, what they did, and at that moment, what you thought?
Yeah, we could hear them laughing as they were shooting us from the roof, and it was deeply disturbing. We've gotten to witness a few things about these ICE agents operating in Broadview, and really what it has shown us is how disorganized they are.
You can see the car a little bit through the fence, trying to leave.
We've also heard ICE agents talking to each other, one of whom said, man, I don't even remember why I'm here anymore. And the other said, I don't know either. So there's a deep demoralization that we are seeing as we're bringing this peaceful and spiritual protest against their tactics and what they are doing to our city and our communities and our neighbors.
And it's kind of weird how, I'm not sure why they're making this ploy, but I mean, it's an interesting way to make an argument, especially to conservatives, but they're trying to use religion to shame us about ICE. They're trying to say Jesus would hate Americans' immigration policies. I'm like, bro, what the hell does Jesus got to do with immigration law? What the heck does Jesus got to do with that, bro? We're talking about, bro, look, leave Jesus to the spiritual, man. We're talking about earthly things here, okay? Leave him up there. We're talking about down here right now. You guys are trying to conflate things. We ain't going for it. No, leave Jesus out of these immigration laws. We told you we have borders. Only people here who enter legally or who are born here can be here, and that's that. If you got a problem with that, then A, you're going to be mad for the rest of the year because ICE is operating all year round. No, actually, man, look, this is how ICE is treating all these illegals. All right, guys, this is how he's doing.
Stop whining. Your kids are soft. You lack discipline. But I've got news for you. You're mine now.
Yup. They're ISIS now. They're not your neighbor no more. They're not your slave worker no more. They are ISIS now.
And I'm grateful to show up with these protesters, people who deeply believe in democracy and are bringing peaceful and moral witness against what the Trump administration is trying to do in Chicago.
Reverend Black, I'm grateful for your time and thank you very much for being willing.
Look, I ain't saying that Republicans don't use their religion to make. Oh, I'm gonna be real with you. Honestly, they don't really use their religion to have their stances, but they can back it up with facts and statistics. I mean, you can't sit there and back up. Oh well, Jesus wouldn't like your immigration laws. I mean, like, bro, shoot, bro. You like? Do you have a time machine? You want to bring Jesus here and prove that or something? Like, shoot, if you could bring Jesus here and make him president, I'll be all for it. And we'll see. Because you know what? I'm almost sure anybody with common sense would do the same thing.
Come on and share the story.
Because, boy, y'all be tripping. Trying to bring Jesus into it about immigration laws. Like, guys, we're talking about protecting the country here. This is a matter of national security. Like, I don't know why y'all trying to bring Jesus into this. Because you're trying to do an emotional ploy. It's like, it's emotional. What was it? Like a logical fallacy. It's like you're playing on emotions. You're using an emotional argument. It's like, nah. If you can't back that up with no data or statistics, leave Jesus out of it. Unless you be like, well, when Jesus ran Nazareth, he had open borders and he ain't care. So we should have open borders too as a Christian country. Unless you can tell me that, I ain't trying to hear it.
Illinois and the city of Chicago are filing a lawsuit against the Trump administration over deployments of National Guard troops. Joining us now to comment, White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, Stephen Miller. We have a lot to get to, Stephen, including the government shutdown. Thank you so much for joining us, by the way. You have called You've called the district judge's ruling blocking the deployment of National Guard in Oregon legal insurrection. Does the administration still plan to abide by that ruling?
I'm gonna be honest with you. It is kind of an insurrection. If you say to the government, we're gonna go against your laws, we're gonna say F your immigration laws, we're gonna create an ICE-free zone. I mean, a deportation-free zone that illegals can run into and they're gonna be protected. Like, how are you gonna uphold this ICE-free zone? Are you gonna use Chicago police, American citizens, to protect illegals from being deported? And pretty much you're disobeying federal law. Yeah, that's a bit insurrection-y, my man. You're kind of doing an insurrection here. But hey, I mean, look, the Dems is loving it, so they'll try to avoid it. I mean, they'll try to avoid saying that, and I don't blame them because, like I said, they're kind of getting what they want with this. But all right, guys, I don't want to get back into this video because we covered this with what was it, Monty Main and Sid and them, and that was an interesting debate. All right, guys, let's get over to the next video. All right, let's get right back to it.
It's the Real Housewives of Capitol Hill. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries and Republican Mike Lawler getting into a brawler. A very heated exchange over the government shut.
Actually, no, it's not. It isn't an insurrection, to be quite honest with you. Breaking into the White House and going after the president would be an insurrection. I mean, to be honest, like, how is going into the Capitol and really think about that? How is that going to overthrow the country? And think about it like this. Y'all forget the reason why the protesters were there. They were there to get the vote challenged, not there to overthrow the government. Y'all need to actually know the facts here of what the January 6ers were protesting for. And that was for a recount of the election. And they was holding these protests before January 6th. Multiple demonstrations doing the same thing. It just happened to pop off on January 6th for some, well, honestly, people say the feds and all this wild stuff. People say, I don't know, the crowd got too big. Or people just say, well, you know, those MAGA people. I mean, you know how the Dems like to pass it off on. So, yeah, please explain to me. I'm just saying how breaking into the Capitol is going to overthrow the United States. I mean, he's vandalizing property, sure. Vandalizing, federal property, sure. I mean, and I'm not saying that is right. But if you really wanted to, and I'm be real with you, it's like no guns. Like, you're telling me not, like, bro, maybe like, what, really? I don't think any January 6ers were armed with a gun. We're talking about, if it was an insurrection, we're talking about every protester there got at least a handgun and they're going into the White House, not the Capitol building, but the White House to take out the president and the leadership there. That would be an insurrection. Or like this right here, where they're just going against federal law altogether. Because the January protesters, they wasn't trying to go against federal law. They just wanted a recount of the election, and well, you see what that happened with that. But what you guys are doing basically is an insurrection by going against immigration law and policy and saying and telling the federal government, no, we won't uphold it.
That's now entered its 9th day.
We got a 1-year extension. Why don't we sign on right now?
Let me ask you a question. Did you get permission from your boss?
Why don't we sign on right now?
Did your boss, Donald Trump?
You can easily extend the ACA right now.
Did your boss, Donald Trump, give you permission? Yes, he is.
No, he's not. And by the way,
so let me ask you a
why
question.
did you vote to shut the government for years? You always lectured about how we need to keep the government open.
You're making a show of this to make yourself relevant.
It's sad. You could easily sign on to this.
You're embarrassing yourself right now.
Everybody's reacting to this.
You're an embarrassment.
You could sign on to the bill.
Let me ask you a question.
You have 4 Democrats on here.
Let me ask you a question.
Pointed out that 1.2 billion.
Lincoln, not overturning the results of election. Like I said, you really don't know the January 6ers, like what they were like protesting for. The media fed you to believe that it was about overturning the election. No, they wanted the election investigated because they felt like it was taken. And they wanted for a recount and for an investigation to be done into, well, all the allegations about voting fraud. And that's all they wanted. They didn't want to overthrow the government. They just wanted the vote to be recounted. That's it. And that's all. I mean, anybody else will try to tell you different. And honestly, that's just propaganda. And they're honestly just trying to mislead you about January 6th and the protesters. Like, no, but a lot of people don't know that they were literally just there to pretty much ask for an investigation into the election. That's it. And let's be real. I mean, the government wasn't doing it. I mean, they were upset because what was it? Pence went ahead and signed it over. No investigation, even though his constituents said, like, hey, we think something shady went on. Do you think you can at least run an investigation? I mean, hey, if it's fair, all's good. I mean, let Biden run. But if not, then maybe we need to investigate this or we need to look into this. That was it. But they weren't even heard out and they were made to be villains.
dollars were wasted.
Listen, you're not going to talk. You're not going to talk to me.
Wasted.
You're not going to talk to me
fraud
and talk
and
over
non-New
me
York residents
because you don't
getting
want to
paid.
hear what I have to say.
Oh, I'm listening.
So why
Go
don't you
ahead.
just keep your mouth shut? Oh.
Hard to watch. And the messaging just keeps getting worse for the Democrats. Schumer is dropping F-bombs.
Democrats have 3 words for this. No way. It's literally life or death. We will not let Republicans blow up our healthcare system.
Oh, life or death. Schumer, Greg,
I mean, y'all the ones blowing up the healthcare system with bloated spending. So, hey, if anybody's blowing it up, it's y'all with, a whole lot of tax dollars.
This illustrate the
Really.
disconnect between the Democrats and the American people, because he went on to say, every day gets better for us about this shutdown. Are they ever going to prioritize Americans and us instead of their reelection?
Actually,
They don't look.
I will say this. I'm gonna say this right now, right? Let's say Donald Trump gave a blanket pardon to his son. All right, guys, a blanket pardon. Son didn't even get investigated or nothing, just gave a blanket pardon. You guys would be pretty suspicious of Donald Trump's son at that point. Me too, rightfully so. So I want you to apply that same logic, right? Let's be consistent to the January 6th committee that Biden gave a blanket pardon to. You would think that, something pretty shady must have went on there if he's out here giving blanket pardons to these guys. I'm just saying, something to think about.
Well, they don't look well. None of them do. Even when you see Jeffries, i.e. the straight Obama, they look so fundamentally miserable. They're not happy. And I think what we're seeing right now is the opportunity cost of Trump derangement. They thought that that's where all their energy should go. And it would cover for the areas that they neglected, like issues and policies and principles and personality and charisma. Like what's missing with a lot of these people is charisma, the power plus empathy. If you're in a position of authority and you show empathy, that's charisma. But you don't see that on the Democrats. Look at Katie Porter, is that her name? Or whatever. She's not, there's no charisma there because she has authority, which she abuses. And you see that a lot with Adam Schiff is like that. Nancy Pelosi's like that. They don't actually seem generous with their power. I think that if I were to make the Democratic Party a person, I would say it's a drug addict, right? And the addiction is Trump. It's not Trump derangement, it's Trump addiction. Because, when you're an addict, your wife leaves you, your bills don't get paid, you're facing eviction, your friends start disappearing, you become Keith Olbermann. The Democrat Party is in desperate need of a rehab or a 12-step program, but they won't ask for help. Because they're too proud, they're too resentful, their ego's too big. They have to actually ask for help, and we might help them, but they have to ask first.
Yeah.
You know damn well. I'm done, Greg. Guffey, you know damn well they not about to ask us for help. No, they want us to capitulate. They want us to agree to their overspending, and if we don't, they're going to tell Americans that we're trying to kill them. So, man, it is what it is with these guys.
Profane.
It's like you honestly just gotta pray that Americans can see through the bullshit at this point. That's what we're betting on. Because when you play on emotions like the Dems do, it's really hard to shake people out of that.
Obviously, is this just showing that they have a lack of message, that they're a lack of message?
I think it shows just also one other thing, which might sound a little petty, but why not? This is the thought. Hakeem Jeffries, I just checked. There's no record of him ever having done high school or college speech and debate. But Mike Lawler was a debater. And if you watch this exchange, which is very painful, and I cringe, and I want to crawl under a table, I'd like to mute it. But I listened to it for a while because Lawler has substantive points, and Hakeem Jeffries is just in his face, basically hurling personal insults. And that's not going to get the ball down the field. And Hakeem Jeffries has got this boredom in his eyes.
Yes, yes.
It's like he knows,
no energy.
He knows that he is the face of the Washington Generals to Trump's Harlem Globetrotters. They know how this is going to end. Now, on the health care front, I've been saying for a while, the Republicans, once again, into the breach. You have to have a proactive health care message and one that takes us in a direction that is better than what Europe has, because Europe, if you look at their finances, it is a terrible situation. We have to be able to do more and better policy. So that is something that can be decided. But one of the things is they keep talking about these Obamacare subsidies.
That's a problem. They're hanging on to Obamacare too much. It's like they're just I mean, they're so caught up in Obama's legacy, they can't think of anything new. They don't think of any new ideas that could honestly help the American people, because obviously Obamacare ain't it. Obamacare ain't it. It's all right. It's something for now, but it's not the best solution we have. It's not the best solution we can come up with. And the fact that the Dems act like it is only because, well, I don't know what. I don't know. Maybe it's about protecting Obama's legacy or something like that. I don't know. It could be that's honestly a stretch. But to be quite honest with you, we should be able to come to a new type of healthcare plan that's benefit for both for the American people and government spending. And here's the thing: it should be a bipartisan thing. We should be able to come into this with a bipartisan effort to come out with a good healthcare system, instead of just trying to revive the Affordable Health Care Act. Like, it's not working. And we just need to, and I'm not saying we need to just let the whole thing die and leave Americans out to dry, but we do need to come up with something better.
What isn't pointed out is that you can get an Obamacare subsidy for families making up to $600,000. Now, there are people who need more help and lower income people who need the help. But that conversation about families who are making that kind of money, do they need these subsidies that were supposed to be temporary during Biden's time? I would say that most Americans would say not, but we can't even get to that discussion because they're just hurling personal insults at each other.
Right. I love that your sports analogy is the Harlem Globetrotters.
I remember going there.
They're fun.
My parents took me when I was in Denver as a kid. I loved it.
Dana reads sports.
So yeah, Dana making the point that Chris Wright, I thought, brought up today, very well stated in the Oval Office or in the whatever, when he was saying that the Dems filibustered the leadership, right, up to a couple weeks ago, and now they're filibustering the funding. The whole point is they're refusing to engage substantively. They're just engaging shouting and outrage for their TikTok videos.
Well, it's so funny because, of course, every time there's a government shutdown, Republicans always lose the PR war, every single time. And this time, it's almost like they don't even care. They're winning the PR fight this time, but they're also winning on substance, which you see right there. And then you wind up with Hakeem Jeffries having to dissemble and embarrass himself in this cringe. And with Dana, you can't even listen to it. You want to mute it and crawl away. But
not for real.
At the end of the day, the problem for them is they don't have issues. They can talk about health care, but of course, I'm pretty sure Democrats already fixed health care. We have Obamacare. They did get that through. And I think most people, there are people who benefited from it, but I would argue that far more people have been punished under Obamacare because they can't, their insurance has gotten more expensive. So not only are they losing the PR, they're also losing on the issues themselves. And I think a lot of it has to do with President Trump, his ability to manage to get Democrats to talk about the shiny objects all the time and then pivot and talk about issues that people actually care about. And that's why I think that Republicans are not only winning the arguments on the shutdown, but they're also winning the PR war.
Yeah, and I think this is a lost opportunity, Harold, because it feels like Democrats are governing through outrage and defiance rather than actual leadership, which they could have stood up and gelled and really made a substantive stride. What say you?
So you guys got a lot more out of that exchange than I did. I think that both of them sound.
I mean, like, bro, literally they're acting like kids. It's like they're not getting their way, so they're ruining it for everybody. I mean, they can't win the game, so they flip the board. It's like that's how the Dems are playing right now. I mean, look at the way they're carrying. Look at the way they've been carrying on during this entire. I mean, during really 9 months of Trump. 9 months of Trump, and look how these guys are acting. They're literally having the tone of civil war because why? They couldn't win, so they want to flip the whole board. They couldn't win the country, so they rather throw it into the gutter. That's the way these Dems are acting right now.
Fifth graders. Both of them carried on in ways that I think really expels out why many in the country, independents mainly, have lost real confidence in our system. Now, the truth is, both of them have substantive positions, legitimate positions, and they have a legitimate difference. Mr. Jeffries believes that we should figure out a way to extend the health care subsidies guaranteed under the Affordable Care Act that were expanded during COVID, as Dana rightly pointed out. And Mr. Lawler, interestingly,
well, hold on, not just expanded, but enhanced. They were expanded and enhanced during COVID, so we put more money into it.
This I listened to. He actually has a bill that actually comports with what Democrats want to do on this issue. And what he was asking, I believe, Mr. Jeffries, is why don't you sign onto the bill? Now, I would have thought that at that point, Mr. Jeffries would have said, I'll sign it. And you know what? Come on to the office with me and let's call President Trump and let him know that there's another Republican that wants to do this as well. There's another Republican in addition to Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has said she thinks that Democrats have a legitimate point on health care. But instead, these guys took the bait and they couldn't stop arguing. I agree with you. I thought Lawler had a little bit of a better exchange, but they both look like kids in my son's fifth grade class.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, to be quite honest, it was a bit childish, the back and forth between Hakeem Jeffries and that Republican senator. But like, even he had to admit, he's like, this Republican senator literally came in front of this man and said, yo, we're giving you an extension, and we're giving it the extension. Like, why didn't you sign it? And Hakeem didn't even address it. He just went straight into insults and trying to lay in on the man. And I'm just like, do you see how bad this makes y'all look? Like, damn, you see how bad this makes y'all look? I gotta sit here and defend this? Like, how do you defend somebody who sat out there and said, we need extensions to the Obamacare subsidies. We give it to you guys, and then they don't even open the government. And not only that, now they remove the goalposts, and now they're like, oh, well, now we want permanent. We want to make it permanent now. There's no winning with these guys. There isn't. He said, can't be a pigeon at checkers. I mean, you're not for real. Because I just don't understand the strategy with these guys. And they kind of left themselves to the mercy of Trump, because now Trump did what? Cut all their favorite funding to their favorite NGOs, cut their favorite employees, all that wild stuff. And they left themselves at the mercy of this man. And you know what? I mean, he must not be that bad. He must not be Hitler and all that wild stuff. You're willing to leave yourselves in his clutches. I mean, he can't be that bad of a guy.
I give the winning point to Lawler.
Of course you do.
All right, guys, coming up.
Yeah, I give the winning point to him as well, because he said it straight up. He's like, yo, the Republicans is giving us what we're asking for, and you said no. How are the sensible Dems going to take that? Because only the sensible Dems are going to get it. The rest of y'all, some of y'all are going to go along with the BS and be like, no, we want it permanent. But the sensible Dems are going to be like, yo, you guys act for an extension. The Republicans give it to you, and you're not going to open up the government. I mean, what is this? Like, what are you guys trying to pull here? All right, guys, let's get into one-on-one with former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Let's get her ideas on it.
Shutdown that has no end in sight. We are 8 days into a government shutdown that has no end in sight. Joining me now is a veteran of shutdown fights that seem to roil Capitol Hill every few years. The former House Speaker of the House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, is here at the table. Day 8 of the government. First of all, thank you so much for being here in person. We are day 8. This is it.
Antoine, he said, really, black man? Yes. Yes, man. Really. Actually, you know what? I got a better one for you, dog. I got a way better one for you.
Oh, yeah. There's powerful niggardry at work here.
And yes.
Really, nigga?
Real stalemate, unless you know something I don't. But, you know, right now what we're seeing is President Trump and Republican leaders are saying they're not going to negotiate on extending the healthcare subsidies until the government reopens.
But we did. I mean, like I said, this was a day ago, right? This was a day ago. So, you know, they don't know that. And well, you know, today the offer was made that, look, we'll give you that 1-year extension on the healthcare subsidies. Just open up back to government. And the Dems said no. So this interview happened the day before.
So I guess my first question is, what's wrong with that position? Why not open the government and then negotiate?
The government was opened, and then the Republicans closed it because they did not want to extend health care subsidies. It means that will raise the cost of health care to America's working families. They had their chance for all of this, but they didn't do it. Now they're saying, oh, if you open it, we'll do it. I don't believe that, but nonetheless, here's the thing. The reason that the government is shut down is because the Republicans have insisted on taking down the subsidies, also Medicare, Medicaid, all of that, food for children, hundreds of billions of dollars for SNAP, to give a tax cut to the wealthiest people and the wealthiest corporations in America. You don't expect us to say, okay, we'll agree to you're giving a tax cut to the richest people in America and increasing the cost of health care. to open government. It's going to be up to.
Yeah, but the problem is you want to overtax the richest people in America. Then you drive jobs out of America, and there's less employment. And then here's the thing: you guys are so devious with y'all ways. You add federal jobs instead of bringing back manufacturing jobs, or I would say private sector jobs. You rather just start filling up the government with a bunch of empty seats, and then start stuffing the government with money, pretending like you guys added jobs. Like, that's a problem with you Dems. It's like, y'all not really for the American people. You're for big corporations.
They shut down government.
And I ain't saying that there ain't people on the Republican side either. I'm just saying that these guys are a bit too overt with it.
And they're going to have to open up government. They have the Republican, every shutdown since the 90s, when I've been around anyway, has been a Republican shutdown.
I understand what you're saying about where the differences are, and they are very big.
And here's the thing, like I said, it's a really childish argument to complain about tax cuts for billionaires when, one, you got a tax cut yourself, and two, well, these billionaires don't get tax cuts. They don't get to provide I'm gonna be real with you, new jobs, new investment opportunities, all that good stuff. I mean, new services, new products. They reinvest. So yes, that's why we give them tax cuts. And then we also give them tax cuts for owning land and employing people, or own land to build stuff to employ people. They get tax cuts for that. I mean, the more you benefit the country, the more tax cuts you get. Maybe that's why y'all don't get that much tax cuts, because you don't really benefit the country that much. Like, just keeping it, cold cut for you.
They are voting yes on
Gotta keep it 100.
we say here in Washington, a clean CR, a bill to keep the government running for 7 weeks, and Democrats are voting no, and for the reasons you just said. So how are they shutting down the government?
First of all, it isn't a clean CR.
Okay.
So let's not stipulate to that. It's not a clean CR.
What do they have in it?
Going into that. The point is.
Oh, and I didn't say rich people was over. Well, honestly, no, never mind. They were being overtaxed. I ain't gonna lie. That corporate tax before Trump was ridiculous. Like, Trump bringing down the corporate tax and all that good stuff, that actually helped America. It actually got, honestly, yes, more factories was being built. Wages rose in America when Trump cut taxes for the rich. It's just what they do. I mean, they start paying people more. They start building more. It just happens like that. Now, for some reason, the Dems just brainwash y'all into thinking that they just hoard all the money into the top, but it is what it is. Or, oh, that trickle-down economics doesn't work. Well, let's be real. If you weren't so for the Dems and them sending jobs overseas, you would understand that, well, it does work. It's up all the jobs are trickling down over there in Asia. And the thing is, you guys vote for the Dems and they let it happen more. So, yeah, trickle-down economic does work. For the few that's able to pick it up in America because, well, for the jobs that's still staying here, and then all those in China that get to prosper off Apple and Google and all that good stuff. So, yeah, trickle-down economics does work. It just ain't raining on us right now. But, hey, shout out to Trump's tariffs because he's trying to bring the rain back because we've been in a drought. All right, back to it.
Democrats who created Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act, all of that, are now being asked, reject that so we can give a tax cut to the rich. We're not doing it. And it isn't a question of, well, let's come back together so we can discuss it. That isn't going to happen. They had that chance. Now they just have to open government with it as a stipulation.
So how do you get there? Would it be the president saying he's willing to engage in negotiations? Is it, what do you actually need tangibly to get there?
Well, let me just say I'm so pleased with Hakeem Jeffries and the role he's playing for our House Democrats, Chuck, of course. But here's the thing. Everything important springs from the people. The public knows that this is wrong for them. This is a kitchen table issue for them. This is a kitchen table issue. They want costs lowered. The Republicans are raising the cost. And this is, our members have been all over the country spreading the word. Lincoln, public sentiment is everything. With it, you can accomplish almost anything. And that is what we were doing. They're going to hear from their own constituents that government has to open up under these conditions.
Yeah, well, Nancy, that's before hey, this was recorded before you know, the Republicans came out and said, we'll give you that 1 year extension. Now it's really all on the Dems. There's no excuse. We've already said we'll give you guys a 1 year extension. I mean, if you guys ask for permanent, you want to argue permanent, at that point, you guys are moving the goalposts. And you're also admitting that this isn't about healthcare subsidies at this point. Because we're giving it to you. I mean, we're giving it to you, but you guys aren't accepting it.
And the conditions are that you want them to just automatically raise or extend, I should say, the subsidies for Obamacare?
Yeah, not to cancel them, but also it has to be in the law.
When you say cancel, they expire at the end of the year.
Yeah, so they must be expired.
Without any kind of negotiation over it, because they want reforms.
What reforms do they want? They want it to reduce. They want.
So you just don't buy any of it.
What do you mean reforms?
And it's so disingenuous because, like, she don't even know the Republicans' argument. Oh, you just know they want to cut it. You don't know that. You don't know what they want to do with this. So it's like, thing is, we've already found it out what they wanted to do. They want to extend it and give it a year because, let's be real, they still haven't found out anything yet on how to tackle this healthcare, because right now it seems like Trump's been working on peace deals and working out trade deals and all that good stuff. So he does seem a bit busy to be dealing with, well, I don't know, healthcare right now, which we would love him to get to healthcare, but hey, my man's ending war and stopping people from being killed. So it is what it is. I know some of y'all are going like, "Said, how could you accept this?" I'm like, don't be such a baby.
What they've been on TV saying constantly.
I know that's what they say on TV, but look at history, look at the experience. When he was president before, he was going to whatever. He said, Obamacare sucks. That's what he said, Obamacare sucks. It's not about reforms. We're all interested in reforms all the time. The subsidies are a reform. Under Biden, they are an improvement over the Affordable Care Act, and I'm very proud of the Affordable Care Act and the reforms. But they have not, they wanted, over 70 times they voted to repeal the Affordable Care Act.
But this is a very specific part of the Affordable Care Act that you know better than I is popular in a lot of their districts and that's across the country.
Yeah. So the Republicans are not in disagreement about this. That's why they wanted to do a 1 year extension. I'm just wondering what will be the argument now. I'm wondering, like, is it now? Are they going to start admitting that it's about 1.5 trillion in healthcare and Medicaid spending, or are they just going to keep lying?
So we're going to open it because it's very popular and well among Democrats, among Republicans, and among independents.
But you also mentioned making cuts to programs that Congress had already approved, raising. So you're talking about a wide array and wide range of wants and sort of demands that Democrats have. You've been through this kind of thing many, many times. I still can't see, and maybe you can explain it, how you get from here to there, because it feels like we're going to be in this for a long time.
Well, when President Trump was president before, it was 35 days.
Yeah.
And I remind you, he said, I'm very proud of this shutdown. That's the words he used, because they don't believe in governance, and then they don't believe in the work that government does. So now they're saying they may not pay.
All right. I'm done listening to the old lady talk. But all right, let's go ahead and get over into this Piers Morgan interview, because apparently, I mean, hey, man, I feel bad for Nancy Pelosi, because I feel like she was like kind of a little bit blindsided with this, because she's talking like, oh, well, the Republicans don't want to do this, and they've always been trying to repeal health care. It's like, no, ma'am, no. Even Dana Bash was like, hold on now. They're actually okay with the Obamacare subsidies because it also helps people out in their area as well. So this isn't about like the Republicans wanting to destroy healthcare. I mean, honestly, I guess this is really about them getting their way. And like I said, we gave them the extension on the subsidies, but now they want it to be permanent, plus 1.5 trillion in healthcare. Well, my bad, in new healthcare spending. And then they also want to reinstate the funding to NPR and PBS. So I don't know if these guys can really be negotiated with at this point. I mean, it's going to have to be their own constituents that shame them, because we've already said that we'll go ahead and do the 1 year extension on the subsidies. So we don't know what else these guys want at this point.
At least, and they're going to need me pretty quickly.
So let's get it clear right now. Israel should get the fuck
out of Gaza.
Well, the United States didn't get the F out of Japan.
Israel has done 70 October 7ths already. 70!
Trump is a real estate guy. He's looking at Gaza and he's saying, I see a bunch of rubble. Why don't we have nice buildings and clean streets?
You've been nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. This certainly was a surprise to me.
It was a surprise for me too, my husband. He just wanted to know how much money it is. Palestinians are an invention.
Just to be clear, you would like all of the land from the river to the sea.
I want all the land from the Euphrates to the Nile. What do you mean?
This is one of the more ludicrous pitches for a Nobel Peace Prize I think I've ever heard in my life.
The hostages will come back. They're all coming back on Monday.
Was what happened on October the 7th, 2 years ago, an act of resistance?
Oh, Link, the source is the Dems. I mean, they want to go ahead and reverse Trump's, healthcare cuts, right? Or Medicaid cuts. So that's already 900 billion right there. And then they want to add like another 60 to 70 billion dollars on top of that. So yeah, I mean, you already get close to 1 trillion right off the rip that they want to go ahead and reverse the cuts on Medicaid, like right there. Like it's right out the Dems' mouth. Like they're literally telling you this. You might want to start listening to the guys. I'm not even sure if you're really a Democrat, to be quite honest with you, but you might want to start listening to what they're saying.
Palestinians rose up and
they're saying it right to you.
Oppression.
This is my problem. It wasn't an act of resistance. It was an act of despicable terrorism.
Which is why I'm not going to call it an act of terrorism.
There is nothing pro-Palestinian about Hamas as an organization, and they are an organization that needs to be destroyed for the well-being of Israelis and Palestinians.
For the first time in more than 2 years, Palestinians in Gaza and the hostage families in Israel are celebrating, albeit cautiously. The war may finally be over. US President Donald Trump made the announcement that both Israel and Hamas have agreed to the first phase of a peace deal. This is how he got the historic news.
Come on up here, Martha. Anything we should know about the Middle East?
That's what we're hoping to talk to you about here, Mr. President.
Well, they're smart, but they're not smart enough. Oh, my microphone's broken. They're smart, but they're not smart enough. They have been covered by these liberal cities for so many years. And that's why we're all working with Treasury, with all these different departments to find the criminal conspiracy.
Okay. I'm just giving. I was just given a note by the Secretary of State saying that we're very close to a deal in the Middle East, and they're going to need me pretty quickly.
An incredible moment. Of course, there's every reason to be unsure about whether this will last. Many of the crucial details remain unclear. But the most important detail is that a ceasefire will begin immediately. Aid will move in. Israeli troops will move out. And all of the remaining Israeli hostages will finally be allowed to go home. The president spoke to their ecstatic families by phone last night.
President Trump, you have the best crowd in the world. What do you guys have to say to President Trump?
The hostages will come back. They're all coming back on Monday.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Well, as part of the deal, Israel is expected to release more than 1,700 Gazans detained since October the 7th. The grim truth is that they will be returning to a decimated land, blighted by unspeakable destruction, grief and uncertainty. There are major unanswered questions about the extent of Hamas disarmament, about who governs and rebuilds Gaza, and about who makes sure this deal, like others before it, doesn't simply fall apart. But for now, it's a moment in history to savor and to celebrate. For the first time in 24 months, tomorrow should be better than today. To debate the US-backed deal and what happens next, I spoke to Cenk Uygur, founder and CEO of the Young Turks, and filmmaker Dinesh D'Souza, whose latest releases about the rise of Islamism after October the 7th. Cenk, I've not talked to you since this peace plan was presented. I read it in detail, and I found myself nodding at a lot of it. It seems to me to be the most likely framework to get this war over.
Yeah. So my sense of it is that Trump is actually trying to get the peace. Obviously, he's massively biased towards Israel, and this deal is biased towards Israel, but I would take it. And so now I'm not Hamas, so it's easy for me to say I want the hostages home. I wanted the hostages home from day one. So in the deal, the hostages get released. Hamas does not rule Gaza. I'm happy with both of those things. But the critical part, Piers, is Israel has to leave Gaza. So right now, what they're saying is, we're going to get what we want. We're going to get our hostages back. But
And let's be real, the Likud party in Israel don't want that. They want to stay in Gaza. They want to take it over completely. And like I said, ethnically cleanse the Palestinians. Like, that's what Bibi truly wants. So when Trump's telling them to get the heck out of Gaza and withdraw, they don't want to do that. They don't. Like, I'll be real with you. Bibi does not want to withdraw out of Gaza. He really don't want this peace deal either.
we're not going to leave. And they claim they are getting a security perimeter, which is just more land. And I told you from day one, this was never about self-defense. This is about land acquisition. They're trying to build greater Israel. So then Netanyahu says yes to the deal because he has no choice because Trump makes him, which I like. Good job by Trump on that. Then he goes home and says in Hebrew, not in English, oh, don't worry. We're going to have the IDF deep inside Gaza. So in other words, we're not going to do the peace deal. We're going to get the hostages back, and we're going to grab as much of Gaza for Israel as we can. So that's the part that I can't.
I mean, like I said, it's going to be the ultimate tester. I mean, was it all about the hostages? Because when Israel gets the hostages back, then the attacks on Hamas should stop because they completely decimated them. But if this is about a land grab, then they're going to keep it going.
Stand. If I was Hamas, I'd sign the deal anyway. Take Israel's excuse away from them. They've been using the hostages. That's why Netanyahu didn't want the hostages back, because he wanted it as an excuse. But it doesn't really matter, because even if you take that excuse away from him, what he's going to do next is Hamas didn't surrender enough. They didn't turn in enough weapons. I have to murder more Palestinians. I have to ethnically cleanse them more. So when the hostages are returned, Piers, and we come back on here, will you tell all of your Zionist Israeli zealot yes?
And shout out to my man Hellbase said the other Piers was better. It's still in DC. All right, sure, let me see.
Okay, you guys betrayed the deal. You were supposed to leave Gaza, and you didn't. So Cenk was right, and all of your critics were right. This was always about stealing Palestinian land. Okay, so that's what's going to happen. I guarantee it. So I just want to set ahead of time so then people don't try to squirm out of it. Oh, no, they didn't turn. They turned in 12,000 guns, but we wanted 13,000 guns. We have to keep murdering. We have to keep stealing land, right? So let's get it clear right now. Israel should get the fuck out of Gaza, and they should end the occupation entirely. Otherwise, they're in the land stealing business, which is what they've been in for the last at least 58 years.
Okay, Dinesh, your response to that?
Well, the United States didn't get the F out of Japan after the attack on Pearl Harbor. This was something that the Japanese started, and the United States not only finished it, but after the war, there was denazification, there was a restructuring of Japan. So I'm just saying that when you start a war...
Yeah, but let's be real, though. America never said that, we're trying to take Japan. We're trying to occupy Japan. Israel has specifically said they are trying to take over Gaza, annex Gaza, create greater Israel. So let's be real with you. They're saying it to our face. Be quite honest. But shout out to my man Hellbat. We're going to go ahead and move on to this one. My man Hellbat said, you know what? The other Pierce is better. All right, why not?
Together and sing, either we can all sit together and sing Kumbaya and nobody can enforce the law, or we're going to have violence. But that's not really the case.
Donald Trump and his entire administration has made it clear that they'd be happy to see unrest come out of sending in the National Guard.
The solution is empower the local law enforcement, give them the funds that they need.
If he's president of the United States, he should be more unified in the way he speaks about people. He shouldn't say he hates his opponents.
They debanked us, they deplatformed us. They wanted to see us in jail. They wanted to see us arrested. They wanted to see my father behind bars. They wanted me to be right next to him. They wanted to see our family bankrupt. They wanted to see the MAGA movement dead.
Why have all the Epstein files not been released? And do you think they should? Well, later on, Eric Trump gives me his outrageously uncensored views on everything from Charlie Kirk's murder to Pete Hegseth's ban on beards. And I'll be joined shortly by the House Speaker, Mike Johnson. We'll begin with a volcanic eruption of debatable news stories. Former FBI Director James Comey is being arraigned on criminal charges. Pam Bondi is lambasted by senators on everything from the Epstein files to the deployment of National Guard troops in cities nationwide. The government shutdown continues, causing air travel chaos. And Whoopi Goldberg says that American football fans should black up for the Super Bowl to help undocumented migrants. Joining me to try and make sense of all this is Sri Tanada, Democratic Congressman from Michigan, host of the Michael Knowles Show on Daily Wire, Michael Knowles, and Jack Cocciarella, the progressive commentator and YouTuber. Well, welcome to all of you. Michael Knowles, I started off with a very bold promise that we would try and make sense of what I've just said. There's a lot going on here, a lot to unpack. Let me just start with one thing. I watched Pam Bondi yesterday, and there are some sort of fundamental principles at play here in various things this administration is doing. One of which is about the ability of the federal government to deploy federal troops into states that are not Washington, D.C.
What they're allowed to do to uphold federal law, especially if there's a resistance to federal law. I mean, like I said, like JFK did with segregation.
Do you feel comfortable about them doing it? And let me just say straight off the top, I'm not sure how I feel about this, because to me, I get the overarching, I think, plan, which is visibility on the streets to deter criminals. But let's take a look at the clip, and then I'll come back to you.
The word is, and I think it's been confirmed by the White House, they are going to transfer Texas National Guard units to the state of Illinois. What's the rationale for that?
Yeah, Chairman, as you shut down the government, you voted to shut down the government, and you're sitting here, our law enforcement officers aren't being paid. They're out there working to protect you. I wish you loved Chicago as much as you hate President Trump. And currently, the National Guard are on the way to Chicago. If you're not going to protect your citizens, President Trump will.
So, again, the question, Michael, do you feel comfortable this is constitutional?
Not only do I feel comfortable, I'm happy to see that the federal government is stepping in where the local and state governments have failed. This is one of the main things that the federal government is for. The Insurrection Act has been invoked many times throughout American history by both parties. Eisenhower, Kennedy, it's been called in by, it's been requested rather by Democrat governors. And so that's really unsurprising. And what we're looking at here is issue compounding on issue, because we've had this massive invasion of foreign nationals, many of whom are working with foreign terrorist organizations, the criminal cartels that control the southern border. We have crime spiraling out of control generally in places like Chicago, which in terms of the number of murders leads the country, something like 110,000 gang members in Chicago alone. And you're seeing an uptick in political violence, particularly from the left, reflected in multiple surveys. And then obviously,
and worst part about it is, shoot, I'm gonna be real with you, these are barely organized gangs. There's so much gangs like in Chicago you probably count honestly the cliques. It's the gangs and the cliques. And I'm gonna be real with you, bro, it'll be Bloods beefing with Bloods. They'll start beefing with each other inside their own gang, and they'll start shooting and killing each other. Same with the Crips, or really the BDs and the GDs and all that good stuff. So they beef within each other and start killing and shooting each other, and they beef outside of each other and start shooting and killing each other. They call it Chirac for a reason. And I know the locals don't like it, but hey, man, if y'all don't like that name, y'all might want to do better. Or at least make your mayor and governor do better.
That we've seen recently. Most recently, the leftist who was going to bomb the cathedral in Washington, D.C., but of course, going back to Charlie's assassination and others. So you're having a lot of disorder. This is why we have the Insurrection Act. It's why we have the federal government, because I think people are debating between these two false options. Either we can all sit together and sing Kumbaya and nobody can enforce the law, or we're going to have violence. But that's not really the case. The two options you have are you can have just, prudent state violence, that is to say, cops enforcing the law and putting the bad guys in jail, or you can have what you're seeing increasingly celebrated by the left, which is vigilante violence, which is unjust. And I want the just kind. I want an orderly society, and I don't think we should just consign people who happen to live in failed blue cities to misery and rape and murder and all the rest of it.
Okay, Sri Tanada, your response to that?
Well, look, militarization of our cities is not the answer. Just yesterday, a mother who's in America for 30 years, she was going to a grocery store to buy some ingredients so she can make meatball soup for her kids. And ISIS detained her. She's now behind in the ICE detention center. I saw her daughter crying. These are not gang members. These are not hardened criminals. They're
no. See, and that's it's a really dumb argument. I thought it was only about the hardened criminals. Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you don't pay attention to what Trump says. And I mean, because let's be real, like Dems having the argument wrong or having what our stance wrong it makes sense. So let me go ahead and correct the record here. We're going to deport all illegals, not just the criminals, but all of the illegal immigrants, not just criminals. Okay. So I'm sorry, but if that mother was an illegal immigrant who was here illegally and she put her child in that position, that's on her, not us. So yes, all illegal. Say it with me now, Dems. Not just criminals, but all illegal immigrants, all of them.
Testing 17-year-old
as much as possible.
High school kids, putting away American citizens, 4, 5-year-old American citizens, kids who are suffering from leukemia in the ICE detention center, losing their doctor's appointments. You can talk all about gang members. You know, nobody. Everybody wants.
No, I wouldn't talk about that. Just to stop you there, but you know, I want to talk specifically about the deployment of federal troops, not necessarily the wider separate issue of what ICE is doing with undocumented people in the United States. I've debated that a lot. We can touch on that in a moment, but just specifically on the deployment of federal troops in states which are not DC, where obviously the federal government can do that. The president has that power. You know, there is this raging argument now about whether it is constitutional, whether it is lawful for the president of the United States to do what Trump is now rolling out in places like Chicago. What is your view of that?
It's not only not legal, it's not only unconstitutional, but more importantly, it's not even good business because this costs so much putting federal troops in cities. Instead of that, if federal government can give the grants so that local police, law enforcement can hire more people. Right now, they are severely understaffed. They don't have the resources they need to keep our cities safe. Now, in a long-term process...
But aren't you answering your question? I mean, aren't you
I think you're
making
the point.
Right. I mean, in a way, what you just said is the rationale for doing it.
You know, I wonder if Dems would make the same argument. I mean, so you remember when Eisenhower, you know, kind of went against Kansas, but Arkansas. Remember that? So I want to ask Dems this. Pretty much, you guys would be standing on segregation if this was like 1956. If you're saying that, oh, the Fed can't interfere, 10th Amendment, then you guys would literally be standing on the side of segregation. But to my real point here, the real point is that, you know, the President Dwight Eisenhower federalized the Arkansas National Guard and sent the 101st Airborne Division to enforce students' rights to attend school. I mean, what's the difference between Brandon Johnson saying, Trump, you can't enforce immigration laws, and what the governor of Arkansas in that time, what was it, Governor Fabbis at that time in 1957 was the governor of Arkansas. What's the difference? That man said, no, I want to have segregated schools and you're not going to stop me. And I'm going to go ahead and disobey that. And we're going to be this segregated area. And the president said, no, you're not. Well, you're going against federal law. I'm going to make you follow it. So what's the difference between that and Brandon Johnson and Pritzker pretty much saying we're going to create ICE-free zones and pretty much subvert federal law? What's the difference? And Trump has every right at this point to send in the guards because, I mean, shoot, other presidents have done it. I mean, Eisenhower, shoot, my man Kennedy's done it. I mean, a long time ago. I mean, long time ago. Shoot, we even had George Washington done pulled it off. So there's been plenty of times where the president has had to upheld federal law from, I'm gonna be real with you, rebellious governors or mayors. So there's really no difference in today's time. So when you guys say it's unconstitutional, I'm like, where? I mean, you don't really know history, I guess.
Isn't it? I mean, they're under-resourced. No. They don't have enough people. They can't control the crime. Donald Trump is recognizing this, and he's doing something about it. And I'm curious about how many regular Americans who live in some of these very crime-ridden inner cities in America are really as opposed to it as you sound like you are, because you know, if you've got a lot of crime going on around you and you know the police are woefully under-resourced, why would you object to seeing some troops on the streets to just try and restore order and perhaps send a real message to criminals?
See, putting military and reserves all over America, major American cities, and militarization of our country is not the solution. The solution is empower the local law enforcement, give them the
local law enforcement is told not to help out ICE. Local law enforcement is told not to help out with no immigration. Actually, the local law enforcement might be put in charge of protecting these ICE-free zones. So we can't even sit here and act like we can lean on local law enforcement, especially when, like, let's be real, the mayors is getting in the way of that. So like I said, what's the difference between the Kennedy situation, the Kennedy and Eisenhower situation, and what's going on with Trump in Chicago? There's really no difference. There's a rebellious mayor and a rebellious governor who's trying to go against federal law, and Trump has every right to uphold it in that state, just like Kennedy did and just like Eisenhower did. It is what it is.
Funds that they need. It's the funding that needs to come so we can have a more long-term, long-lasting solution to it.
Congressman, are you familiar with the Insurrection Act?
Nope.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. And this
so
is
what do you think
the time-
that's for? You said that this was illegal. You said it was not unconstitutional and illegal for the federal government to send National Guard into cities and states. What do you think the Insurrection Act is for?
You don't know.
Well, look, this is a issue that the local government should be handling. It is this
No,
is
it's
an
the,
issue.
but
what is the answer to
Congressman, I
my-
don't think you understand the Insurrection
Right,
Act.
to Michael's.
The Insurrection Act-
Well, let me just ask. I mean, Congressman, do you actually know what the Insurrection Act says?
Yes, but this is the.
Well, hang on. What does it say?
Well, look, what we saw happen in January 6th in the Congress. That's insurrection.
No, that's not the question. The question is, are you familiar? Obviously, the government is citing the Insurrection Act as the empowerment to do what it's doing. Are you familiar with what the Insurrection Act
Yes, I am. But
allows?
look, this president has used all kinds of excuses to break the law. This president has used...
No, but that is the law. So what is the law, Congressman? You say you're familiar with the Insurrection Act, but you don't seem to be able to describe what it does, and you're actually contradicting it. So what do you think the Insurrection Act does?
Look, the issue here is that we need our cities safe. Americans want...
Well, Congressman, with all due respect, that's not an answer to the question. I mean, if you don't look,
can you lay out what you believe allows Donald Trump to act
well,
so
hang on,
unlawfully?
Jack, I'm going to come to you very shortly, but just to be clear, Congressman, it's a pretty simple question that Michael posed, which is the government are citing the Insurrection Act as the rationale and the legal tool by which they can do what they're doing.
That's tough.
You said it's illegal and wrong and they shouldn't be doing it, but you seem to be struggling to explain what the Insurrection Act actually is. And Michael, quite rightly, is saying, well, can you just tell us?
Well, whatever it is, when the National Guards are picking up trash and the National Guards are watering the flowers, that is not Insurrection Act, and that's not what this is meant to be.
But do you know what it is, the act?
Do you even know what it is?
What is it?
When there is an insurrection, the government has powers to use military, use reserve to address those situations. And this is clearly not the situation here. What we need to do is empower law enforcement.
Okay, Michael, your response to that.
It's literally that. It's literally that. Yes, he's allowed to use military force to quell an insurrection or honestly a rejection or a subversion of the American law or federal law. Federal law. Just federal law alone. He can go in there and uphold that with the feds, especially if local law enforcement has expressed that they don't want to help, especially when local leadership has expressed that they don't want the local law enforcement to help. What are you supposed to do? What? Just give up? No. We're pretty tenacious about this. We're going to get it done no matter what. I mean, it's not like we're just going to, I'm be honest with you guys. Like I said, it's not like they're just going in there and just start killing these guys. It's not like they're going to war with these guys. They're just rounding them up and deporting them. You're acting like we're literally going to war with Chicago about immigrants. But here's the problem, though. I mean, Chicago is willing to try to tear the country apart over an ICE-free zone. And here's the thing. I hope other states that are radical or these radical leftist mayors don't try to pull the same thing. Because then, I mean, we're going to have to send in a National Guard to a whole lot of areas. Because like I said, that is a kind of an insurrection. I mean, that's almost like cutting off a part of the United States and saying, no, this is all me. I'm separate from the United States now. It's like, no, it don't work like that. It don't. You just can't create an ICE-free zone and be like, yeah, this is outside of American federal law. Yeah, American federal law don't swing here in this ICE-free zone. Sorry, brother, it doesn't work like that.
Said that the federal government is breaking the law by sending the National Guard in to restore order to the cities where crime has spiraled out of control, where there's obviously a violation of federal law with all of the illegal aliens running about, and that is actually what it's for. We have a federal government in order to step in when the local and state governments fail. And so this has been used many, many times, not merely to restore order if there's some violent revolution, but even, for instance, to desegregate schools. This has been used many, many times over the course of American history. There's nothing illegal about it. And in fact, what President Trump is doing right now is one of the clearest and most just uses of the Insurrection Act when you have cities that are failing, that in your own words, cannot enforce the law, are under-resourced, and are falling into disorder. So I think you've made a good argument for what President Trump is doing.
Okay,
look what he's doing.
Let me bring in Jack. I want to bring in Jack. He's been waiting patiently. I mean, Jack, it seemed to me the congressman actually, maybe inadvertently, gave the explanation for why Trump feels justified in using the Insurrection Act. Because if you agree that the law enforcement in these very crime-ridden cities is failing and under-resourced, then why shouldn't the government use the Insurrection Act to put troops on the ground and try and restore proper order?
Well, because I don't think the intention is to restore proper order. Donald Trump and his entire administration has made it clear that they'd be happy to see unrest come out of sending in the National Guard. That's what they wanted out of their attack on LA. That's what they wanted to happen in DC. Donald Trump.
How? Now, how could you make that argument when it was protesters who started attacking ICE? It was protesters who was trying to stop ICE from doing their job. So the only people that are causing unrest are the protesters who are trying to protest what ICE is doing. ICE is not causing unrest. The radical left is. And the fact that you guys can't take responsibility for that is crazy. But here we are. Here we are listening to a ludicrous argument.
Wanted out of their attack on LA. That's what they wanted.
I mean, apparently cleaning up crime and cleaning up immigration is what? Causing unrest. Yeah, I mean, you're pretty much trying to stabilize things in these cities, these high immigration, high crime cities, but now you're causing unrest. I mean, what the hell were you guys doing by letting it proliferate? Like, please tell me.
To happen in DC. Donald Trump sees this as an opportunity.
Do you have any evidence for that?
To intimidate people. It's come out directly of the administration that they think it is a win if they go into Portland and nothing happens, but nothing is happening. It's people in T-Rex Halloween costumes who are getting maced for simply exercising their First Amendment right, which, Michael, I thought you cared about. It doesn't really seem like that's the case. But they've also said that if there is
where are you getting that from? Hold on, before you make you made an argument.
I think if you would allow me to finish my point,
the Trump administration wants disorder and has admitted this.
No, bro, you made a really dumb point, but okay.
I'd like to hear people speak out, and now I'm delivering a point that you don't seem to like, and you want to silence me. That's what this administration does. It's okay. You don't have the power to do that today.
Now, Jack, to be clear, you made a statement that the.
I mean, jumping to conclusions. I mean, you're just trying to silence me. That's why you interrupted me. I'm like, whoa, dog. He's just trying to get your point. Like, you already jump into the whole censorship thing. It's like it's like everybody trying to be Jimmy Kimmel now. It's like, it's funny.
Trump administration actively wanted disorder, and Michael, I think, understandably, because I would ask the same thing. Where is the evidence?
It has been reported.
Where is the evidence that they wanted disorder?
It has been reported that this administration sees it as a win if unrest comes out of the deployment.
The administration sees it as a win if unrest comes out of these ICE raids or, ICE or the deployment of troops. Bro, if you can't source that, I mean, bro, you're going to have to source that one. Or I don't know, give me at least one Republican that said that and we'll condemn him. But just give me one Republican that's made that statement. Because one, that's a complete retarded statement to make. If you made that, you'd be shooting yourself in the foot politically. So I know I'm not going to find no politician saying it. I don't know, maybe a right-wing podcaster or something.
It came out of Axios that they see it as a win if there is unrest because of these deployments, because they want to say, look at this hellscape in Portland, when all of the photos that I've seen are just like people in T-Rex costumes hanging out and going to the farmer's market. And if you really want to deploy the National Guard Mike Johnson's district could certainly use it. These failing red states. If you want to talk about states that are failing, red states are failing. They need to be subsidized by California and New York, Massachusetts. These states, these.
Yeah, but ain't your citizens that's doing it. It's the corporations that operate in these blue states, and they're leaving as well. So I'm not even sure how long you guys are gonna have this high and mighty position, but that's not winning you guys anything. Like, I'll be quite honest with you. And then when you guys talk about red states, yeah, bro, all the cities with the highest crime in red states are ran by Democratic mayors. Actually, it's damn near a formula. If you got a black Democratic mayor with a majority black city, it equals high crime and high immigration. And that just seems to be the formula laid out before us. So, like I said, black mayor, whole lot of black people equals high crime, high immigration. So, and this even goes, and the formula even works in red states as well. I mean, please test the formula. Go to any red state. No, look up your favorite red state that you want to talk ish about. Look up the highest crime cities and watch them all be led by Democrats. Once again, the problem goes back to you guys.
Republican states that are being run into the ground. If you're talking about people who need aid and assistance,
like, all right, cool. Like Tennessee. All right, let's talk about Tennessee. Memphis, ran by a Democrat, black Democrat. I mean, New Orleans, black Democrat. And where's that in Louisiana? Red state. I mean, bro, even my state, Ohio, we got Cleveland, and that's a blue city. And that got terrible crime. Now, the immigration isn't bad, but the crime is terrible. So what are you talking about, dog? You can give me red states all day, and I'll name you the highest crime cities, and it'll all be ran by a Democratic mayor who most likely is black for some reason. I don't know why I gotta mention that, because it pisses. Actually, I mentioned it because it pisses me off. But why the fuck do they gotta be black with poor leadership? But sorry, that's just my personal gripe.
Buckling off of California. It has nothing to do with the crime-ridden, failing blue states. It's a non-issue. And this politics
you think
of
there's
subtraction.
No crime in Chicago?
1 second, Michael.
You think Chicago's
this politics of subtraction, where you think if you just take away and take away and take away and will eventually hit a bottom, it just doesn't actually exist as a real theory. If you thought that law enforcement was the
your reality of like what you see politics as is outside of reality. What you see the MAGA position as is outside of reality. Like, you literally sat there and said the Trump administration want to bring in ICE and the National Guard to bring unrest to the cities. I'm like, these cities are already in unrest, but okay.
Answer to this problem, Donald Trump wouldn't be cutting the budget of police across the country to the tune of billions of dollars. Like, that wouldn't be happening. So you don't really have a
increase the law enforcement budget.
Yeah.
First of all, that's not true, which is what just took place in his budget.
He did. That was the big beautiful bill. That was one of the key provisions of the big beautiful bill.
That is absolutely untrue. So you don't even have this like cogent theory of policing or law enforcement that you want to see
Your
carried
argument
out.
is that the
It's
big
all
beautiful
about
bill
intimidation.
did not increase law enforcement funding at the federal level.
Donald Trump has cut again.
Like, are you really making that argument? Like, bro, you're talking about authoritarian. You guys accusing this guy of making the police states. Trump defunded the police. No, I really want y'all to hear yourselves. This guy. I wish I was on the panel. I'm like, bro, I really want you to hear yourself. You call him an authoritarian. He's trying to create police states and all this wild stuff, but you're saying he defunded the police? Doesn't that kind of go against his whole, agenda that you believe he has of trying to create police states, police cities and all that? Doesn't that kind of go against your whole, like theory? Like, that don't even make sense, dude.
Congressman, could you please clarify for our confused liberal friend here?
Yeah, we need to have a long-term solution to this, and that is only by reinforcing our local law enforcement. That's what we need to do.
But again, the point,
increase federal law enforcement funding.
Again, the point, Congressman, is whether in the big beautiful bill there was an increase or a decrease in federal spending for law enforcement. Which one was it?
Well, there was an increase, but look.
Okay, so then again, I come back to Jack. So Jack, your fellow left winger on the panel has just contradicted you and said, well, hang on, Congressman, hang on.
Yeah.
Jack, you've just heard there from a Democratic congressman that the big beautiful bill actually increased federal spending on law enforcement, the opposite of what you just said.
I mean, bro,
I think he's misspeaking.
I'm sorry, I gotta
Trump
put
has done
this
nothing
one
to
out.
increase police
Okay,
budgets.
he's
Donald Trump
misspeaking.
doesn't really care.
I don't think
He's
he's
in
speaking.
Congress.
Bro, really? G4L, like, dog, what type of low energy are you on? Like, bro, if nobody in your family speaking to you, I feel bad for you, dog, but I have a great family life. I'm sorry, G. That's just not me. And sorry, but maybe you got family members that's shallow enough and they don't love you enough to where they don't cut you off over politics. But, dog, I literally got a dad that hates my politics, and we talk every day and we're cool. Trust me, there are people more mature than you will ever be.
I think one person's misspeaking here, and it may be you.
It's not. There's nothing that Donald Trump has done to actually, one second, there's nothing that Donald Trump, the supposed back the blue guy, has done to support police in this country. He doesn't actually care. It's a gimmick. It's a game. Michael, I know you're familiar with that. It's fine. But Donald Trump doesn't care. If he did, he wouldn't have pardoned 1,500 cop-beating insurrectionists to go out and reoffend and reoffend. If you want to talk about crime in this country and who's being let loose on the streets, I think Donald Trump is allowing that to happen more than any other single person in this country. So I don't really know how you could make the case that this administration cares about policing, cares about crime, cares about law enforcement, when every action that they have publicly taken and celebrated is to the opposite of that argument, Michael.
Yeah, I guess there are very few things that Democrat congressmen and I agree on, but what Congress just did in President Trump's big, beautiful bill would happen to be one of them, and it's that he's increased federal law enforcement funding. So, you know, I don't know where your confusion comes from, but it's manifest.
Well, I don't know how you're confused about Donald Trump's attacks on police officers across the country and his disregard for those who were attacked on January 6th.
Jack, to be clear,
bro, what? I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I'm not sure where bro gets his arguments from, but bro, I think you're even outside of what the left says about Donald Trump. You remember, they're calling this man the most authoritarian, a dictator. He wants great police states. And you're telling him, oh, that he's defunding the police. Come on now, bro. Come on. That doesn't make no sense. But okay, bro. We're gonna let him cook. Let him cook.
Increased federal spending in that bill on law enforcement, or he didn't. And it does appear from Michael and from the Democratic congressman that you're just wrong.
Thank you.
So do you want to take an opportunity to maybe walk that back?
I do not.
A big chunk of that was ice.
Well, you'd rather double down on a falsehood.
I'd say I think that.
He said, look, man, even your homie over here said you were wrong. So you sure you don't want to walk that back after you just completely kind of went in on him, to pretty much trying to tell Michael Knowles that he don't know what he's talking about? Yeah, this is wrong with some of the Dems here. Like, guys who operate like this, I mean, bro, they just lose people every time. They bring people, guys like this bring people over to my channel, and I appreciate him. I appreciate you, bro, because you're about to bring more people over to this channel. Appreciate that.
Willing to double down on the fact that Donald Trump has made it difficult for police officers across this country to do their jobs, and he doesn't actually care about them.
Right, and would you be prepared to stake your entire professional reputation on the fact that he slashed federal spending on law enforcement?
No, please bet your whole, because what was it? Because of course ICE does count as funding law enforcement, so that would be wrong as well. I mean, of course. Let's see here. Bureau of Prisons. The bill provides $5 billion investment for the Bureau of Prisons, and of course other federal law enforcement search. So yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, there was multiple law enforcements that got an increased budget or that got money. So for him to say that Trump didn't fund law enforcement is crazy, especially federal law enforcement. Federal law enforcement got funded out the wazoo. Like they got some billions. Now, local law enforcement, like your police and all that good stuff, I mean, yo, if they're being defunded, that's mostly due to your local leadership. That's your mayor and your governor doing that to you. Trump, he focused on federal law enforcement, which is like FBI, ICE, CIA, and all. Well, I'm not sure about CIA, not CIA, or ATF. Now, with you guys, with him talking about local law enforcement, I think he's talking about police officers. If those guys see a decrease in funding, it's most likely the mayors in that area. It's the mayor or the governor. And most likely it's going to be a mayor from a blue city. Yeah. Most likely, black mayor, black Democratic mayor, city with a whole bunch of black people. And this has high crime and high immigration. I mean, like I said, the formula stands.
Enforcement in the budget. in his
Would
big
I be
bill.
willing to stake my entire reputation on the fact that Donald Trump has made it more difficult for law enforcement to do
But
their
no, but
job?
you made a
That
very
wasn't the
sweeping
question.
statement. This is the problem, you see. It's very easy to say Donald Trump has slashed federal spending on law enforcement. But if it turns out, as is the case, that it was the opposite and he's increased spending in his big, beautiful bill on federal spending on law enforcement, you should just have the good grace to go, I was wrong.
Well, I think if Michael is saying that there is not enough police spending and we
That
need to
wasn't-
send in,
he just
we
said
need to send in
Trump
and
increased the
militarize these
federal
cities.
spend.
But I think the point is clear here, and it's one that we need to argue, which is whether or not Donald Trump has done anything to actually aid law enforcement, or if he's done
Well,
anything
if he
to
increased
tackle
spending,
crime.
you would say that that is a good thing for the...
All right, here it is. And it says state and local assistance grants. The state version, the Senate version includes 10 billion, and it's the big beautiful bill. The Senate version of the big beautiful bill includes 10 billion in state and local assistance for law enforcement, especially around immigration enforcement, human smuggling, gang and drug activity. So that's not just going to ICE, but to local law, but for law enforcement. So for local assistance. So for state and local assistance, there was $10 billion added. So what is he talking about? Like, well, what are you talking about? This man literally made a bold claim saying that Trump did not fund law enforcement. I mean, well, they low-key should have pinned him down. I mean, it's over. You mean federal or local? And either way, he'd have been wrong.
Law enforcement, right?
I would say that Donald Trump's plans aren't coherent and don't make some cogent argument. Michael certainly doesn't make some cogent argument of how Donald Trump, who has let crime run free with his policies and within his administration, actually cares about responding to crime, when those who have had the most success aren't the governors of red states, but are the mayors of blue cities that Michael wants to claim are crime infested and being run into the ground. We have seen in DC, we have seen in Chicago, we have seen in Baltimore drops of historic lows in crime, like lower than we've seen in decades now. And I don't know why you won't acknowledge that, or maybe learn from some of those Democratic mayors.
Bro, you can just admit you made a false claim on air. It's okay. People make false claims. We could just move on.
Okay to be wrong.
You're doubling down on a easily disproven
when
claim
even
that
the
you made.
Democratic congressman says you're wrong.
It's like, bro, like I said, when the when this guy over here, when a Dem says that you're wrong, and be like, come on now, bro, we're talking about Trump. We're talking about authoritarian, what these guys believe to be authoritarian Trump. And he's defunding the police. Like, come on now. That doesn't even make sense. That didn't even line up with I ain't gonna lie, with the bastardized character of Trump that the Dems have. It's like, it don't even line up with that.
That's what you've made your living doing, doubling down
Let
on
me
false
speak for
claims.
myself. Let me speak for myself. What?
And shout out to my man Jet. We found someone's TDS worse than Rosie O'Donnell. Exactly. It's like to the point where this man just made, like, I'm not sure if it was just he didn't know, or it was just a bold-faced lie. He didn't think he'd have to, get caught on. And you know what, bro? I wish I was, bro. Dems get away with the craziest stuff. They get away with the most blatant lies or being wrong and all that good stuff. Like, I could never get away with what these guys get away with. To be quite honest, like, bro, I have Dems all in my chat. And if I was a Democrat saying all the same stuff, I don't even think these guys would question me. As long as I'm against Trump, they wouldn't even question me. They wouldn't even ask if I was wrong. As long as I end every statement with, but Trump's a dictator, I'm right every fucking time in their eyes. So I wish sometimes I could be a Dem sometimes, because it's like they don't even got to prove themselves. They can say whatever, and their audience is going to run with it. Like, you see what this man says? How much you want to bet he has 100K plus subscriber? A lot of people listen to him just like me, and they just go along with what he says. They didn't even fact check, and that's a lot. And that's how a lot of Democratic influencers get off, because their audience don't fact check them. They don't. They just go whatever they say, and they parrot it over to us. I mean, it must be nice being a Democratic influencer, because you don't ever even got to back nothing up. They just believe you off the cuff of you hate Trump. I mean, I have Dems in here, and I guarantee you, like I said, if I just say I hate Trump, they're going to start agreeing with everything I say. Like it's the gospel or something.
Donald Trump has done is this is all political. He's picked cities that are Democratic leaning. These are many of these cities. Chicago, the crime is actually declining. If you look at the numbers in Detroit, for example,
crime in Chicago is horrific. I had a son there at the university for a year. It is a dangerous city full of serious crime and a lot of murder. Right, but look, I'm going to bring somebody in now.
But can I point out,
hang on
because you wanted
Jack,
because Pierce, can I respond to the
well,
claim
Jack,
that I made?
you referenced the speaker, Mike Johnson. I'm delighted to say I'm going to be joined now by the speaker, Mike Johnson, and we'll come back to the panel. Speaker Johnson, welcome your uncensored debut. I finally got you.
Hey.
I'm sorry it took so long, Piers. I'm a big fan. Always have been. So
you're a busy man, and it's great to have you. We've just been debating a couple of things there with the panel, which you can probably put some light on. Just for the record, in the big, beautiful bill, did the federal government propose to increase spending on law enforcement or decrease it? If you're stressed about back tax...
Hey, I mean, hey, you best ask Speaker Johnson. All right, now let's see what Speaker Johnson got to say.
Increase. I mean,
on your taxes.
It probably was a slight increase. I mean, we put a lot of emphasis on returning to law and order and the rule of law. The president's...
And what he mean by a slight increase is that he said, all right, so now there's like a $10 billion in state and local assistance for law enforcement, and then there's overtime tax deduction. Overtime tax deduction. So while not a direct funding to police budget, there is a provision supporting law enforcement through tax measures. Overtime deduction that the police unions praise. So yes, I'm pretty much having honestly, less taxes taken out of their overtime. And police get a lot of overtime, and the US government love to tax the hell out of overtime. Until Trump came along with the no tax on tips, and if you're a single filer, you get that up to like what, 12,500. So, pay attention to that.
Demonstrated that with executive orders and everything he's done, employing the National Guard in these dangerous cities. And Republicans in Congress are fiercely committed to that as well. We're limited in some respects in what we could do in the big, beautiful bill because it was a reconciliation bill, and not to get too deep in the weeds on the nuances of the way the legislative process works. But when you're reconciling a budget, and what you have to do is prove that you're going to basically reduce it. And so that's what allows it to meet the criteria to pass with only a simple bare majority in the Senate instead of the necessity of 60 votes. But that said, what we did was reprioritize a lot of the spending, and you're going to see the effects of that. It's ridiculous to me that these big city mayors and these blue cities are resisting the help, because I've been pointing to Exhibit A of Washington, D.C., and I tell all the press corps here when they challenge me on it, you're able to walk to your car safely this afternoon and not be in fear of having your purse snatched or your car jacked because President Trump is down the street at 1600 Pennsylvania using his resources to make you safe. How can you even ask these questions? It's absurd to me.
The argument, as you know, that comes back, and one of the panelists cited you personally in your district, and they say there are a lot of red districts, states, counties, where there is a lot of crime. The idea that it's only a blue state issue is disingenuous and just playing...
Nah, it's a blue state and blue city issue. I'll just go ahead and stamp it for them. It's a blue state and blue city issue. That's what the Dems don't want to realize. When they point out red states, look, like I said, every time a Dem use that red state argument, go like, all right, cool. Point me to the highest crime city in that red state, and I guarantee it's ran by, well, don't say a black Democratic mayor like me, but just say a Democratic mayor or a mayor that's a Democrat. Like, don't be like me, guys.
Partisan politics. What do you say to that?
Well, look, the reality is that crime is a problem in a lot of places around the country. My hometown of Shreveport was cited by Gavin Newsom, who's trying to troll me and being disingenuous. The challenge in Shreveport is that you have a district attorney who was funded by George Soros, a Democrat who runs the show there. And so it's not just the demographics of the city. It matters who's in charge, and it matters what policies they enforce. You have a lot of Democrats who are fiercely committed still, even though they don't want to say it publicly anymore. They really would like to defund the police. They want soft on crime policies. They want to continue the madness that has allowed the crime to rise to these record levels. And we're not having any of that, and we have to stop it at any cost.
There are a lot of people, as you know, who love calling Donald Trump a fascist, and people that support him fascist, and people that work with him fascists, including yourself. And one of the things they're citing, I've always thought this is a ludicrous thing, by the way, to use the fascist term, but one of the things that they cite is what is going on right now with the deployment of federal troops into states, which they believe is unconstitutional and the first obvious step to fascism. What do you say to that?
Well, I will tell you my analysis as a constitutional attorney. That's what I did for 20 years. I've litigated constitutional law cases in the courts before I got to Congress. This is not unconstitutional. The first responsibility of government, including the federal government, is the safety of the people. There's national security perspectives with regard to what, how we face challenges internationally, but domestically as well. And the use of the National Guard in these scenarios, for example, has been very effective. In Washington, I've cited DC as a good example. The liberal Democrat mayor here actually, as you saw, applauded the use of the National Guard. She's grateful, she said in her own words, for the reinforcements, because
and she's been getting grilled over it, but she did come out and say, well, the National Guard, well, it's been pretty nice. She had to even admit, like, yeah, I mean, crime in DC went down dramatically. I mean, they went like 2 weeks without a murder, and now the crime has been cleaned up there so well, the National Guard's picking up trash. I mean, that's a mission success to me, and maybe we should try it out in other areas. Let's see how it works out in places like Chicago or Memphis or New Orleans. Like I said, the Dems kind of get their panties in a bunch when you mention one of their cities in a liberal state. So it's cool. Well, we can make examples out of the liberal cities and red states. It's fine. We can go ahead and take care of the blue cities and red states, and we'll see how that works. Since you guys want to be babies, like, man, I mean, where my man Arnold at, man? Arnold, man, talk.
Stop whining. Your kids are soft.
Bro, and MJ, you too.
Stop it. Get some help.
The Metropolitan Police was not large enough or didn't have sufficient resources to be able to tackle the problem. Well, we've got crime under control. I mean, it dropped dramatically, like 85% in some categories here, and that's an effective thing. And the National Guard troops who are being deployed to do this are grateful and happy that they're able to provide this service. It's a win-win for everybody. So that's not a violation of the Constitution. It's the application of common sense. And some of these Democrat governors and mayors are using it for politics because they have Trump derangement syndrome, and that literally drives their decisions, whether it's good for the people they serve or not.
Man.
Yeah, I mean, I've warned.
I mean, what's wrong with bringing down crime? Loki's trying to squash crime, or these gangs that damn near taking over some of these cities. What's wrong with squashing that and protecting the American citizens in black communities? Like, I'm being real with you. This is mainly Loki helping out black communities, and it's kind of effed up that a whole bunch of white liberals are telling us that we don't need it and it's authoritarian. I mean, like, bro, what do you think the gangs are doing? All right, I mean, bro. Don't you think they're authoritarian as well? But yeah, it is kind of funny how we got a whole bunch of white liberals telling black communities that we don't need this police enforcement because why? Oh, it's Trump and he's a racist and it's only meant to fuel tensions. No, he's trying to solve the crime and solve these high immigration problems in the black community or in these Democrat cities. And y'all need to go ahead and let him do it because y'all ignoring the cries of y'all people just to snub Trump or just to get at Trump. And it's pathetic. And it's not helping the American people. Honestly, this is why I feel like Dems are going to lose the midterms and they don't even know it. Like, y'all done pissed off a lot of people. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if Chicago goes red at this point.
Democrat chums, look, you don't want to get in a position running into midterms or indeed a general election where it looks like you're constantly railing against Donald Trump for being tough on crime, because everyone knows there is a lot of crime in America, a lot of serious crime, a lot of murder, and equally serious offenses. And actually, a president who looks like he's taking that very seriously, that's likely to be a vote winner, not a vote loser. But defying it and finding endless reasons why you would oppose more draconian action against criminals. I mean,
think about it like this. The people of Chicago are already saying, yo, we have a bad gang problem and the police can't solve it because the gang members got better weaponry than the police. I mean, immigration problem. We got Venezuelans breaking into apartment complexes, breaking open the doors and just setting up shop or setting up a living situation. So, and we're also, so what? We're just supposed to let these black communities suffer, these low income communities suffer because what? The mayor has TDS? Because Pritzker got TDS and Brandon Johnson got TDS. We should just let the people of Chicago suffer, right? Because that's what the Dems are telling us pretty much, is that they're just saying F this black community and F their whole living situation. We hate Trump. So we're going to go ahead and let that city burn just to say F Trump. And when that city burns down to the ground and all the blacks and all the blacks are taken over by crime and high immigration and damn near priced out of their housing, you know who we're going to blame? We're going to blame Trump. Yeah, they're going to cause all the problems to that community, and then they're going to get off on blaming Trump. And you know what, man? The black people are going to be, I hate to say this about my own people, but they're going to be naive enough to fall for the bullshit. Be honest, they're going to be naive enough to fall for it. I mean, we fell for it before. I mean, Dems has been the cause of the doubt. It's been the downfall of our community for a minute, and we still out here trying to blame Republicans for what reason I don't understand. When our communities, our cities, shoot, our districts are all ran by Democrats, but for some reason we catch ourselves fear mongering, or for some reason we catch ourselves, fear mongering about Republicans, talking crazy about Republicans when it's been the Democrats that's failed us this whole time. But somehow we catch ourselves on the same side of the wrong. I mean, you know what? I ain't gonna say it. I ain't gonna go too far. I ain't gonna bash my people too much.
I don't think that ever plays well.
No, it doesn't. And, hat tip to the Democrat mayor of D.C. who read the room and realized her citizens are being well served. Crime is reduced. People are happy. They're flourishing again. The capital city is shining like a city on a hill again. And she has to come out and acknowledge that that's a good thing. And it would be foolish for her to say otherwise. So we need other Democrats to put the politics aside, do the right thing for the people, regardless of who gets the credit for it. That's not what this is about.
Is the right thing for the people of America to go after James Comey, whose federal arraignment is today? I was one of many who felt the lawfare waged against Donald Trump went way too far, was very un-American, leading to a ludicrous conviction over an incredibly trivial matter. Parading and shaming an American president in that way, I thought was ridiculous. I would also say
And shout out to our men Hellback. We addressed divorce rates down 40% in Vermont. I mean, how the hell they get that one off? Because, I mean, divorce is honestly a huge problem in America. And it's one of the main reasons why we have low marriage rates and low birth rates is because of divorce. And most men don't see marriage as like a viable option anymore because it mostly ends in divorce. I always do say, it's like, bro, guys, I mean, look, just sit back and just let the women try to make it sexy for us again. Because I mean, real, this ain't our fault. I mean, we tried, but at this point, marriage has become a hostile situation for the new generation of men. It became a hostage situation. Now it's either the wife is being held hostage by the guy or the husband being held hostage by the wife. Either way, somebody feeling like a hostage these days, and this is what proliferates the birth rate. Also, of course, infidelity and all that wild stuff and money. So, to be quite honest, I mean, what's Vermont doing? Because what's the sauce here? Like, what they do? Like, started no fault divorces, so now the wife don't get anything if they divorce the guy. Because that's the only way I feel like we can bring down divorce, to take the incentive away. You take the incentive out of divorce, and I guarantee you, like, boy, you're gonna see divorces probably drop the same way it did in Vermont. I would hope so. But marriage should be so much more. But hey, man, some people see marriage as, like, I don't know, taxes, status, I mean, financial security. I mean, anything but a union between you and a woman, and anything but a covenant between you and a woman and God to live the rest of y'all lives together. I mean, anything but that, it's usually tackled with what? Yeah, a whole bunch of pride, greed, I don't know. Probably like three out of the seven of the seven deadly sins are involved in marriage these days, and not what it's supposed to be. So, hey, until we fix that, marriage is always going to have terrible numbers. Terrible. I mean, until guys stop feeling like they're being extorted. And guys, I ain't never been married, but I've heard from the married guys, it feels like extortion. And most of the married guys I know who got married ain't married no more. So it is what it is. Some of them are, though. Some of them got pretty good marriages. I ain't gonna lie.
Feel uncomfortable, like a lot of people, about what appears to be a bit of a revenge act now going on against all of the Trump opponents, led by people like Comey. Do you feel comfortable about this?
Well, I would push back on the premise. I don't agree that this is a revenge tour. I mean, look, I have a lot of opinions on this because I rotated off of the House Judiciary Committee. When I became Speaker, I gave up my committee assignments, and I spent almost 7 years on that committee. And we are the ones charged with the jurisdictional
Look, I'll say this. If you're a younger generation of guy, bro, don't rush into marriage. Do not rush into marriage. Focus on yourself. And, well, I would say, yeah, tackle your profession, but don't rush into marriage. I mean, it's just, I mean, like I said, unless you really trust that girl and you really trust the background, she got a strong Christian or Islamic background that you can trust, go ahead. I mean, go for it, big dog. But if you're just winging it in college and you don't know this girl's parents, her lifestyle, or anything like that, I mean, maybe you shouldn't just be jumping into this stuff. I would say, bro, be quite honest with you. And I feel bad for younger generation because I would say about 80% of the women in y'all generation aren't marriage material. And y'all damn near all looking for this special 20%. So I feel bad for y'all. In my generation, it's not that bad. It's about 70% of the women are unmarried. But like, you ain't gonna lie, 70% of them you just can't marry. 30%, yeah, you could. But it does seem to weigh overly in the unmarriageable direction for a lot of women, in my direction and the younger. And guys, I'm a millennial, so I'm speaking from millennials and up.
Authority of oversight over the DOJ. And I watched the way Comey led and how he, in my view, misled in many ways. But we talk a lot about the rule of law. It is a matter of law and order. It is a matter of the rule of law that you have someone like Comey who raised his hand, and I think clearly, I think it's beyond refute that he lied to Congress under oath. Perjury is a very big thing, and it's an even bigger thing when you're a top government official and, you know, a former director of the FBI or one of these big agencies. I mean, that's a big thing. We can't let it go unanswered. And so there's a certain responsibility that is had to prosecute that and make an example of people, not because they were on the wrong side of President Trump at some point, but because they lied to Congress. We can't allow that to go forward. So I think it's appropriate here. And I think, you know, remember, it's not a Republican Party, a group of party officials who brought the indictment. It's a grand jury. I mean, you know, that's our system. They constituted a grand jury. They found reasonable, you know, they felt it was right to bring the indictment, and they made that decision. And so we'll have to see how it plays out now.
Why have all the Epstein files not been released? And do you think they should be?
Well, they're in the process of being released. And this is a very important point. The House Oversight Committee is on this like white on rice, as we said down in Louisiana. Okay, you've got some of the biggest bulldogs in Congress, Republican and Democrat side, united in this quest to have maximum transparency. They're going through it methodically. They're issuing subpoenas. They're being complied with by the Department of Justice. And anyone has these files. Look, I know there's a team deployed. There was a team in New York City over the last 2 weeks combing through the Epstein estate files and going through to find things that had not even been anticipated before. You have 34,000 pages that have already been released. There's more on the way. You've got,
I mean, shoot, emails have been dropped and all that crazy stuff. I mean, emails that go against, Ghislaine Maxwell's deposition. So, I mean, Lord knows her little court hearing or her appeal is completely thrown out the window at that point. I mean, let's be honest. I'm mostly disappointed in the Ghislaine Maxwell deposition because they gave her a sweetheart interview, and that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to let them sit there, lie, and let them hang themselves. Then you go back, come back, do your investigation, come back with the facts, and then grill her on all the lies she told and make her tell the truth and straighten out the story. Like, let her know, look, we know you lied here. What's the real story? And that's what they're supposed to do. And I'm waiting for that. And if they don't do it, I'm gonna be highly disappointed because, I mean, that's literally the process. Yeah, guys, you guys just stop that step one.
sending subpoenas out to a number of, you know, well-known figures and public officials, et cetera. I mean, they're digging in and moving it as aggressively as possible. So we're for maximum transparency. The one caveat is we have a responsibility and a duty to protect the innocent victims. By some estimates, there may be 1,000 young women who were subjected to these horrific, unspeakable crimes, okay, at the hands of Epstein and his accomplices. And we want to make sure that their identities are protected. So they got to be properly redacted in those files to make sure they don't suffer more harm. And I think that's something everybody agrees with. And
hey, shout out to my man Hellbat. He says mandatory default 50-50 custody. I think money do-ish. I mean, money, hey. I would say this, bro. Start with no fault divorces. Women don't get no alimony. The kid automatically goes to the dad. Like no ifs, ands, or but automatically goes to the dad. The woman gets no child support, no alimony. I guarantee you. And the reason why I'm going hard on women on this one is because women initiate 80% of divorces. So I don't really have nothing to say to the guys when it comes to this. There ain't really nothing we could do because we're sticking around. we're sticking around. It's the women that are the low-key ending it. So all I can really do is sit there and take out all the incentives for women to leave. It's like, oh, okay, well, you got 2 years for y'all getting a kid. Great. Well, single fathers do better than single mothers anyway, and I can back that up statistically. So why not just send him with the dad? And then also, you don't get no child support, no alimony. You just going about your business, baby girl, and go get you a new man and new kids. And if you do the same thing will happen again. And I guarantee you, women will be less likely to leave marriage.
We're trying to make sure it's done the right way.
No man has been actually convicted and put in prison for any offense connected to the Epstein thing, despite, as you say, maybe 1,000 female victims here. Are you confident?
Yeah. Well, it's an important point to make. We're in this investigation in the House Oversight Committee. Not only are they trying to bring justice for the victims, they're also trying to determine how justice has been denied for so long and who is responsible for that. And that's a critical component of all this.
Just one final point on that. Ghislaine Maxwell's attempt at an appeal has failed.
I mean, here's the thing, though. Should we? I'm sorry to go back on divorce. You guys kind of got me distracted right now, but it is what it is. So, but no, I kind of agree with my man Westman. Is like, yo, why are we rewarding women for literally breaking a covenant against God? Like, we're literally rewarding a woman for taking your ass into a church, into the house of God, and lying before God in his house. And we're rewarding you with that, with a half of this man's paycheck and assets and the kid. We're rewarding you for breaking a vow with God and your man. And we're giving you favorable terms to do so. Who the fuck would respect marriage at that point? Who would? Who would? Why would you respect something that people are rewarded for breaking? In God's house of all places. I mean, I just don't know how some guys do it. Especially Christians. I'll be like, come on now. Y'all just can't sit here and say, like, we're literally rewarding women for breaking a covenant with God and their man, and then giving them all the benefits. And then we're wondering why marriage is a joke, why people see marriage as a joke now, because it's not respected.
Donald Trump was asked if you might pardon her. As you know, it's a very contentious issue. He kind of batted it away and said, we'll take a look at it, which seems to suggest the door may be open. Would you want to see Ghislaine Maxwell pardoned, or would you want the opposite?
I would never even consider it. I mean, she's a convicted human trafficker. She was a party to this. She set it up. By her own admission, she was involved in all this. There's no way she should ever leave prison.
Let's move on to the government shutdown, because we did a bit of research. You'd expect nothing else, Speaker Johnson, I'm sure. That since 1976, the Republicans have triggered a shutdown 7 major times. The Democrats 3 or 4, depending on how you categorize a full major shutdown. So you've basically been doing this twice as often as they have. Does that give you the high moral ground now to throw opprobrium over them for this shutdown? It's Medicare annual enrollment, and people age 64 and above should prepare to be bombarded with hundreds of phone calls and texts from agents for simply pushing the Medicare plans which pay them the most. This is one message you won't want to skip. Most Medicare plans change every year, and many just disappear. Even if you like your current Medicare plan, it's critical to look at the 2026 plans, or you risk losing the coverage you need. That's why you need to know about Chapter. They're independent, they don't work for the government or big insurance, and unlike others, they compare every plan nationwide. Year after year, millions of Americans end up stuck on the wrong Medicare plan for their needs, which means they're over.
Sorry, guys. I'll look at something up in the background. Right back to it.
Because listen, you can't look at those statistics in a vacuum, okay? Every one of those circumstances is different. What's really critically important to point out right now is, unlike many of those skirmishes in the past, when a CR was loaded up with partisan priorities from one of the parties in one of the chambers that was in charge, right now you have a unified Republican government. And we did not take this opportunity to do that. What do I mean? Piers, we did not add a single Republican policy or priority or poison pill or gimmick or trick to this very clean, very simple CR. Why do we call it a clean CR? Piers, it literally is simply a continuation of exactly the current status quo and spending and policy, which, by the way, is Biden.
Hey, whoa, don't get it wrong, guys. I love women too. I love women as much as the next guy. Like, trust me, I got little sisters and a mom and all that good stuff, and cousins that I love to death, and even exes that I have some appreciation for. But I'm always going to give you the real, though. I'm always going to give you the real on what it is. I mean, shoot, you can love women and be very cautious about them as well. I mean, shoot, it'd be dumb if you're not to. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, hey, like I said, I love women, but we can't pretend like they perfect.
Era spending and policies. We're still operating, enduring that. We're in the appropriations process to try to change it, but we ran out of time because the end of the fiscal year is September 30th. So we just needed a simple 7-week stopgap funding measure. I could have loaded it up with a bunch of Republican stuff, but I didn't. And that's why the only choice the Democrats have right now in the Senate is to vote to open the government so that we can continue the partisan discussions. That's the difference between now and in the past. This is a totally clean, totally good faith effort, and no one can tell you otherwise about it.
You're a man of faith, and you've invoked your faith since the very start of this shutdown. Do you hope that your prayers get answered?
First of all, I ain't gonna lie. Like, Sean, what are you, an alien or something? Because bro talks about himself as if he's not human. So, Sean, are you an alien, bro? Like, are you on top of, like, are you on a spaceship, or are you like what, from the Armada? I don't know, from the Armada Galaxy, dog. Because this whole time you've been in here, and I don't know why I've been paying attention to your chats, is because you've been speaking like you're not a human being. It's hilarious. A species of dust beings. I'm like, bro, what? But all right, guys, you know what? I'm gonna head out of here on that one. That's funny. All right, guys, I'm gonna catch you guys later on today. I'll be going live later on today into the night. So appreciate you guys for tuning in. I'll be right back with another one, guys. All right, man. It's a set with S.E.T Media. No closing on this one. We're just gonna go straight out. Appreciate the support, guys, and make sure you double tap the screen and subscribe to the channel. All right, see you guys.